Hey, hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, Sharon, Bracy, and the Waters. Wake up, morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Oh man, that was hilarious, strange but funny. Platinum dose. You know how we like to start our day. It's a beautiful day. You know, it's foolery Friday. So you know how we like to start the day with great productive energy. God damn it. When I say good day to you, make sure you say it back, because I can feel that great productive energy coming from you. Shout out to Time Watts with their early energy. Yeah, I feel ya. He says, what?
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Time Watts with the fireball. He said, blessed Friday. Yeah. That's how we gotta do. This is how we do it. Yeah. Appreciate you, man. Holding me down as usual. Thank you so much. Good day. It's me, Rosie. Just block me, aka Miss J. Thank you. Make sure you hit that like and the share. It definitely helps out the channel tremendously. So I appreciate everybody. Man, it's been a interesting week.
You know, you should tell them how your amazing daughter is writing a book.
I should tell them how my amazing daughter is writing a book?
Yeah.
Okay. Shout out to all the SBGs, all my solutioners. Yes, that's what we are. That's going to be our new name. We are the solutioners. Is that, you like it?
No.
Babe, you like it? The solutioners? Solutionist? Damn. I don't think they like. But anywho, my how old are you now? My sweet 11-year-old is started writing her book. She's what, 5 pages in? Yeah. She is 5 pages in writing her book. She started yesterday. She said, you know what? She woke up one day, said, I feel like being great and productive today because my dad is so inspiring and he's such a great productive energy around me at all times. And so I'm just going to feed off my father's great energy, right? That's what you said? And so she started writing her book and she is 5 pages in. What up, my returner? And she's writing her book, and she's not gonna be afraid. We're gonna maybe we do an interview with you with the solutioners, the solutionist. Man, I'm gonna figure it out. Stressing me out. So shout out to baby girl, her book. You got a name for it yet?
Yeah.
You do? Well, you hold on to it. You tell them when it drops. Members only interview, they said. They said we got to do members only because you got a lot of haters.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you know you got a lot of haters? Wow. You know. What can I say? What can I say? Hopefully y'all doing well today. Maybe let me know how y'all doing today. I want to know. It's been an interesting week. To say the least. It's been a lot of headlines. Woo. A lot of things going on. Woo. A lot of stress. A lot of stress going on around the world. We're about to buy Greenland. So we ain't gonna need a passport to go there, and Bubba Homeschool said, do you have an agent yet? Because he will be your agent for 20% of the proceeds.
What's that? What?
He going to be your booking agent, and he want 20% of the proceeds. He want to be your manager.
No.
You
You can get 1%.
Well, she already negotiated, Bubba. She said, how about 1%? What are you willing to do for 1%? She's negotiating. Well, Platinum, the thing is that Greenland didn't know that they was for sale, so we don't know what the price is yet. But we do know they did have an emergency meeting, and they said, no, Greenland is not for sale. And I'm upset because I wanted to go see all those green lights that happen in the sky over there in Greenland. Yeah, they have those green lights over there in Greenland. The auroras. Yes. I want to see the auroras. But Denmark and the whole EU want to fight against it and saying, no, it's not nice. You know, we got to let Greenland be Greenland. Why they can't be the United States? It might be fun. You know, just go Alaska, Canada, then Greenland. And then you take a quick little boat over to Finland and Norway. No? Whatever. Platinum. Hey, especially in Brooklyn, goddamn. The potholes is no joke, Platinum. Man, Platinum, Mayor Mardani, he done filled some potholes himself. He got out there on the street. He put some elbow grease out there in the New York City streets. He grabbed a shovel, grabbed some asphalt, put it in the ground. People was crying because they was waiting for these goddamn potholes to be full. So yeah, you're correct. Yeah, the aurora lights. Yeah, and so you know, people brought it to my attention yesterday about this whole situation in Minnesota, and it seems like the nation is hurting, and you can feel it in the conversation yesterday about it, and you see it in every headline. Is very uneasy signs between people who used to agree on everything, and the recent tragedy involving ICE, the fatal incident that took the life of a mother of 3. I think it has become more than a news story. It's a mirror held up to a country already stretched thin by division. Damn. Dawn with the information. Dawn with them, and you're gonna talk about the military base the U.S. built under Greenland in the 50s? I am not, because I don't know nothing about it. I'm gonna have to do some study about it. They say I'm a Karen.
Why? Aren't they called like Davids?
They call Davids when it's a man?
Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea. That's
Oh no, Carl.
oh, they call Carls and Karens. Oh, so I'm a Carl. Oh no, I'll be doing stuff. So
Also, with the black man that was shot by ICE on December 31st.
Okay. Man, that's interesting news. I had no idea. I'm gonna have to check it into it. Oh, the lady. Oh, the lady was a Karen, not me. I'm not a Carl. She said the lady that possibly got shot, she was a Karen. Ooh, I see where you're going with there. What's up, Victorious One? And this we are divided, and we are stretched very thin by division at this point. Very thin. People got some thoughts about this situation. I think we are dealing with a great deal of division, fear, mistrust, and a family lost a mother. Children lost their world. And instead of collective mourning, we watched the nation split into factions, each side shouting louder than the other, drowning out the humanity at the center of it all. Shout out to Time Walks with 2 eyes. Had she been black, no one would have questioned it. What y'all think about that? Type a 1 in the chat if you agree with this super chat. Type a 2 in the chat if you disagree. I'm interested.
That wasn't meant that was shot. Just a week before.
On what day?
December 31st. Look it up. His name is Keith Porter. He also had 3 kids.
Damn. And we have a bunch of 1s in the chat. Whew, man. Renee Good drove her car. So we got only 1 person. Pumps in the dump put a 2. I want to know, do pumps in the bump know about Keith Porter on December 31st? Pumps in the dump, have you heard of a person called Keith Porter and the significance of Keith Porter and December 31st? Hey, April. Hey, Miss Carter. You see Mondani out there fixing potholes? I want to know. Pumps in a dump. Pumps in a bump. We all loved it. Nope. She never or he never heard of Keith Porter and the significance of December 31st. Good day. The beautiful conversation with MJ. And so that's what makes this super chat very important. Had she been black, no one would have questioned it. Can somebody in the chat, other than conversations with MJ, other than conversations with MJ, who is Keith Porter and what's the significance of Keith Porter and December 31st? I want some crowd participation today, god damn it. Sheesh. I wonder if Bubba Homeschool knows who Keith Porter is and the significance of Keith Porter and December 31st. I'll wait. I'll wait. Bubba Homeschool said if she had been black, Minneapolis would have already been on fire. Wow. And a Foot Locker would have been looted already. The real victorious one said it first. Sheesh. Shout out the Titan Wasp.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Let's keep it a buck. She went with intent to impede. She left her family to do this. She intentionally drove into an officer, which legally is assault with a deadly weapon. Equal force. Ish. F around and find out. Whew. Man, that's a strong statement. That is a strong statement. Good day, Beachy. How are you doing? That is a very strong statement. Let me see 1s in the chat if you agree with this super chat. 2s in the chat if you disagree with this. Man. Shiesty Bombs. This is a tough one. That's what it is, Shiesty. Good day to you, beautiful. How are you doing today? We got tools in the chat. That's how quickly, this is why I love not having an echo chamber. Because we get to see, it's why I love to not silence anybody, and we all have our opinions and we get to communicate and speak it out. 1.5. Somebody take MJ phone. Somebody take MJ phone. Talking about 1.5. What's up, Robin? Good day. And this situation isn't just about immigration policy or law enforcement. It's about the way we've forgotten how to see each other, how quickly we turn people into symbols, tragedies into talking points, and grief into ammunition. Thank you, Bubba Homeschool. Somebody have spoken. Thank you. Bubba Homeschool. Keith Porter was shot by an off-duty ICE officer after he was allegedly shooting off rounds on New Year's Eve. Thank you, Bubba. And it kind of proves the super chat earlier that if he was black, because this also was a black man and he was a father of 3. So maybe he has some proof to that if she was black, and nobody would have questioned anything. Because most people have not heard about this Keith Porter ICE shooting by an off-duty ICE officer. So it breeds certain questions. This is why when the young man Alan Wine from Pennsylvania came up here yesterday saying that it is no difference between a black man and a white man and a black woman, is very interesting to hear these crazy critics. So, it's interesting. And grief should not be used as ammunition. We've reached a point when empathy feels like a radical act. That's the crazy part about it. Empathy feels like a radical act. We're acknowledging someone's pain, right? Or is mistaken for taking a political stance. What? I cannot believe my eyes. It gotta be Foolery Friday because the real Prism still has her wrench. That is amazing. And where the loss of life becomes a battleground instead of a moment to pause and reflect and demand better from ourselves and our institutions. But beneath the noise, right, there's a deeper truth where we are capable of more. We are. Absolutely we are.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Shadow the Titan Wops. Y'all better not let Shadow the Titan Wops outdo y'all. All my solutionists, I'm working on it. All my solutioners, damn it. Shout out to Titan Wops without out to all the 2s. 1, she was given direct order, ? Number 2, if she would have ran him over fully, was it a crime? ? Number 3, at what point was he allowed to feel in danger? Ooh. Some strong questions. Those are some strong questions. And if y'all can, please answer in a super chat. I'll love that. If you can answer in a super chat, that'd be awesome. Man, some interesting questions. Don't worry about what I'm doing. When I'm doing it, like I'm doing it for TV. Mind your business. I don't know what's wrong with people. I don't know what's wrong with that man. There's something wrong with that man, Black. I don't know. I don't get it. The hate be real. For what reason? I have no idea. Y'all be a mess. It was some great questions. I like it. And we've seen in the way communities rally around families in crisis, we've seen it in the people who show up, not for politics, but for compassion. We've seen it in the quiet moments where strangers help strangers because it's the right thing to do. That's the version of this country we need to fight for. Not the one defined by outrage, but the one defined by humanity. And this moment calls for more than blame. It calls for accountability, reform, and willingness to confront uncomfortable truth. Drink some water. Water is good for you. It calls for us to remember that policies affect real people, that enforcement has consequences, and that every life lost is a reminder of the work still left undone. And we can't heal if we refuse to listen. We have to have this ability to listen to one another. We can't move forward if we refuse to see each other. And we can't honor this mother's memory if we allow her story to be swallowed by division. Swallowed. And the path forward isn't easy. That's the interesting part. It is not an easy path forward, but it starts with empathy, in my opinion. It starts with acknowledging pain, demanding justice, and refusing to let tragedy become just another headline. What? I got Ignorant TV agree with me? Shout out to Ignorant. I can't believe my eyes. I can't believe my eyes. And it starts with us choosing unity over chaos. Like Black can choose unity over chaos. And eventually, hopefully, we get him to understand that it would be okay for him to join in unity on the things that he agree with instead of just being chaotic and saying things that have nothing to do with the topic. And so is the boss. It was a joke. And I guess a lot of these men don't understand what a joke is. They act like they don't understand. It's weird. Hey, it is what it is. Right? We need to choose unity over chaos. And we need to choose compassion over cruelty. Ooh, I got some bars. It's okay. Y'all don't gotta block nobody for the whole day or anything like that. Let them talk. It's okay. They could talk. They got to get off their chest. You got to understand, people are not you can just let them, you could delete their comment, knock them down for a good 10, 20 seconds, let them know, hey, watch your mouth. But a lot of people, they be going through some things, man. They be going through it. I don't know what's going on in their life, but they be going through it. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Thank you. See, that's why I love my people. I love my people. My people are freaking awesome. And I didn't see how long it was, you know what I'm saying? I don't even know. I don't get to see it. I just know, you know what I'm saying? I just know it was coming. I didn't see if you did or you didn't, or who did or who didn't. I just know it was coming. You know what I'm saying? I know my people. I know my people got my back. I know that one thing I do know for certain is that my people got my back, and I appreciate y'all. Shout out to Titan Washington Fathers. I can both grieve her loss of life, but understand she caused it. Whew. We don't pet snakes for a reason. It's sad, but fair. Man. Woo. Shout out to the victorious one. SNL, hashtag SNL. Sharon never lies. Thank you so much. I gotta do a celebration. I'm not gonna mention your name because I'm not sure if you want me to, but thank you so much. I appreciate it.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
And it says earned, not given. Have a great show. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Really appreciate you. Thank you. With the 20 ball. Thank you. And we have to choose unity over chaos, compassion over cruelty, and humanity over politics. Because a nation that forgets its heart loses its way. And right now, we need to find our way back, in my opinion. We have to find our way back. And I think we've been having trouble with that. It's been a bunch of videos out there. I've seen Stephen A. spoke about it. I didn't watch it yet, but I've seen a lot of people been speaking out about it. I see a lot of things on CNN speaking about it. I try not to watch it, so this way I could form my own thought. I don't want to be influenced, so sometimes it's hard to just run away from these things. So when it pops up on my timeline, I gotta try to scroll past it real quick so I don't get pulled into it. And I don't know what Stephen A. said, but MJ is ready. What? MJ saying I'm ready. I like it when I swear. I know my monologue did a good job when MJ say, pull me up. I know I did a good job then. That's what I know. You ever wake up and you just check the news and I'm gonna get the link for you right now, and you think to yourself, man, this country is like a group project where half the class stopped showing up. Half the class starts showing up. See, and this is why it's good to have the interact. She just gave me a boost of energy. Just seeing her name in the chat, saying, give me the link, it gave me some energy, god damn it. It really did. Shout out to my people. I love y'all so much. As I get the link ready. So I want everybody that has an opinion on it, yes, hit the link. Yeah, hit the link as I get it ready. Because that's what it feels like right now. Every headline is another reminder that we're not just divided, we are fractured. Like somebody dropped America on the kitchen floor and said, super glue it later. And then this ICE situation, this tragedy, a mother of three losing her life. That's not politics. That's not left or right. That's human. That's what that is. That is human. But somehow we turn even that into a debate. And only in America can a human life become a political football. We don't even argue about the facts anymore. We argue about the team colors. People hear ICE and immediately pick a side before they even know what happened. It's like we all in gangs now, but instead of colors, we bang with hashtags. And I'm watching the country tear itself apart over this. And I'm thinking, when did empathy become optional? Because a mother died. 3 kids lost their mom. And instead of mourning, we online like it's the Super Bowl of outrage. We don't talk to each other anymore. We talk at each other. We talk about each other. We talk around each other, but face to face. Too risky. Might find out the other person is human. People will scream at strangers online, but if you put those same people in a room together, I'm still calling them a bitch ass motherfucker. That's me personally. But normally, people are going to ask you for some water. And suddenly they're, hey, would you want some water? That's what I thought. Because when you actually in front of someone, you can't ignore their humanity. You can't scroll past their pain. But online, we are all superheroes of self-righteousness. Keyboard Avengers. Assemble. Meanwhile, real families are hurting. This mother, this woman, she wasn't a symbol. She wasn't a headline. She wasn't a talking point. She was a person. She had kids who depended on her. She had a life, a story, a heartbeat. And we lost. And instead of asking, how do we make sure this never happens again, right? We ask whose fault it is, because blame is easier than solutions. Blame is easier than compassion. Blame is easier than change. But here's the thing. We can't keep living like this. A nation, we can survive a lot of things, right? Like war, recessions, bad fashion choices, like, the Titan Wasp with his goddamn animated, we seen the picture. But it cannot survive a lack of empathy, in my opinion. Empathy is like a glue, and is this thing that keep us from becoming this animal instinct that we have. And right now, I believe we are running very low on empathy. I believe we got people who think ICE is the enemy, and we got people who think immigrants are the enemy, and we got people who think the government is the enemy, and we also got people who think everyone is the enemy. But to me, the real enemy is the idea that we are not together, because we are, whether we like it or not, you don't get to pick your fellow Americans like you pick your, your YouTube channel or your Netflix shows. You stuck with all of us, the loud ones like Taz, the quiet ones like Sharon, the ones who talk too much at the cookouts like KT the GOAT, the ones who brings raisins and potato salad. Sorry, sometimes I get a little beside myself, MJ.
You're a hot mess.
You brought up all these conversations in my head just now too. You know that, right? This is all your fault.
Not you trying to blame me on a Friday. I didn't even say anything.
Bro, all you said was give me the link, and it just gave it a jolt to the energy, man. Like, and like, and that's that great productive energy I get from you. I'm assuming that's where it came from. I don't know. I just felt it, and until we figure out how to talk to each other again, right? Until we figure out how to listen, until we remember that a tragedy is not a debate topic, but however, we are gonna stay stuck in this loop of outrage and exhaustion. But I believe we can do better. I really do, because I know Diva said it in a mean way, supposedly. Some people take it in a mean way, because every time something terrible happens, you know what else happens, in my opinion, NJ? People show up. People help.
Yeah, well, you notice how nobody's talking about when that lady did get shot by the officer, a Black man ran up and confronted the ICE agent, and he was sprayed in the face with mace. But they didn't take out a weapon or tase him at that point. I feel bad that this lady lost her life. I really do. I really do feel bad that she did lost her life the way that she did. The problem is, a lot of people ask for this to happen the way how it's playing out. Right now, it's going into the federal courts. That officer is not going to be charged. He's not going to be charged. There's not going to be any civil lawsuits against her civil rights being violated. That's what the qualified immunity is going to cover him on, right? The problem is when you're dealing with law enforcement, and if it's been confirmed that she was kind of like detained at that point because she was pretty much obstructing a lawful ICE pretty much, interaction of what they have to do or whatever their plan of action was for that day. When you're detained or anything like that, especially in a vehicle, you have to stop. There is no, I'm going to put my foot on the gas, because once you put your foot on the gas, whether if it's to even reverse, let's say you wanted to reverse, right? You have to wait until you're given a lawful order saying, all right, go ahead. If you don't, any law enforcement can perceive that as a threat. And that's why they're saying that this was vehicle, was supposed to be vehicle manslaughter, or she was attempting to use her vehicle as a weapon. And it could be so minute. And I get the outcry. I get the hitting the ground running right now while people are so upset about it, because I saw the video. I saw the video in many different angles. And I know all the preventative measures that should have happened, or I believe that should have happened. And even on basis of de-escalation that could have had taken place, and it wasn't. But the officer at the time, he didn't have to use de-escalation tactics. he can decide how to address the situation head on right then and there. If he felt that his life was in danger or his fellow officers was in danger, he had the right to act the way how he can resolve it in the quickest manner. And we tried to tell people a long, long time ago, when we had cases like George Floyd, cases like Eric Garner, cases like, what we try to tell you is that we understand that if you look at everything as a collective, you can find other nuances that even, you know what, things could have had been done this way, things could have been done that way. And that, and that everybody was telling us that, well, no, if you feel like you're in threat, you have that right to do that. And that's exactly what this officer did, even if we personally don't feel that it was the right decision. But the thing is, he's within his right, and this is what us as American people been advocating for the past 15 years now, close to 15 years. You was advocating for the fact that they didn't have to use de-escalation tactics initially. They can literally decide what type of tactics they want to use and how they want to observe the situation. And you wanted to make sure that they wouldn't be held accountable for it, right? Because it's a tough job. I understand the job that he does. I had a situation last year where I might have had to take someone's life because they used their pit bull. They used their pit bull to attack a pregnant woman who was 8 months years old, biting on her and stuff like that, and then try to have the pit bull come and attack me. And I was in my right to use lethal weapon if I had to, but I decided to de-escalate the situation. So there was no more harm to be done with the pregnant lady. There was no harm to be done with the culprit who was sicking his dog out there. And unfortunately, we couldn't save the dog because at that point in New York State, the dog got to go to the pound. So it's a hard situation, but this is when people really have to think about what they're really asking for, right? They have to really sit down with themselves and be like, hey, listen, do we want that type of free range? And if we don't want that type of free range, how are we going to allow our law enforcement to actually really continue to protect themselves the way that they're supposed to, continue to protect property the way that they are trained to? Because there is a level of, they do have the right to protect themselves. And just because you put on a uniform, that doesn't mean that your human rights go out the window too. And I'll stop there.
Whew.
Where's your sweater?
It's different when you kind of know how it feels to be in a position to rightfully take a life, whether it's animal or person, right? Is different when you have that power in your hand and you have the right to see it and execute that situation too. And I think that's another part that people are missing too. It's easy to say that person was not in danger from a video when you're watching from the safety of your house. When your adrenaline is not pumping, it's a little bit easier when you could do it on the next day. And you can see it in slow motion. You can see how much danger the person was in or not in. But when you're in real time, it's moving much faster.
It's so quick. A lot of people don't understand, like, that's a matter of seconds and minutes that you have to like make a decision, or something else that you might not want might occur, right? Yeah. And I get it. You have to really look at the area and see, can you provide de-escalation tactics in this moment? You have to decide whether or not can you do that. But the whole point is that the argument is that they should not have to make that decision. They could just decide whatever they want to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And in New York, I know in New York, the police officers, they are trained to jump out the way of a moving car. So I think that's another thing as well. Every, situation, every state, they're going to train a little bit differently as well. I don't know how it is in Minneapolis, but I know in New York, I spoke to a retired police officer. He said, "Hey, look, they tell you if a car's coming up, move out the way. Don't shoot into no car. It's too dangerous to be shooting into a car." Right? But also New York City, I'm talking about New York City, where is a big chance that you are going to hit somebody if you just have open fire on a moving object like a vehicle.
Absolutely.
So
100%.
you know what I mean? So many variables on it. And he did get hit by the damn car.
Right. See, so that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I said went straight to federal court. It's not going to be any civil actions involved in the situation. And it's very, very unfortunate, really.
Yes. Looking at it, and this is why I wanted to talk about being human and having compassion and these things, because I think if we lead more with just compassion, maybe he would not have been so authority driven, and he would have just not even been in front of the goddamn car in the first place, where she could have put his life in danger. Because also this ICE agent in June, he got ran over by an illegal person just in June, and he had 38 stitches because he got ran over by a car. So now when you add that psyche into the situation, you know, no way she could understand that, right? She was just doing whatever she felt at the moment. So it's a lot that went on with this situation. I want to also welcome and Shadow the Time Wasp, and after that we got the GOAT. Go ahead, Shadow.
I actually agree with MJ on a majority of what she said. I mean, honestly. But look, here's my issue is this. Like, if we're gonna grieve a life, let's grieve life. But in the last super chat I put, I was like, the same people who are now grieving for this chick celebrated when Charlie Kirk, who died in front of his kids.
Damn.
So if we're gonna be compassionate, then our party shouldn't determine that, right? But again, you have to let's put the perspective of what he went through, right? Because he's still a human. He's still a man at the end of the day. He told this lady to stop. She refused. She backed up and then went forward. When she went forward, that's when she got that Glock. I'm sorry. Like, at that point, you put this man's life in danger, and he was like, bet. It's not happening again. Like, I understand why that sounds so cold, but we can both grieve her loss of life, but we have to put all the other aspects in perspective too. She chose to go to Minnesota. She went from Colorado to Minnesota, leaving her family behind in order to take part in this. Everybody's got the right to protest. Cool, that's fine. But here's the deal. She did it in order to she went there to impede. Her wife has said this. She went to impede them. She actually did what she was supposed to do, what she went there to do, and then she went too far. Sorry. I mean, if I go swimming with hippos, I can't be mad when they try to rip my face off. You know what I mean? Like, we got to be realistic at this point. Yeah, it sucks she died. I'm sorry for her children more than anything. But guess what? If she's caring about her children, she shouldn't have been there. She should have been with her kids. I understand libertarianism. I understand being able to stand for what you believe in. This wasn't it, though. Because she was given lawful orders by a law enforcement officer. She did choose to violate those orders. She then went out of her way to go further than that. Like I said, I don't want to sound heartless, but again, black men in Atlanta went through this very same situation. And he was listening to the cops when they shot him. It barely made news the next day. It took 2 weeks for us to hear about it. So I don't want to hear this BS like, oh, we got to care about the life when we're picking and choosing which life we care about. So let's keep it real. Like, do we care the fact that ICE killed her, or do we care that she lost her life? If we care that we lost her life, what was the same grief and groan whenever Kurt got shot in the neck in front of his 2 infants? I land there.
All right. Welcome into the show. GOAT, good days. How you doing today?
What up, though? What's good with everybody?
Doing well.
What's up, Taz?
Yeah, I wish I shared y'all's sentiment, but I don't. When it comes down to it, I have a son, and I would never tell my son to pull off on no police officer. I would never tell him to make an officer feel like his life was in danger. I would never tell him to go and protest and act like you can make these amazing changes while they're in the middle of an investigation. So, because I'm looking at it in a way that says, you ain't really got no business fucking with that. This is her bringing this on herself. You know what I'm saying? Again, I understand why people saying what they're saying, but I'm from a different class of this conversation. I remember when Black folks started diminishing our protests. I remember when y'all said these paid protesters and George Soros and all that. Well, she's a paid protester. She came to Minnesota to interfere with a protest. Somebody told her, go down there, interfere, do what you can, get in the middle of a police investigation. And again, I don't believe that the issues that we've been fighting for the past decade coincide with this. You're going to mess with the police. You're going to get what you're asking for. And again, I watched this video maybe 100 times, slowed it down, all of this shit. That woman backed up, and when she turned her wheel to pull off, that officer was centered by her car. Watch the video. She literally was sitting there where there was no one in front of her car. When she backed up, she put that officer in front of her car. That is her fault. So, I mean, I understand why people, feel the way they feel. Nobody wants to support law enforcement. But when it comes down to it, you cannot drive at a police officer. Let's be real. Like I said, if you don't agree, don't agree. But I would ask you, go watch the video again and pause it at the moment she starts to drive forward. And then tell me his life ain't in danger. That's crazy, fam. We shouldn't make up shit. Let's just be honest. You don't do what she was doing if you want to live.
Whew. Welcome into the show. Kulu, what's your thoughts?
So I agree with MJ and pretty much what everybody's saying, on that, those ICE officers and federal law enforcement, they do have like a certain right to make decisions in split seconds based off if their life's in danger. But as like a human, and as an American citizen, am I glad that she's dead? No, I wish she was still alive. I maybe disagree with Taz a little bit on him, the solution, right? Him shooting her, right? If her wheel wasn't turned, or let's say, her body fell the opposite way when she got shot, if the car could have still hit him, but she pulled off and wrecked into the pole. And also, I'm not totally informed on it, so y'all can educate me on this, and I'm open to being educated on this topic. But was she there to protest? Because some people are saying that she was there dropping off her kids, that she was there for other reasons, that she was just dropping by, and they tried to stop her vehicle. I don't know the details, the context of that. I just saw the video.
That's all true. She was there. She just dropped her kids off, and she goes out every day to fuck with ICE. That's on CNN.
So no, but
I thought she was from Colorado.
Right.
I'm sorry, I thought she was from Colorado.
Damn, that article literally said, and again, they trying to make all of this shit right. She drops her kids off and then goes out to fuck with ICE every day. That's what she does.
So and like I said, I'm an educator on the context, so I'm not gonna argue with that. I'm just asking questions. But was that location that we see, her get shot at, was that right outside her dropping her kids off, or was that like miles away from where she dropped her kids off?
I don't think I've seen the details on that exactly. I'd have to actually look at the kid location versus where she was.
Because I agree with y'all. If it's
Kulu, you're breaking up.
Yeah. So
you hear me now?
Sure. Yeah, we get you now.
So if let's say, for example, the daycare or
He's probably getting phone calls. So yeah,
I understand where Kulo's going at, but I would say that even that will be a little bit irrelevant. It's already been reported that she was there all day doing that. The officers know her vehicle, seen her there throughout the whole entire day, antagonizing them, and then the situation occurred.
Damn.
Hey, sorry about that.
Yep.
I had a phone call. But if somebody explained it while I was on a phone call, but yeah, so if it was like a mile or two, or maybe on the way, you know,
So
from her daycare heading back. Yeah.
what it seems like is that even the ICE agents, they know her vehicle and everything. This is something that she does on a day-to-day basis. This is like what Taz is kind of saying, like this is her job at this moment. She goes to wherever they doing the raids at, and she makes sure her presence is felt.
Okay. I mean, yeah. So
Cool. She
okay,
was there by intent, like she wanted to be there.
But couldn't the officer just let her go and then they go track her car down later and arrest her?
No,
you know what I mean?
Okay, so that's the issue I got a problem with though, bro. Like, why are we saying stuff like that? Like, why are we saying
because
no,
if you don't have to shoot somebody, then don't shoot them, you know? Like unless they have a gun pointed at you or like, you know, like a situation like that. I mean, he could have just like jumped out the way.
No,
and they got her plate numbers.
But it sounds like y'all want an action movie as opposed to the reality. You're driving at a police officer. So what y'all saying is police officers better jump out the way like this is John Wick or some action movie. And
well most people don't shoot.
Go chase them down in the snow.
Well, so like if people, like if a car's coming at me, right? I'm not going to pull out my gun and just shoot them because they're about to hit me. I'm going to jump out the way. Like most people are going to jump out the way of a moving vehicle or moving, you know, forklift or whatever. Like they're not going to pull out a gun and just open fire.
And hold on, let me make sure. What Joe Cool is this?
It's me, Sharon, from Sarah's Raging Tomato.
Okay, gotcha.
We talking 2 seconds because sometimes I think this is played out like we talking 15 seconds. We talking about somebody who is backing up and then drives forward. For some reason, people are acting like y'all knew where she was going when that car started going forward. How do you know which direction he can jump to? How do you know which direction he can go when you don't know which way she's finna go?
How you know which way she's gonna go?
No, you're right on that. Like you're right on that. You're right on that. Like you're right on that. But my thing is like
another time, y'all let him finish because I want to bring Joe Cool into the conversation as well.
But based off like normal human reaction, right? Most like unless he already had his gun out and was pointed at her, then I understand completely what you're saying. But most people, if a moving object's coming at them, he did. Okay, then I understand.
I think
but my argument
is that a lot of people do not actually the videos. It's not easy to find the videos of the officer that's in front. Most of the videos that is shown is the two
from behind
on the side instead of what was actually in front of her. And most people think that the person that was on the side shot at her, but it was the actual officer that was in front of the vehicle that shot at her. But go ahead, and I'm bringing Joe Cool right after you guys.
Yeah. Okay, so if it's like that, then I completely agree. No argument here. But my thing was that most people, if a car's coming at them, if an object's coming out them, they're going to jump out the way, like whatever direction that they may jump or feel like, they're going to jump. But if he's in front with the gun, then I definitely see what y'all are saying. But my last point is that if we're okay and justified with this shooting, then every other like police shooting that we've seen, black, white, Ashley Babbitt, and all that is justified as well, right?
Damn.
I mean, but yeah, like so for just right quick, my friend Sam Dubose tried to pull off on the police in 2015. That was it's on video, Sam Dubose, Cincinnati, and this is what happened to him, and it was justified. The officer actually beat the case 2 different times. So yeah, it's justified. Because when people say that, I don't think you understand that we've lived a decade with unjustified shit being justified. So now today it's like, well, you know, all the others they've been justified. Fuck this bitch. Yo,
Let me welcome into the show. Joe Cool, what is your thoughts on this situation? Go ahead, Joe Cool.
Thank you very much. Legally speaking, yes, it's justified. He'll get away, but morally, it is nowhere near justified. I absolutely disagree with you guys. He was in front of the car. She bagged up and turned the wheels as hard as she can and gunned it because some prick was trying to snatch her out the car. He didn't say you're under arrest, you're being detained. She told her to get the F out of the car. She bagged up, turned as hard as she could. Watch the wheels. She tried to turn away from the officer who didn't try to get away. In my opinion, he stood firm because he wanted to kill her. And if you watch, when he took the first shot, he was not in front of the car. And by the third shot, he's feet away from the car. Slow it down.
All right. And allow them to answer in full without no interruption. You want to
Yeah, if I could get a screen share right quick, I won't necessarily play the video. I just want to understand what these people are saying, right? So you're telling me that officer isn't in, because it's 1 second left before she gets shot right here. Just one
Hold on, I'm
second.
zooming in.
She literally just took her foot off the reverse. I mean, she just literally took her foot off the brake in reverse. Now she's going forward. Are you telling me he's not in front of her car with the wheel lined up in front of him? Are you telling me that? It's 1 second left before he shoots. 1 second.
That's a good argument.
If I hit play right now, it's going to be 1 second before he shoots her. So I'm just asking. That is not on the side. That is not anything other than him. He's in front. The wheel's right here. His right leg is right here. He's just put his hand on his gun. I'm gonna push play now. 1 second. Come on, fam. What are y'all talking about? And again, I understand the arguments because this is what y'all being taught. Somebody's telling you to say these things, but the man came from around the other side of the car. He was never in front of the car. She backed up. When she backed up, she put him in front of the car. She did that.
Can I respond? I'm sorry, I had a phone call.
No problem.
If that picture that you just showed, it was not a second before. If you look, the tires are still straight.
I just literally
Excuse me.
We're gonna just.
Yeah, it only take a second. The picture you saw before I left, the wheel was still straight, and the guy was in front of the car. If you played another second, you see her turn it right as hard as she can, and then play the sound and hear the shots, and tell me of all three shots, he's in front of the car. That's a great angle too. You play it through, listen to the shots. You see the first puff of smoke from the side. He's not in front of the car on the first shot. Definitely not the third. Can't even argue that.
This is delusion. Do me a favor, share the screen one more time, please, because I don't know why he just said that. So, bro, like I said, 1 second. Do you see the wheels facing him? Are you saying that the car?
I see the wheel.
Okay.
Right, you see it, right? So I'm gonna push play. 1 second.
Yes. See if the wheel turns. Wait.
See if the wheel turns after you're driving at him.
Wait, pause. Clearly it turned because she made a turn, right? It was straight. Now
there was
turning.
an officer right in front of her vehicle.
But, okay.
When she did the turn. Yeah.
Okay, because this is my argument. Matter of fact, let me slow it down some so you can see my entire argument, because this is crazy. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Now
let him
pause.
Hold on, Joe Cool. Let him go through the way how he see it,
and
then you could address it after he finished.
Thank you.
Okay,
Sure.
so this is what I'm arguing, right? In this moment right here where she's backing up, you can't even see the officer yet. So to say he's in front of the car is bullshit, because you can't even see him yet. He's not in front of the car until now, where she positioned the car in front of him. Now she's going to turn the wheels directly at him. Do you see? They're directly at him, rolling forward as he pulls his gun. He pulls the gun, and now this is in slow speed. This is completely slowed down all the way. Still that quick, she goes forward. He pulls his gun and shoots. What are y'all claiming? You're lying.
Okay. Great. Bag it up. Do it again.
Hold on. I just want to make sure that we're having a conversation. I know it's a charged conversation, but let's attempt to make it a back and forth where we can hear each other's arguments and not just make it a screaming match and we listen to each other. All right. Go ahead, Joko.
I would like if you could bag it up and play it again. I'd like for you to stop it at the first puff of smoke that comes from his gun.
Okay, let me pull it back up. I had took it down. My bad. Let me pull it back up for you.
Thank you.
Good day, Uda. How you doing, sir?
Right. Let me see. I got it on screen now.
Okay. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Okay.
You say you want me to stop it at
first puff of smoke. Look at the
right there.
Right there. Right there.
When he shoots.
Can you see his feet through the feet of the other man?
Yes.
Yeah, he jumped over there. Yeah.
He is not agreed. First shot, he is not in front. Do we agree?
No, because he just jumped over there as she's driving at him.
All right, great. We disagree on that one. Let it roll another second, and it'll be the second shot. And you tell me is he in front of the car on the second shot? Clearly not, right? Third shot is coming.
She's already driving at him, though.
Oh, wait, I'm talking second, third shot. can we agree that he was not in front of the car for the second two? Clearly, can we agree with that?
Yeah, no, he ain't in front of the car no more. No.
All right.
So, real quick, did y'all see the bullet hole of the windshield?
Yes.
Like it was on the left side of the car where the inspection sticker goes, right?
Yeah.
Or the registration.
Yes, in the front windshield.
And that was the first shot.
Yes. That's probably.
So he wasn't directly in front, but on the side, right?
The witness said he leaned over the hood from the side and shot through the window.
But also I want to also let it be known too. It do have video of him getting hit physically by the car. Like the car moved his body.
I think it did.
Thank you. I was just about to say that.
Yeah, the front.
So because it is a video of it in the front, and when Joe Cool is saying that he's on the side, we got to also understand that the car moved him to the side, and he had to position himself off of the car so he don't get ran over for the second time as an ICE agent as well. And this is why I go to saying like this is happening very quickly, even though we slow it down to the slowest speed that we possibly can. The car is what actually moved him to the side of the car. It wasn't that he was able to be Bruce Willis and jump on the side, do a tuck and roll, pull out his gun, and then start shooting at the side. So that's what makes this.
I'll grant you that if that did occur though, and now he's at the side, is this a retaliation shooting now because he's no longer in danger? Granted, he's been hit, but he's no longer in danger.
Absolutely not.
So what I would say to that is that the adrenaline rush, first of all, you're gonna just do what you've been training to do. So maybe 3 shots is what he's trained to do. That's number one. Number two, the first one for sure he might have is a strong possibility that we could say he was in danger being in front of the car with all the conditions that was happening. They knowing her car and she's being aggressive. She's not following commands. We could say that he could have felt in danger. Now to judge the second and third shot, that is a difficult thing to judge in the heat of a moment because we could see it in slow motion. He is not.
Agreed. I understand. That's a good point. Valid point.
So, the second and third shot might have just been, reaction and not even thinking at that moment. After the first shot,
training. That's just
that's training.
Right. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. Right. So
he's a public officer. At the time that she pulled back, she pulled forward with the intent to cause bodily harm. Even if it wasn't to him directly, she could have harmed someone else just as easily. Based on that alone, and because she's driving an SUV in slick conditions at speed, yes, he was fully in his right to bust her down.
Okay.
You said intent. I got one.
Let me just get 2 more people in there, Joe Cool, and we can get right back to the open dialogue.
Okay.
How we've been. I think we've been doing very good and very respectful of everybody's time. So this is awesome. Go ahead, Uda, and then we got KT to go, so we can just get everybody's positions.
Yeah, man. I don't know. As I was watching it from the beginning, I just really watched the video again and again. As I really, really saw it and from other angles, because I was like, nah, the officer's wilding, But when you really look at it, though, that officer was in front of the vehicle, though. He was kind of nudged him. Whether he jumping or he got nudged by the vehicle, because when I heard JD Vance and them saying like, oh, the officer, they just automatically went to be like believing the officer. I'm like, oh, here we go again with this. You know what I'm saying? That's automatically, it's like probably PTSD. But when you see that, she was giving some warnings as well. She did use her vehicle like a weapon in a sense. A person could take it like that. And that one officer had his weapon out in the front of her car. So like this, bro. You can't be playing them type of games and you coming like a battering ram towards them. You know what I mean? So I just think that, it's a sad situation, you know what I mean? But
this is this guy's second time getting hit by a car.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have been out there probably then.
That's an interesting point of view, 100%. KT the GOAT, what is your thoughts?
We're setting bad precedent for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like Joe said earlier, when we do all this crying about black people being unfairly killed, now we just basically saying they justified. The bigger thing is it couldn't be justified because even if y'all want to say, yeah, she used the car to try to move, it hit him, right? He got out the way. Was he hurt?
No, he walked away. He was fine.
No, y'all just
walking away.
That's what I'm saying. And even down to that, I'm saying they said the car is what moved him out the way, right? He wasn't hurt.
Oh, you look. I'll show you right now.
No, we just watched the video. I'm saying everybody done watched the video. The car.
Okay, so KT, instead of
The goal
asking
is to make
questions,
sure he
get,
doesn't
hold on.
get
Instead of
hurt.
asking questions, get to your
Yeah,
to your
please.
premise so we
I
can
mean, it doesn't
understand
seem
your
it doesn't
argument
seem
and we
justified
can
because
take it
even
that way.
if it doesn't seem justified because even if people up here argument is well, she hit him with the car, all right, she hit him with the car, and then he moved to the side and kept moving, and then we talking about oh well, he been hit by a car before. As Joe just said, why the fuck should it be somebody else's fault? Because you've been through a bad situation. And now you having an overreaction because you weren't hurt by the car. You live to sit there and keep shooting at the woman.
Okay.
I just don't get it. Intent shouldn't be no justification for killing somebody.
Wait, what was her intent though? Was her intent to hit him?
You don't
Based
know.
on that
That's
video.
The point.
No,
That's
no,
the
no,
wider point. You
no.
do
Wait a
not
minute.
know.
Okay, hold on.
So
Okay,
when
hold
her
on.
car,
Yeah, we
Hold
still
on.
got one more person, guys.
No, we back to the open dialogue.
My bad.
Oh,
Sorry.
good. I'm sorry. No, you were right. I'm wrong.
Allow the other
So
person
can we
to
deal with
speak
the
both
point
thoughts
though?
out.
That
All right, go ahead.
ICE agents have no duty to retreat. So I understand what y'all saying, like, oh, he should have got out the way, he should have did this, he should have did that. He don't have to. He don't have to jump out the way and do some action figure shit to try to save her from killing him.
We agree that within the law, you can jump in front of the car, you can shoot her in the back of the head, you can get away with a lot. The justification by the law, you rarely get caught.
I just would
So
rather you
I
do
hope
what
we're
I
not
said,
just
though.
talking about law.
Duty to
And I
retreat.
haven't heard anyone put themselves in a woman's point of view.
It's crazy.
We already assumed, I've heard you guys just before I come up say her intent was to hurt, harm, and she was out there to cause trouble. I don't agree with any of that shit.
Okay.
And her family members don't agree with that shit. They say she was firm on being an observer and that she specifically said she was not going to get involved. Even that aside, let's put ourselves in her shoes. She's out there. I don't know if y'all saw her telling them to go past. The first, she's waving with her arm out
She's
the car.
not a
First
traffic
guy
cop.
go. I'm not saying she is, but put herself in her shoes for a second. She waves one guy past. The next two stop, get out, and tell her get the fuck out of the car. Guy standing in front of her car. She's afraid and tries to flee. She's human too. We don't know what she went through yesterday, who tried to rob her. If she's trying to flee because she's afraid, they didn't say you're under arrest. What you did, get out the car. Here's a gun in your face. She was afraid, tried to run. Possibility.
But that's not true. She was detained.
Right.
And
She
when
was
you're
absolutely detained.
when you're
Sorry.
detained, you are supposed to follow whatever lawful a lawful I guess whatever the officers say, right? You're
Can
supposed
I
to follow
ask
it
how you know she was detained?
because she was detained. I'm
They
telling
walked
you.
up and
No,
grabbed
I
her
don't
car
do
door.
trust me, bro.
See,
I
look,
don't
that's
do
what I'm
that.
saying.
I guarantee
Okay, no,
you
no, no.
she
She
was
wasn't
Fine.
detained.
detained.
Everybody, this
Wait,
is why we
okay.
this is why, hold on. This is why we got to be careful with jumping in because then everybody else want to just jump in and get their voice heard over somebody else. Get MJ, finish your thought out.
Okay.
We got MJ, Joe Cool, Goat, KT, Shadow.
So as I
I
said,
got you, Lee.
they have her on video being around basically bullying and saying harmful things to ICE and stuff like that, antagonizing them throughout the whole entire day. She decided to move her car within the area that was going to impede on them on their mission. They at that point told her that she is detained and that she need and that you are going to get arrested or whatever. Not she got scared. Now she wants to pull out. But in that situation, you're not following lawful orders at that time. You don't just be like, okay, I'm gonna start a ruckus, and then now when they want to put hands on you and tell you, okay, well, this is what's gonna happen if you've been causing us a ruckus all day. Now you're like, no, I'm out. I'm a dip. And it's unfortunate that she used her vehicle to try to dip. At that time, if the police officer is in the line of the vehicle and you're moving when they're telling you to get out the car, which means that your foot shouldn't be on the gas, which means that the car should be in park, they're going to take it as, okay, you're trying to harm them.
Okay, just two things. I'll make it quick. The first thing I noticed is you said she's been out there causing ruckus. I don't know what that is. Saying harmful things. No words can be harmful. So it tells me your mind state. And the second thing you said is that they said that the intent thing, she's detained again. Still, they can tell her, get out the car. Listen, this is the law. If they tell me on the street, stop, I don't have to. If they don't say you're being detained or under arrest, I can legally walk away. I assume the same refers to driving. If they didn't give her instructions, she can drive off.
Okay. Go ahead, GOAT. And then we got KT the GOAT.
Yeah, like I say again, I mean, I understand everybody's heartstrings are being pulled here. I mean, I know a lot of black men have a problem laughing at, pointing at, or just saying "fuck that white woman." So that's really the issue for real. Like a lot of these niggas, they have a predisposition to a white woman anyway. So, like I said before, though, which wasn't dealt with, an ICE officer does not have the duty to reach. He don't have to run. He don't have to move. He don't have to get scared. He has to defend his life and everyone else is around. So if a car is driving at him, I'm asking, it's 1 second left before he has to pull the trigger, a car driving at you. Are you telling me because you wanted him to retreat, he has to? Because based on his training, based on the DHS manual, he does not have to move. If you are driving at him, he can shoot you through the windshield.
I think we all agree on that. I don't think anyone's disputing that a cop can kill you if you fart in his direction.
That's not we not. So you changing what I'm saying.
I'm agreeing with what you're saying.
No, because I'm not talking about farting at anybody.
You're talking about can he get away with murder or can he shoot her and kill her?
Can
Does
he
have to
protect his
run?
own life?
Yes,
Can he
can
protect
do
his
that.
own life?
He can't, and he will be a hero who protected 8 ICE agents in the end from certain death. I guarantee you he'll be promoted.
Damn. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, KT the GOAT, and we got Shadow right after.
Yeah, so causing a ruckus, and this disappointed the heck out of me, MJ, because I know you know the law of all people. That is not a misdemeanor or felony. Talking about you can get out here and call the police, tell the police suck my dick all day. It's not a charge.
I do it all the time.
Yeah, you can. That is not against the law. So saying that they were calling them names, that's no reason. The second thing
Prove it by
is
doing it on video.
It is.
All right, but here's the thing. Wait. Hold on. Here's the thing. Me saying that she caused a ruckus or was saying, mean words or something like that. Whoever said that was a felony? Did I say that?
I'm saying because you said it as if that was justification for them to even walk
it
up and
wasn't
be like, you're under
justification.
arrest.
That's what you wanted to hear.
No,
that's
next
what
thing
you wanted to
literally-
hear.
MJ,
I'm just saying that she was there antagonizing them
The
the
next
whole
thing you added
entire
after
time.
that was that
Then
they were
she
saying
started
they were
to
arresting
actually
and detaining her
proceed
for that,
to
correct?
mess. No, you're not listening. You only hearing what you want to hear. She was bothering them the whole entire time. That means if that was the case, if they said that they have her on camera, on record, doing it all day, if he really wanted, because according to somebody, I forgot who was on the panel who said it, if he really wanted to just unalive this woman, they could have did that all day.
You can't kill a person for talking.
That's what I'm saying. You don't make no sense.
You're not
making sense,
listening.
MJ.
Stop talking for a second and listen.
I mean, say something that makes sense.
Okay.
You're not listening. That's why you don't understand what I'm saying. You're dumb.
Relax.
Okay, go ahead, guys.
All right. So, like I said, if you have people on the panel saying that they wanted to do it, he wanted to do it. That's what he was wanting to do. He was just waiting on it. He was just waiting for the move. Then, like I said, he could have done that all day. The reason why it escalated to this situation is because how her vehicle, how it was blocking what they were trying to do. When they went up to the car, they told her to get the fuck out the car, all that stuff. You hear it, you can hear it on the video and everything like that. She was not following lawful orders. Then when they were trying to actually reach in and remove her, she decided that she wanted to leave the scene now. And then in that way, she put her car she kind of used her car as a weapon at this point because she was trying to push through them. Now, I find it funny that these be the same motherfuckers online who be quick to talk about, oh, somebody do this to me and somebody do that to me, I'm going to do A, B, C, and D. But you don't think that the officer has the right, if he feels that he's threatened and he's being threatened, or you're going to use his car to smash him, he has to be the fucking take his human feelings away and be like, no, she's not trying to hit me. Let me go get my foot ran right over, and everything's gonna be fine.
You don't went on the tangent.
It's okay. You have your chance.
Just straight goofy.
All right. So I think
clarity.
Hold on. Before you get your clarity, Joe, we're gonna allow KT to, because he was interrupted. We're gonna get KT. Joe, you're gonna get a chance to ask a clarifying question. And Shadow, don't worry, I got you. It's gonna be one of the difficult ones, and I appreciate everybody for holding it down. Thank you so much. This is not gonna be an easy conversation. Go ahead, KT.
For sure. Now, no offense, please let me finish this. I know you might want to hop in, MJ, but even this tangent you went on, you talking about how people are nobody that's in, well, I guess quote unquote defending the woman, me or Joe. Nobody said like she got reason or anything of that nature. Y'all seem to have these thoughts where y'all place people in the boxes of what y'all hearing with other people. All we saying is you tried to point that out as if that gave them legal justification to say, hey, you're under arrest and detained because she was annoying them. That doesn't make sense. The second thing is, like I said, we see the car, we're saying the car hit him. He wasn't hurt from the car hitting him. She didn't even move that car fast enough to get any to harm anyone. I'm not saying you can't harm somebody at 5 miles per hour, but she literally didn't put enough force in this. I just find it weird that we'll find a way to justify why they can do this, because they may not have to retreat, but as any officer, they are taught to de-escalate. This was not de-escalation. This was escalation. When you walk up to somebody's car, say they're under arrest, you don't have a reason to arrest them, even if you want to. And they didn't say she was detained. They said she was arrested. That's what I heard. That's a whole different thing. She had no reason to be under arrest, and this isn't justified, in my opinion.
Okay,
Mike,
go ahead, Joe Cool, with your clarifying question.
It was in the direction of, and I'm gonna need a response from you, maybe KT, of what you had said initially. You all of what you said was based on the fact that she had been harassing him all day, and he could have done something to her all day. Therefore, the other thing applies. Can you clarify what could he have possibly done to her all day? Anything? We know. I assume we know. You said kill. I assume you didn't mean that. Do you mean he could have locked her up? Could he have touched her at all? What could he have done?
According to you, didn't you come on the panel and said that that officer meant to unalive her? Yes or no?
I was talking about before that, please.
No, I'm going on the reference of that. When you said that statement, when you first came on there, that's why I said, if they're saying that they have seen her all day, going back and forth, trying to impede on whatever mission that they have today and stuff like that, they could have done that earlier. They didn't. There was something specifically different in this situation when it happened with the vehicle.
Earlier is what I'm asking for clarity. Are you saying they could have shot her for talking earlier? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I said that they could have tried to detain her. They could have tried to arrest her.
All right, that's
I don't know why you try to jump to, they could have shot her before, but that's because you
literally said that. I wasn't trying to jump. You literally said that about 4 times. That's why I asked for clarity.
One at a time.
You just meant detain. I'm with you. Somebody else can go.
Okay, so I believe we are so this way Josh can
Shadow. Yep, let's get it.
Okay,
so
we got Josh, we got hold on.
Sorry.
Yes, we got Josh, we got Unlikely, and we got AR. So this way everybody can get their voice in. We got over 170 people in the building. We only got 38 likes. That is ridiculous. Please hit the like, hit the share, and if you have $1, you can send that as well. Appreciate y'all. Go ahead, Shadow.
So first and foremost, what qualifies as detainment is set up by Terry. She was literally in a Terry stop. She wasn't. They told her, "Hey, you are being detained," and 3 officers walked up to her. She refused a direct order to get out of the vehicle. Again, she was violating the law by intentionally impeding traffic and officer duty. So let's stop all this BS about we don't know what she was doing. Looking at the video, she was parked across the street in order to stop impeding traffic. So let's stop all this bullshit about trying to justify what she's doing. Her wife got on TV saying that this is what she does. So y'all are making a bullshit for her for no dumbass reason. So let's go into some real shit now. Since she was legally detained and they legally told her to get the fuck out the vehicle, guess what she should have done? Oh, well, she was afraid. You know what she should have been afraid of? Blocking fucking traffic. Nah, but we're going to ignore that too because it's a white woman, right? Nah, so let's keep going. Let's keep talking about the fucking legal merits of it. Bet. So she's now at gunpoint. Hey, you are being detained. Get the fuck out of the vehicle. No, I'm not going to because my name's Karen. Bet. She pulls back. I don't give a fuck who you are. I bet. First of all, notice they didn't take the shot at her as she was going backwards. It's when she started going forward The officer was at center mass of a fucking SUV. I don't give a fuck if you're going 7. It will drag your ass. Quit playing. And it was snowing, so the conditions were even worse for that. Stop making dumbass excuses for dumbass conduct.
Okay.
All right, we got 180 in the building. Hit the like. We got unlikely,
Thank
and then
you,
we got a
Josh.
random, and then we got a random independent. Go ahead.
Yeah. What's going on, everybody? I hope everybody having a great day. We made it to Friday. Blessing. Good morning. I
Blessing.
just gotta say, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. If you are an American trying to stop ICE from getting people that are not Americans out of your country, you are committing treason. Um, Another thing that MJ said, and I put because I did a video on this, is that I said because there's like an interview of a guy that watched it, right? And at the end, he says all this stuff, and at the end, he says the cop should have never shot the woman. And then I'm thinking, but like MJ said, if that was you, and that white woman was about to hit you, we know how black people are. Y'all racist as hell towards white people. He would have shot her. He would have shot her. He would have loved to have shot her. But since it's a cop, and it seems like, and this ain't all black men, but it's a version of black men like the KTs who like to play victim. They will always go to the victim trope, right? And that's what it seems like is happening. But in reality, anybody that has a gun, all the gun toters would have shot her for doing that. And if you're detained, you're supposed to stop. And again, like I said in the beginning, if you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. That's just the end of it. I mean, for anybody to be sitting here going against it, Sharon need to just play that you a victim thing again and again and again at y'all, because y'all will do the same thing. The only reason that y'all are defending her is because y'all want to be the ones fighting with the police. Y'all want to be the ones breaking the law. Y'all want to be the ones getting away with shit. And Leo, we sick of y'all. We are fatigued by your type of mentality. We're fatigued by her mentality. Look what she done did. She done created an uproar all around the country because of her stupidity. She could have just went home, but she didn't. She
I
didn't
want to
go
get in
home.
that queue, Sharon. I want to get in that queue.
I got you.
She could have.
Please me
Oh,
also.
you know, I'll land it there. All I'm saying is play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I don't want to hold it up to them.
I got a random independent. Good day. Welcome into the show. What's your thoughts?
Hey, good morning. I'm pretty much aligned with, I didn't hear Udo, or Kulu, but Shadow, Unlikely, MJ, I think Taz as well. It's pretty, I don't know, me and my girl, we obviously, she likes watching some of the stuff with like police interactions and stuff because she likes the 4th and 5th. And so we watch a lot of like dash cam videos, and KT and MJ sound exactly like a lot of airport videos too. There's a lot of airport freakouts, and KT and Joe sound just like them. They're so entitled. They feel like they should be able to do anything that they want, and a cop should never be able to put their hands on them. And it's just weird to me. This lady, I don't see how anybody thinks a mother of 3 should be spending her day harassing cops and then blocking them from executing their duties, and then defend her when she hits one and gets shot for it and dies. It's very weird to me. But hey, people are entitled. This was something that hasn't been, well, 2 things. One, there was a report that came out that he had recently, as in the last 6 months, got hit by a car and dragged 300 feet. So that's something to also potentially, he's in his headspace. And 2, there was a case that came out, a ruling that came out a couple of weeks, or that I saw a couple of weeks ago. And I think it was in like Oregon or somewhere. And it had to do with federal immunity. And essentially, from what I remember, it was basically like the case was a federal agent was doing a sting or some part of some drug operation. He ran a stop sign going like 17 miles an hour, hit a biker, killed them, and X, Y, and Z. They ended up going to court, or the federal judge tossed it out because, one, he was in the process of fulfilling a federal job or whatever, and 2, he reasonably believed that if he hadn't caught up to the rest of his crew, that the operation would have been exposed. And so when I look at that and I see a cop somehow being able to just run someone over and by running a stop sign at 17 miles an hour and getting off, I don't see how this dude's not going to get off when he actually had a reasonable, in my opinion, a reasonable perspective, from his perspective, a reasonable threat. SUV is not a light vehicle. I would like anybody here to go stand in front of an SUV and let someone roar their engine at them and see how they react. Because when you're right in front of an SUV or any vehicle, you don't know whether there's someone who's accelerating at 5 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour, or 60. All you hear is that 1 to 2. That's all you hear. You hear redlining. That's all you hear. So you don't know what speed they're accelerating or anything. And you touched on it. I was able to listen to a little bit earlier that everybody is, 20/20 hindsight vision, sitting from the safety of their couch, armchairing. Quarterbacking from the safety of their home. And so, how many of these people that are talking really were officers, were any type of frontline environment where they had to make split-second decisions and have been in front of a vehicle accelerating at any speed, let alone one where they didn't know the occupant behind it, but know that it seems that the occupant is willing to run you over to get away, not necessarily wanting to run you over, but doesn't care about your life as they try to flee the scene. Because that's really what it's about. I don't think that she had in her head, I'm going to try to run over ICE agents today.
Thank you for that.
But at the end of the day, she didn't care whether she ran over ICE agent to get away. And we see that because ICE agent was in front of her and she hit the ICE agent with her vehicle to get away. He jumped out of the way. So, it's kind of crazy, but it is what it is. We're always going to have these entitled bums. Joe Cool is a notorious police hater. Anything that he's going to go against. So it is what it is.
I was going to say that. I should say that. People try to put you in boxes. I think I'm about to put myself in a box. Who don't know, I do be out there filming the cops a lot. I've been doing it for many years, all across the country, steadily. And I yell at them. I give them a hard time. But also that means I know the law and I'm a good guy. I don't break the law. I don't even jaywalk. Squared up as hell. So I don't want anyone to get hurt.
Ain't that a problem? Why don't you go park your car in the middle of the road and stop traffic? How about you go out, impede traffic, record yourself doing it, then when they pull up, try to pull off? I don't believe y'all when y'all actually do that. I believe you when you do it.
Now you're putting me in a box. There are laws.
No, I'm not. I'm putting you in the situation she put herself in, and I'm saying y'all know better. Y'all know better than to do what she did.
Not y'all, because I told you I take a lot of risks. But I do know what the cops are legally allowed to do. And what they are allowed to do is use words first. You don't go up to a person and try to snatch him out the car. You use your fucking words first. And what can they do to her legally is say, ma'am, get out the car, you're under arrest or you're being detained, you broke the law or whatever. If she doesn't do that, then they say the next thing verbally. That's what I would have liked to see.
Is there a difference between the federal regulation, like what a federal agent has to do and what a state? Okay, so can you tell us the difference when it comes to interaction with a civilian and this type of instance? What is the difference between what a state officer could have done and the federal agent could have done?
Yes, the federal agent has no business pulling her out of the car if it's traffic infractions and stuff like that, which is what they were saying it is. He has no ticket book. He doesn't even know the laws regarding what he's supposed to do and all of that type of stuff.
What about obstruction of a federal duty? Since we're going to be specific.
Can y'all let bro finish?
Yo, this victim stuff is so annoying, man. Because somebody else talk. I'm sick of hearing this guy. Bro. You a traitor to your country, bro.
What's annoying is how y'all keep saying, like, come on, bro.
I know it's a charge thing.
Let me finish.
Bro, you're done talking, bro. You're done talking, bro. You're a traitor, bro. We get you, bro. You're a traitor.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me run the show, please, because this is a charge argument. And so we have to be patient, and we're going to have times where we get a little excited. It's okay.
That's just what he's saying. It's so stupid.
I'm gonna just ask.
Let me finish. I got that.
You finished already. We get your point.
I have y'all. Give me a second. I got y'all. Everybody's gonna get a chance to speak. I promise y'all. I just got one question. If anybody can, if anybody is like too busy, if you could drop, I want to bring up somebody. I want to bring a law enforcement up.
I'll drop after I speak.
It's okay, Joe. Somebody already.
You just spoke.
Okay.
No, you guys asked me questions. I didn't say what I wanted to say yet.
Let me run my show, y'all. I got it. I don't need help. Thank y'all. Joku, you okay? Somebody dropped on their own. You good. Get Joku, finish your thought.
All right.
We're gonna bring AR into it. I believe Goat wants something to say about it, and we also gonna bring Uda. We're gonna bring Uda. He's been patiently waiting as well.
I was gonna say
Joe.
I'm a cop watcher, so yes, I think I am have my own ways. I got to admit that because I
He's
hear the
repeating
words you
himself.
guys say, harassing and haranguing and all of that stuff. So I can tell that you have your views. I think what this simply boils down to is the people who think that those immigrants should not be here see it one way, and the people who think that they have a right to be here see it the other. I think it's that simple.
Okay.
So,
Lee, we got you, Lee. All right, so we're gonna go. This is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna go y'all, KT, go, and then I'm gonna bring up somebody that has been and have experience in law enforcement. We're gonna go like that. Go ahead.
Joe, you said that federal agents have no business apparently conducting traffic stops, and I was just wondering if DEA agents are federal agents.
If DA agents?
DEA, yeah.
Oh, DEA, yeah, they're feds, yeah.
Okay, do they conduct traffic stops?
Even ICE do, and all of them do.
Okay, so what do you mean by they have no business? Are you saying that by an act by Congress, they have no legal right to conduct traffic stops? Or your opinion, they shouldn't be conducting traffic stops?
No, regular traffic stop, pull a motherfucker over, running a stop sign. They don't do that, but there are incidents where they will have to perform a traffic stop in their duties.
So federal agents can, in their duties, conduct a traffic stop.
I think they all probably have at some time. They will all have, damn near.
They have the authority. They have the legal authority to conduct a traffic stop. Correct.
I agree. Yeah.
They do it every day.
So if a federal agent is trying to drive down the street and someone is impeding their traffic, they are allowed to tell the vehicle to move, and if they don't move, allowed to tell them to get out the vehicle. Correct.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead. We're gonna get KT because I know he's on the opposite side. So we're gonna go KT, GOAT, and then Uda. I'm gonna bring up we're gonna bring up somebody that have experience in law enforcement after that.
And I just gotta point out, I feel like it's why are we called traitors if we're saying like let's stand up? We don't need, like, not saying that a lot of y'all arguments, I get what y'all saying. How y'all say I be up here and need to be literal. That's what y'all try to do, to be like, all right, well, this loophole is acceptable. We really talking about how they should be addressing us as people. I don't care about no fucking white woman. My thing is, if they gonna violate people, that mean they can violate us. And I just don't understand why people up here acting like this is justified because they said so, when we know, like, come on, bro. You could say I'm in fear. I could tell you right now I'm in fear for my life and just shoot you. But because I'm not a cop, y'all gonna be like, bro, you dumb as fuck. Why you think you'll get away with that? This same situation with a regular person, I think nobody would be saying like, hell nah, that motherfucker should have just did that. She shouldn't have been trying to do that. Like, this don't make sense to me, because it seems like we're leaving out the morality in things and saying like we follow we follow the leader, just follow what they telling us or nothing. I'm gonna just leave it at that though. This is scary to me.
Right, please do. Let me get it again. Let me get back on here, fam.
So no, it's GOAT, then Uda, and then I'm gonna bring up
some more shit. Again, so like we being too nice right now. So let me say it in a fucked up way. If you want to get your stupid ass out in traffic and play white women games and interfere with the police, you might get shot. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like black folks or even white folks or nobody should interfere in no federal investigation. And again, when you're making it seem like this was a traffic stop. It's not. They didn't pull her over, and people pretend like ICE don't have that ability to. I would suggest you go look up some of the history of ICE. They pull people over every day. They find illegals. Nobody talks about them pulling the car over. They pull people over every single day. This is not a traffic stop. This is a law enforcement officer moving about, and then you see someone breaking the law. If you think law enforcement can't deal with you because you're blocking the road, you sound crazy. That's a federal officer. That's a university cop. Any level of law enforcement, they can deal with you blocking the road. They'll just detain you and hold you till the police come. So again, we're acting like somebody else's. None of you are willing to do what she did. None of you. So why are you co-signing it if you ain't willing to do it? It's crazy to me.
Mother of three, by the way.
Go ahead, Uda. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, man. I agree with a lot of y'all sentiments, you know what I mean? With the whole situation, you know what I mean? She could have probably just stop the car, whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? A lot of that was in her control, we would say. You know what I mean? Some of it was out of her control, maybe, possibly. But when we listen to the story, you know what I mean, the whole thing, you know what I mean, was she harassing cops all day and the ICE agents all day, right? Because her ex-husband says that he doesn't know her forever being a part of protests at all. And those things are not confirmed, right? Those things came out from Christy Noem, the same woman that leaked the ICE agents' information, right? So sometime in the same way in a situation when things happen, oh, nah, I mean, they come gonna hit a person up. They talking about, yo, he was in the store. He was a thief at a time. He stole candy and all types of stuff. They try to go down the line. So I don't know. Is it one of those stories? Because if she was talking to ICE agents, was that the reason of the interaction of why they were speaking to her? Was this person and these specific agents, was these the agents that she was around at all? You know what I'm saying? So we don't know. They could be conflating stories, right? We don't know no real proof that she was really, really ever a part of no protest like that. There's not even a social media trail to say that she's a part of that. So usually they will be able to grab social media feeds. These is the big boys, right? They don't even have social media feeds, bro. Come on, we watch them do it to people in the hood every day, bro. Yo, bro, the man lived a good life, probably stole from a store. Soon as they hit him up, they say, yo, man, he was a thief. He did steal one time from CVS. So, you know, they try to start to conflate and muddy the water. So I don't know if that's the case, but I'm just trying to keep an open mind. But I still think that when she was given the lawful orders, this is times when you got to think about your 3 kids. You got to think about some things, but she could have been scared. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know. You know what I mean?
Okay. I like it.
But
Welcome to the show, Brownsville, New York. Good day, sir. How you doing today?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear?
Good. You're good.
I can hear you well. I got it, y'all. Thank y'all. Let them talk.
Yeah, man. Peace and love to the kings and queens. I don't really have a lot of time, so I'm gonna keep it short and brief. First of all, I want to say rest in peace to the young lady who lost her life. It's unfortunate loss of life, and my condolences to her family, her children, and those who loved her. That needs to be the first thing that we say before we speak on this incident. The offense that she was committing when the officers approached her vehicle was obstruction of justice, right? So when you see the video of the officers approaching her vehicle, they had the legal authority to effect an arrest at that time for obstruction of justice because she committed that offense in their plain view. Now, I think a lot of people are jumping a gun and coming to premature conclusions based upon that bystander video from the opposite side or back side of the vehicle. The video that we need to pay attention to, the video that's going to be utilized by the FBI in a grand jury hearing by the federal prosecutor, is going to be the body cam video footage, right? Because the body cam footage is going to show us and tell us a lot of things, right? Number one, most important, it's going to tell us the officer's exact position proximate to her putting the vehicle in drive and attempting to drive the vehicle, right? So that's going to be very, very important to see exactly where he was standing when she tried to, conduct that action. It's also going to show us her body language. Did she say anything? What did she say? It's going to give us a little bit about what her mindset was at that time. And then also we'll understand the officer's mindset, what verbal commands was given, so on and so forth. So the video that a lot of people are analyzing and jumping the gun, coming to conclusions, is not going to be the video that's ultimately going to be used to determine if the officer was justified or not, right? And we also got to understand certain facts, right? Number one, statistically, in about 97% of the cases that involve officer involved shootings that go to the grand jury, they're come back with no bills. What that means is the officer does not get indicted and charged with any crimes, right? It's 97% of cases. Now, that's without presidential influence, right? In this case, we know we have presidential influence. So I think the likelihood of the officer being indicted is probably really, really close to 0%. Now, I heard people talk about, you know, should he have jumped out of the way and things of that nature? Well, I believe if it were me, I would have done everything necessary to try to get out of the way, to try to not use deadly force, things of that nature. But everybody's not me, right? And I think the important lesson that needs to be learned in this situation is teach your loved ones that, well, number one, they shouldn't be out there trying to obstruct the justice of federal officers, state officers, city officers, et cetera, et cetera. If you want to be a bystander and record, and you want to make sure that they're conducting their business with decency and order, then you can do that. But don't interfere with the investigation. Don't try to impede them from doing their job. Don't put yourself in that type of harm's way, because ultimately you're at a significant disadvantage when you do that, right? In this situation, we should be teaching our children, teaching the young people, hey, comply with the officer's verbal commands, because had she done that, the chances of her being alive to tell her story jump significantly higher, right? If she would have just put the vehicle in park, if she would have just exited the vehicle, and if she would have just complied with all the commands, I think she would still be here. And I think the majority of the panel would probably agree, right? So that's really what we should be teaching people, and the advice that we should be giving when it comes to this situation. It's unfortunate, but I believe that a reasonable person, right, who is sitting in that grand jury, they're going to look at the body cam footage. They're going to consider all of the elements of the offense. They're going to consider the fact that she was already committing a crime prior to them approaching her. And they're going to come to the conclusion that if they were in that officer's position, they probably would have did the exact same thing. And that's why I implore everybody to really get a good understanding of your state penal code, local traffic law, and things of that nature, so you can understand what happens when this process plays out. Don't throw away your jury duty notices and don't show up for jury duty, right? You need to show up. You need to be a part of the system so that you can understand how it works and operates. And that's all I have on the matter, man. Peace and love to y'all.
Thank you. Appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir. Peace and love.
Thank you, Bronzeville.
Who that typing away?
Oh my bad.
All right, so that's good. We got down to some comments. We got 180 in the building.
Right
We
quick,
still don't
right
got
quick.
100
I
likes.
didn't hear if he said if it was justified though. What
Okay.
was his, what's your opinion on if it's justified or not, Brownsville?
Absolutely. I believe I said that they're gonna. I mean, it's not up for me to determine if it was justified or not. What I did say is the video that everybody's using to determine justification is not the correct video, right? What's gonna be used ultimately is the body cam footage of that particular officer and also the other responding officers, because they got to get a complete picture. They got to get what the officer's mindset was. They got to get the verbal commands that was given, and they got to try to determine the mindset of the young lady. What was her body language? What was she saying? What was she doing at the time to determine intent? But ultimately, because she was obstructing justice at the time of this incident and she was not complying with the commands of the officers, that's going to be given heavy weight to determine if she would, use the vehicle to commit bodily harm, right? Now, the Department of Homeland Security protocol is somebody else speaking?
Nah, they was talking
He
to
was talking
somebody
to
else.
somebody else though.
The Department of Homeland Security protocol is to not shoot at a moving vehicle unless you're in imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be determined by his body cam footage, which will show his exact position
But we unclear.
proximate
But
to
we
her
unclear if he had
moving the
one
vehicle.
though, Brownsville. It's not clear that he was wearing one though. Because you keep saying it, and I just want to be clear though that it's not even clear that he was wearing one. They haven't said that he was.
He's required though. And
not ICE. No. They just started wearing body cams last year, so they don't even have enough yet. So everybody doesn't wear one. They're not required yet because it's too many of them. And they
I'm
have
telling
enough
you,
body cams.
I'm telling you from experience, from knowledge, that they are required. If they're out there performing the duties, they are required to wear body cameras.
I've been filming a lot of them, and a lot of them don't have them.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I know I do this shit as
you're
content,
not
so I
aware.
know, but
You're not aware that they have them. But I'm telling you
It's
that
come up in court cases.
they do, and the ones who don't have them, they're in violation of Department of Homeland Security policy.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right, bro.
I'm not even sure that it's going to go to a grand jury because we still have to get past the federal immunity situation.
Well, see, that's where you're incorrect, right? All officer involved shootings go through the grand jury process. So the first step is the FBI, because this is a federal officer. The FBI is going to investigate, right? Then the FBI is going to submit their findings to a federal prosecutor, right? And then that federal prosecutor is going to convene a grand jury, right? Who's going to determine if it's a justified shooting or not, right? They do that to protect the officer, to protect the agency, because if they don't do that, then they're putting themselves in jeopardy of federal lawsuits, right? So that's why all officer-involved shootings go through the grand jury process. You may not be aware of it because it's going to take months. Some even take years, but it's going to go through that process. And 97% of cases come back no bill, right? So I believe in this case, because we also have federal presidential influence, that it's going to be probably about 99 to 100% that he's going to be found to be justified, and the grand jury is going to return a no bill.
And I
So I don't.
Also, let me I just want to clear it up. It says, yes, ICE policy requires the use of body cameras for enforcement activities.
Look up Gregory Bovino and see if he had the people's wearing theirs and whether the judge told him he must wear.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't have enough.
For the federal immunity, that can be true for state crimes. I'm not sure if shootings versus, often someone in a different means, i.e., running them over with your vehicle, goes under a different regulation. But as far as I'm aware, federal crime or these types of things go through a federal judge first to determine whether there's federal immunity or not. And they determine whether the cop, nobody is in dispute about whether the cop was on duty at the time enacting their, trying to do their job. So we all know that there was a federal agent working as a federal agent. And then the second half would be whether the federal judge believes that they were reasonable. And if they do, then you get to the part where it goes into the trial. But as far as I'm aware, it hits a federal judge first. The federal judge decides whether the cop had a reasonable belief or X, Y, and Z to do what they did, and then it'll get passed along after that. That's as far as I'm aware from the process. So
I don't think there's any, or this very, I agree with Brownsville, very little chance that this guy goes to jail. One thing you said, Brownsville, and I think this can be overcome too, but you said law requires he must be in imminent danger. We know that if he doesn't shoot, everything's fine. He walks away. So was he in imminent danger? Because we know the outcome. It turns out he wasn't. He walked away.
I think it's just weird that people saying they're going to investigate themselves, and we think they're going to do the right thing. We know police investigate themselves and find no wrongdoing every day. I think it's weirder that people are just like, because that's what they do, y'all shouldn't do nothing about it. Like, we just need to chill and teach our children to stay away from that. This is real life broke mentalities. I don't understand what's going on here. Y'all think this is like progression.
It's more believable. But no, seriously though, it's more believable if you go out there right now, block traffic, and record what they do to you. That's what's gonna make it believable. I'm not sitting here telling nobody nothing that I wouldn't do. That's why I'm telling. If what you saying is real, take your stupid ass out there and block traffic, and when they come and walk up to your car,
but this don't matter, because listen, even if I did it 50,000 times, look, even if I do it 50,000 times, your dumb ass still gonna be like, shit, one day the nigga gonna get shot, and that's what his dumb black ass get. Cause y'all niggas scared, bro. Y'all niggas is so scared. Every time we get up there, all I hear y'all talking about is why the government's right. No matter what, I've watched this for 7 days in a row now.
All of that, bro. Like, I'm telling you,
it's crazy.
That's what would, because I'm only trying to make you understand that that's what would make what you're saying believable. I'm not going to be, if you go do it and show me that you can get away with it, it's lawful for you to pull off on the police when they walking up to your car, then I say, damn, bro, you know what? He was right. I'm saying you're not going to do it because you know it ain't right. You know what's going to happen to you.
No, nobody's arguing if it's lawful. We even if you want to argue if it's lawful, getting shot because something ain't lawful.
Yeah, that's how it starts.
That's what we talking about. The woman got shot. Okay, y'all saying no, he was in imminent danger, but the first shot he was beside her car.
No, he wasn't. What are you talking
about? He was beside her car.
Yeah, that's y'all argument.
This is crazy, bro. Y'all niggas, all I keep hearing is concessions and why they be right days over and in, bro. Every day I done heard y'all explain why they do some fucked up shit and why shit, nigga, it's all right. Matter of fact, we need to be listening. And y'all got the audacity to be trying to say I'm stupid or it's say niggas is scared or I'm a not even you. I'm saying unlikely just talking about how like me and niggas like Joe are victim. Like y'all see us as victim or victim mentalities. And y'all saying shit like this. I know why we can't change and make any real progression, because look at niggas, everyone's so pussy. Like, I'm sorry, bro. Nobody really, fuck it. Go ahead.
I think it's really crazy that we're literally having a discussion of someone breaking the law. Like, this is not a situation where someone was doing nothing and they got harmed. This is someone who was breaking the law. And you're advocating that they should have the right to break the fucking law. Why are you in society then? If you don't want to be bound by laws. If it's supposed to be a free-for-all and do whatever the hell you want to do.
I could piss on your foot. That's probably against the law. That don't mean you got the right to kill me.
Why, MJ? Why is all these people?
Oh my God! You know,
but wait,
nobody arguing about the legalities. That's what y'all arguing about. We talking about how it's something handled if it's illegal.
But I need you to understand something though, because this is what y'all not acknowledging. There's an escalation. There's an escalation.
They don't want to talk about it, Taz. They don't want to talk about that.
Just right quick, AR. Just right quick. If you piss on her foot and then run from the police, you've escalated this, and we don't know how that situation is going to turn out. But you making it seem like everything stops with pissing on her foot. No, you open up the door to other shit happening when you take off running.
No, y'all skipping. I'm saying, again, nobody's arguing the legalities. I'm talking about a woman died.
Okay, hold on.
If I piss on your foot, we got to start saying somewhere. These are if your job is to handle high pressure situations and you're gonna be scared, why are we allowing that? Why are we okay with that?
Okay, so KT, so in your eyes, when is it okay for a police officer to fire at a criminal situation?
Man, if somebody, if it's actually physical, like if somebody physically putting you in harm, that's understandable. I'm really not mad at that. But when we get into something like if the man, even how we saying the car hit the man, right?
Slow down. So you don't believe somebody driving a car at you is a physical act?
No, because even when we saying that he got hit by the car, he wasn't hurt after he got hit by the car.
So hold on. So
he was so close to the car.
Okay.
So because he wasn't hurt, it's okay that she was able to almost attempt to hit him by the car?
No, she didn't. She didn't attempt. She did it.
We talking about kill her for it.
Okay, hold on.
You okay and good after you got hit by the car. Now she gotta die.
Okay, so KT, so let me I want to understand the logic. So just answer the question if you can, without getting too emotionally charged. If the person have a knife and they attempt to stab an officer, but it hits the bulletproof vest, that officer did not get hurt. Do you think that officer has the right to take that person's life?
Hit him in the bulletproof. You say if he stabbed him and hit him in the bulletproof vest?
Correct.
Nah.
Now what?
What?
Nah, like we talk to you. That's what you got to taser for.
I just want to have an understanding of the logic. It's okay. Now what?
Nah, you shouldn't. Why are you gonna kill him?
So someone shoots at you and misses the cop, and
now kill that motherfucker.
No, but they missed the cop. The cop wasn't harmed.
Yeah, no, you got a gun. We're aiming guns. Like a knife versus a bulletproof vest is two different things. A bulletproof vest is there because I can stop bullets. A knife is going to be broke on your vest.
Sir, she was aiming a 2-ton vehicle at him.
That hit him and he's still good, right? Ain't no reports came out about no leg, no foot, no toe, no. Ain't no luckily. It was already happening.
Have you ever seen anybody get run over by a slow-moving vehicle?
Yeah, that's happened before.
They don't always walk away, do they?
Yeah, but he did, right? Before he started shooting. So that's what I'm saying. If we talking about what? Are y'all are we here together or not?
KP's the type of person. KP's the type of person, if he figures like if he slaps you, you don't have the right to punch him.
What are you talking
about? No, but
I
think
this is 5 days in a row, by the way. 5 days in a row.
Am I coming through?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay. And I'm gonna bring you in right now, Angry Snowman. Go ahead, Brownsville.
So I think KT and I don't know, maybe he's just not aware of the policies when it comes to federal officers, state officers, local officers. They have what's called the use of force continuum, right? And what that says is I can go one above whatever you're trying to do. So if you're trying to hit me with your fist, I can pull out my taser. If you pull out a knife, I can pull out my service weapon. And if you pull out a knife, I don't have to wait for you to stab me, right? All you have to do is take a lunging action or something that is telling me that's what you're trying to do.
Correct.
And then I can put you down, right?
Exactly.
So when it comes to officers, right, they're not regular people in the line of duty, right? That's one thing you got to understand. So that officer did not have to wait for her to harm him with the vehicle. It's just him determining her intent to use the vehicle to harm him, right? And once he determines that her intent is harmful, then he has the right to use deadly force. So I think this is what I'm saying as far as not being ignorant to the penal code, to your local laws and things of that nature, so you can know and not just be emotional and react towards things. You can know what the laws are, what the policies are, and then if you know, then you can move accordingly to that knowledge. Peace and love.
I'm gonna also, before you go, KT, I want to get Angry Snowman thought in there. What's your thoughts on?
Can I say something real quick? It's real quick. I don't. Why are you guys letting KT speak? First of all, why are you giving KT so much airtime? This is the 5th day in a row where he is lacking the mental fortitude or the mental ability to comprehend something. He's sitting here, and you listening to him speak, you would think that the lady tried to hit the cop. The cop got to the side and was like, yo, this lady just tried to hit me, and then shot at her. Not that it all happened at once. If you watch the video from the time that she accelerated to the time that the third shot was fired, it was probably like 2 seconds. So he actually shot, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm remembering the video correctly, one of the shots he shot was when he was still up in the air, or when at the very least, it was definitely when the vehicle was still in front of him and he was trying to move to the side. So he over here, oh, I pee on your foot doesn't mean you can just shoot me afterwards. And it's like, oh, he didn't get hurt, so he shouldn't have shot. It's like it was in the same activity. Like he got hit, he shot at the same time. The 3 shots is 3 shots. It is what it is. But he was getting hit as he shot. So don't say, and again, quarterbacking. Oh, well, we know he didn't get hurt in hindsight, so he shouldn't have shot during. It's like, you're not a cop. You're not in these situations. So what the hell are you talking about? And then you bring up the knife thing.
I thought this was going to be real quick.
Go ahead, Anger Man. You're right. I was landing it. I'm sorry again. You know, he's just frustrating. And so sometimes you start getting on a tangent when you know, my bad. Go ahead.
No,
can't handle yourself. We
understand. To what KT and Joe Cool were saying, if this was just a cop watch incident where it was just somebody standing on the sidewalk watching an interaction between ICE agents and what they were doing with whatever person they were trying to get a hold of, that'd be a totally different discussion we were having. But the simple fact is they weren't cop watching. They weren't doing what Joe Cool does. They weren't doing what KT's trying to sit and, gaslight everybody into saying that they were just observers of what were going on. Those women were literally there, placed their vehicles in the road in a specific way to obstruct what was going on, to prevent these officers for doing what they were lawfully and duly sworn to do. So that in and of itself, she put herself in this situation. She's the one that chose, I'm going to park my car in front of these ICE officers and obstruct them from doing what their job tells them they're supposed to do, just because I think I'm a citizen and I have the right to do so. Well, you know what? They also have the right to enforce the law on her. And if she doesn't want to comply with the lawful order she's being given, because look, in the video that we see, none of us can hear any of the audio going on. So all we're doing is going and making assumptions that the cops didn't say anything to her. I'm here to tell you that I've had enough interactions with cops that when you get a bunch of them, you have too much activity going on and too many commands going on. That woman was, I guarantee you, without a shadow of a doubt, she knew that she was supposed to get out of that car. You could tell by how that cop was reaching in and trying to grab a hold of her and get control of the situation. She intentionally tried to drive that car through them cops. I mean, why is this even an argument? If it was any other situation, this doesn't even make sense.
I get it, bro. Y'all just love being on y'all knees because we're
no, it's not about being on the knees.
Like I get it, liberating.
Let's not do that. But let me
listen, bro. Like,
you see this, man?
Like y'all really don't be
this is crazy.
It's just explaining why they're
no, it's called. No, seriously,
like,
KT. Really, seriously. There's
bro.
A
just say you love white women, bro. Let's just move on.
You know what? There's such thing as common sense, and common sense tells people that when you see feds going out doing shit, you don't get involved in that. You get as far away from that as you can.
Angry Snowman, though, let me challenge you on a little something there, though, because I don't fully disagree with what you're saying, but I think it's problematic to say what her intentions were, because you know what I'm saying. Although I do share most of the sentiment, I think when we start implying her intentions, it takes away from the actual scenario. What you think about that?
I'm in agreement with that.
I can see where you're coming from, but just because we're assuming intent, if we already knew intent, I guess I get where you're coming from on that.
Because I would argue intent is not even a factor based on the fact that when she went in reverse and then switched to drive, he's right there in front of her and there's 1 second left. So
right.
I don't think intent is going to come into play. I don't think, you know what I'm saying? How do we get intent out of that? It's 1 second. It's a 1 second split decision. So it's either John Wick, jump out the way, or pull your gun and defend your life.
And he chose to do both, jump and pull the trigger.
Yeah, he definitely jumped out the way. That was crazy.
And it's just like, it's just.
And look, I'm not mad at him for doing it, because I would expect any person Look,
Can
any
we all
person that
agree
was in
that we
that
need to make improvements to the systems we have?
No, we don't.
Like,
No,
why
we don't agree. We don't agree. Stop
y'all
talking.
niggas is weird? That's
Stop
wild.
talking.
Then that's what
Respect
I'm
the
saying.
money.
Y'all, what we think?
All
We
right.
think
Yeah,
the
yeah.
system. Go
Respect the
ahead.
money.
I'm just saying that, you know, we have to just factor in, and I'm glad that y'all talked about like removing assumptions and intent out of it. Just look at it from exactly for what it is. They were supposed to be doing a job. She stepped in. She didn't want them to do their job. And in that matter, the vehicle and her accelerating made the cop feel threatened, where he was in his right to either de-escalate the situation or, you know, use immediate,
Neutralize the
with an
threat.
immediate threat, you know, use his weapon. And this is what a lot of the masses of people don't understand. They have the right, they have the decision to assess the environment and see what is the best plan of action going ahead. And it doesn't fucking matter if you don't like it or not. They have the right to do that by law. It
Hey,
is
can I
what it is.
ask?
And yo, you know what's crazy is that they know this because civilians have the same right. In Florida, you have the stand your ground law where you don't have to retreat. I don't have to back up. Come close. Come close. Like so, like it's just BS victim stuff that and it's just this is how he's able to just take over the show because he plays victim and people love to hear it, but it's just victim BS, man. I wish we were having a different
Hey,
conversation
can I
right
ask?
now than trying to
Let me.
convince this guy. Sorry, go ahead.
Who want? I want to bring in.
Yeah, me, Rule.
I want to bring in Pastor. So we're gonna go ahead and let Kulu say something real quick. So I know his is not long, and then we're gonna bring in Pastor right after.
Yeah, so I have a quick question, real quick. Can somebody explain to me? And like I said, I'm uneducated on the prior context. What was ICE out there doing prior? Like, were they looking for somebody? Like, were they trying to raid a building? Like, why were they out there in the first place? Somebody explain to
Minding
me,
their
because I'm gonna.
business and doing their job.
Why does it matter?
But
Why does it matter?
what's their job?
Wait,
As
but
far
why
as
does
I'm,
it
Because
as far
matter?
as
Get to your
these
point.
are,
Like, why does it
well,
matter?
as far as I'm aware, they were
like it
doing,
mattered.
they were conducting yeah,
He
the
know why they
investigation
was
into like
there,
illegal
man.
immigrants
You
and
know,
stuff
he's
like
trying to
that.
make an
So
excuse, man. This is what he's
I
about to
think
do.
I think someone said.
I just also want to know
I
because
think that's
like it's just
someone said they were doing door-to-door knocks or something, or door-to-door or some shit like that.
Okay, why do you
so
want to know, sir?
because to me it's important because if they're just out there just not doing anything, then you know her going and messing with them, then I can see y'all's point. But also if they're out there for a specific person looking for somebody and she's like doing the same shit, like blocking their way, then I can see y'all's point as well. I just want to know why specifically were they out there, because everybody says
They were
they're
out there
investigating, they're doing this, but they don't specifically explain what specifically they
Why
were
do they
doing.
have to explain to you? Like I'm trying to understand, like why civilians like you have this mindset. Why are you guys so focused on what the cops are doing? Like why do you think that? Because you just said if they're just out there doing nothing, she should go over there and mess with them. Why do you think she should like go over there and mess with the police? Like what makes her
I'm
think that
not
they're
saying
out
that
there
she
doing
should
nothing?
go. Well, I'm not saying first of all, I'm not saying that she should go out there and mess with
That's
them.
what you.
I just want to
Everybody,
know.
you got to stand on
I
something.
just
You
want to
just now
know.
said that, brother.
I did not just say that. I did not say that
You
she should go out there with them, bro. Like you
you
can replay
said
it
if they're
back.
out there doing nothing, I
Hold on
can
one
see
second.
why she would go out there. That's what you said, right?
No, I did not
My
say that. I
God.
said if they're out there doing nothing and she did what she did, then I can see why they did what they did. I did not say that she should go out there and do what she did. What she did, I don't think she should have done. I've said that and Ben said that, but I just want to know what were they doing out there?
But why does that matter? Why is that? You're not a police officer. That's what's wrong. Like, are you worried about what the McDonald's worker is doing in the back? Are you worried about what Target's
Yes.
merchandisers are doing?
Yeah.
No,
You don't
man.
want
Yeah,
like spitting on
because
your burger, do you, nigga? Yeah, if you look like a dirty nigga, I don't want you cooking my food. Fuck are you talking about? That's y'all niggas' problem. What
You
Russell
guys are
West?
idiots, bro.
What
You
Russell
guys do not go back there and be like,
Westbrook
what are
did?
y'all
That's
doing?
you
Y'all
niggas'
take y'all
problem.
burgers. Now, I'm not going to let you do that. You guys take your burgers and you don't
that's
ask
cat,
them
bro.
not one question, man.
You can
Stop it,
literally
man.
look in the back of the
I
fast
don't
food
even
and
eat
see them
fast
making
food.
Man, this is crazy,
I don't
man. They
even eat
take
this
them
shit.
burgers. Y'all take that
like it
fast
just
food and
seems
y'all
like it
do
just seems like
nothing,
to
man.
me
Okay,
like it just
Straight
seems
cat,
like
man.
whatever law
hold on.
for unlike
Hold on.
real quick.
I do not want it to unfold. I want us to continue having a good conversation. Go ahead, Kulu. Substantiate your argument, and then we're gonna bring Pastor in there. Goat want to jump in on it as well. And whoever else, then we just have it back open once Pastor finishes his statement. Go ahead, Kulu.
So like what the officer did is obviously justified, right? She shouldn't have done what she did. I agree with y'all. But it just seems like for specifically unlike the police can just tell him anything and he gonna believe it. Like without asking questions, like without trying to investigate his own self and see what's going on. If they can say, hey man, like we need to take you here for reason, and they're not gonna like bring asking the questions. Like I just want to know, were they looking for people? Were they doing door to door? Why is it so hard to
Okay,
answer the question?
right. You want to be in their business and it's none of your business. I get it. Now, the thing is, this is what I'm saying. I knew from the beginning that you were going to play the victim role. And then you were going to stand on this
How is that
weird
victim?
stuff
How
of
is that
the
victim,
police
bro?
because you just now
Asking
said to
questions
me,
and now
you just now
victim?
said
That's crazy.
okay, so you just now said Lee is the type to just believe anything a cop would say. No, I'm the type to let cops do their job. Just say it the way that it's supposed to be said instead of trying to gaslight it because you want me to play victim with you. I'm not. I'm not sitting here. Yo, if the cops are on the corner and they're doing and some shit is going on, I might ask what they doing, but that don't mean I then drive my car up. Don't do what you're doing. I come back around. You motherfuckers. Like that's what she did.
Bro, you're adding
gaslight.
extra shit that I did not
That's
say, bro.
no. I'm not. I'm
All I
look.
want to
Listen to
know
what
is
I'm.
why they're out
All
there.
right, go ahead.
That's all I want to know is why they're out there. Like
It
it's very
is
simple.
okay.
If there's an officer
And
walking
look,
through my
but look,
neighborhood, I ask him, hey man, like what's done? Like everything good?
we
You need any
don't
help?
know. We're not
And they let me
police
know like what's going
officers,
on.
but people gave you an example. They said that they were going door to door. Now what? They were going door to door. I think that's what AR said.
Okay. Then they answer my question. I have no problem with it.
You have a problem with what? Them going door to door?
I don't have a problem with. I just said I don't have a problem with it, but I would like to know what they're doing.
Okay, now you know.
Okay, and I'm cool. I'm fine. But you want to make it this whole other thing that I'm a victim, and I'm not a victim.
Well, you just try to make well, it kind of sounded like you were trying to play victim because you
Asking
want to know what
questions,
the cops are doing,
bruh.
and that's
Asking
not even
questions.
okay. Go ahead.
You have a right as an American citizen because you do pay for their fucking bills and shit like that. You have a right to ask, hey man,
Nobody
like
said
what's
that.
going on? And they have a
And
right to
that's what I'm
tell you,
saying. This
shut
is
the
like
fuck up
all
or get away.
right.
Or it's none of your
Nobody said
business.
right, but she wasn't doing that, and that's not the conversation. But that's what y'all like to do. Y'all like to
Bruh,
move the goalpost. See, you keep cutting me off while I'm
moving the
talking.
goalpost.
I let you
But
talk.
I'm done,
You gotta
bro.
let me finish. Look, y'all, you
AR,
moving the
answer my question.
goalpost. Now, what question didn't I answer?
No, AR answered it. They said they were going door to door. I just wanted to know what they were
Okay,
doing. But all of a sudden, I'm
okay,
a
but
victim
now
for
you don't
asking
have to.
questions.
Jesus Christ. All I'm saying to you is at the end of the day, now that you know what they were doing, even though it doesn't matter, that's not the conversation. The conversation is this woman was harassing the police. She committed a crime of obstruction of justice, and then she tried to flee from the police. Now go.
Nobody's arguing that. I agree
Now
with
Okay,
you.
what?
so no, but go
Murderer?
though. That's where we're at. You brought the conversation back and
Bro,
talking about
you,
like what? Why were they there? You got your answer. Now let's talk
yes.
about the conversation. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
It's Sharon out talking. I can't hear him.
No, I
Nothing
wasn't.
to say.
I was just trying to let them
Okay.
work it out.
Okay.
Sometimes the fellas
I
get it
understand.
out. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I don't want to jump in every single time it's a disagreement. Go ahead, Pastor, and we're gonna bring back Joe Cool, and we got the GOAT. Go ahead, Pastor, Joe Cool, GOAT.
So, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing? So, we looked at this on
How you doing,
Tash
sir?
channel. We looked at this on Tash channel for like multiple hours yesterday, yo. So this was a case of white woman privilege gone wrong, dog. She had been harassing. More information came out that she had been harassing these police officers, and I looked it up. It had been multiple hours. Some say 6, some say more, but it's been a consistent. It's been consistency saying like 6. So for 6 hours, she was harassing these police officers. I can't hear you.
You good? Go ahead. You good?
So for about 6 hours, she was harassing these police officers, and then she took it to the next step of backing up, lining one up, and trying to run him over. We went through the video in slow motion a bunch of times. That cop started on the right passenger fender, then he ended up mid windshield, then he ended up on the driver's window where he let the first shot off and he was mid windshield. Then he got around to the driver's window and let off the other 2 shots. She took her white woman privilege and her love for Somalian foreign men too far, and ended up getting shot behind it because she didn't think it would happen to her. And that's why I'm gonna land my plane.
I agree with Pastor on this one, 100%.
Okay, so just to be clear though, right quick. So they're not going door to door though. This was they going business to business because keep in mind they just sent all them agents up there. They sent a record number of agents up there to investigate the fraud. So they're going to different businesses, but they ain't going to people's houses. It's called Operation.
Well, they are
Metro
going to
Trust.
some houses, Goat, because some of the houses are where the businesses are located. When you look them up, the address they give is someone's actual house location. Some of them,
no doubt. But that's why they're going. They're going there because it's supposed to be a
right. I believe the one that they went to there, they were active. They were there to issue an active search warrant that they had. I mean, at least that's what I've heard through different news outlets. They could be wrong. It could just all be a bunch of BS, but they said that they were.
No, that makes sense though, because again, it's supposed to be about the businesses and checking into all of these businesses and whatnot to go into the Somali fraud conversation. And so a lot of that's happening. Again, they sent a record number of agents up there for that purpose.
Okay, let me also welcome into the show Christopher J. What is your thoughts on the discussion at hand? Good day to you.
Good day. What's going on, man?
I'm doing well. Thank you. What's your thoughts?
I put in the super chat. The agent was well in his right to take her life because it was an option available. Do I think he could have handled that better? Sure. Either two things: one, step out the way, or B, don't allow yourself to get in close vicinity where you put yourself in danger of being struck by the vehicle. But the reason why I'm not complaining about this being exercised because it was an option that as a driver you should have known he's gonna blow your top off if you was to move this car in his vicinity, especially if they're trying to federally detain you. So how can I say this? Hate the fact that she's dead, but I'm not surprised neither. I don't know if this was a white woman or what type of white woman this was. It's just that your certain privileges just doesn't work when it comes to agents, especially federal, these type of agents. So I'm not saying I'm all for her dying. I'm just not going to sit here and hold an agent accountable for exercising one of his options to go home to his family.
Hey, Sharon, that's a quick question. If anybody is in front of your vehicle with a gun, pulled, by the way, telling you to get out, and you accelerate the gas pedal, and your vehicle goes at them, do you expect to survive that encounter? It doesn't even have to be a law enforcement; it can be a civilian as well.
Well, I think do I expect them to shoot? I expect them to shoot. I do expect.
I personally, if someone had a gun, it doesn't have to be a law enforcement. Anybody has a gun in front of my vehicle, and I accelerate, I recognize that I'm about to get shot. Whether I survive is another story, but I recognize I'm going to get shot.
But see, the only problem with that is that again, we talking 1 second. I mean, because he pulls and he fires. Like, you know what I'm saying? Again, because they making it seem like he positioned himself in front of the car. And again, I think that's the problem. Instead of just acknowledging that she moved the car, repositioned it, tried to pull off, which is how he got in front of the car. I mean, for some reason, it's like I feel like people lying for this woman because we're all watching the same video. And if you start that video from the beginning, you're lying if you're saying that officer is in front of the car. He don't end up in front of the car until she move it. Why lie?
Well, here's the thing. It doesn't matter where the officer was positioned. He could have been in front of the car, or he could have been out the way and that car was accelerating towards his direction. He had every reason to put a hole in her head.
Damn.
Woo. I mean,
I think that the conversation, we can never just like admit, what exactly happened, because it seemed like the humanity for on the other side of the coin always gets thrown out the window when we have these conversations. We've seen a couple of people up here pleading for the humanity of the woman who lost her life, and like I said, it was a tragedy. I wish that didn't happen, but there's no humanity for the officers involved. You have people up here saying that it was okay for him to get hit by a car. It was okay for him for his foot to get rolled over. He's all right. he got up, he good. Like, I just don't, I really don't understand it at all. I really don't.
I think they're doing it out of fear. I think they're doing it out of fear because if they'll shoot a white woman, you know they'll pop your black ass. I think that's why people are doing it.
I didn't mean to laugh. I apologize.
I agree, though, man. I think it's ridiculous that people are up here
That
constantly advocating for criminal activity.
was crazy.
I don't think
That's what
I don't
this
think
boils
it's fair.
down to: is people being okay with criminal. They're defending criminals doing criminal stuff, and then having to deal with the repercussions of what happens when you do criminal shit.
You
And
know why I
also,
think that's
I don't
happening?
think it's fair. Go ahead, MJ.
I'm sorry. The reason why I think it's happening is because of the cases when we saw people who were actually innocent and they got the short end of the stick. People are scared. So now even they'll allow certain criminal activity to happen just because they're afraid that this might make innocent individuals get harmed more, right? You know, they think that it's something that's going to extend further on. But we have to just, you know, we can't allow that. We really can't allow that. Like, you can't allow someone to do a criminal activity and then it's okay and get away with it. Because also what happens now, the other side of that foot is going to be when that person want to do a criminal crime against you. Should it be okay? Or are you going to still call the authorities and tell them to come and advocate on your behalf, though?
Why do people keep posting this like they like fam? Like I'm trying to understand what makes you think that statement works in your favor. Like,
I don't know
like
if
at
they're
some
saying it
point,
works in their favor if they're just posting it though.
no, that's Detroit Coalition. That's it, like that's the fam. He's one of these people that's gonna get up here and say, yeah, and ICE and Trump and you know what I'm saying, all of that type of shit. But what you're showing me right here is why he's able to do it. The car was being used as an imminent weapon. How do y'all read the first like 4 words and then think you're right? It's weird, fam. Like where's the comprehension?
It's much more deep rooted than that. Someone said it's fear. No, I think we're past fear. So all they see is when they hear ICE agent, they think law enforcement. And as a person of color, we all know what it historically speaking, what the narrative has been between Black people and law enforcement. So it's us versus them, versus right versus wrong, logic versus illogic. Like I said, nobody here wishes that she lost her life, but we understand why she's not here.
I do.
Oh, man, see,
I do too, Taz. I'm with you on that one.
That's a mother of three.
They need to start. They need to start peeling the
She
cats back
absolutely
on people
deserved to
like
die.
that.
She absolutely
Fam,
deserved
I'm
She should have been
telling you,
at
bro,
home with her
look,
kids, Joe. She should have been at
I'm just being
home
real with
cooking
y'all,
for them
fam.
kids, Joe.
I'm just being real with y'all.
Everybody-
I have children,
Yeah,
and I'm
y'all tripping,
watching
man.
I have children, and I'm watching the public make this sound okay. So yeah, I'm not finna hold her hand, fam.
Thank you.
I'm
Bro,
not
you
finna
know
be
you
nice
can
about
make
her,
it.
none
You
of
don't
that.
have to
She got
say
what she
you happy.
deserved, man.
You don't.
She put herself in that
all
situation.
right,
She got what she
y'all
deserved.
don't have to be so like y'all take what other people are. Y'all are doing exactly what the other people are doing. Just the flip side. Y'all are going, oh,
Yeah,
look at
fam,
all these,
yeah,
look at
I
all
am.
these lefties doing this. So I'm gonna react this way. It's like, bro, it's a lot of nuance.
I'm
And
about
it's
to
a
start
mother. It's a
banning,
mother
man.
of three. Now three kids are about to grow up in a single parent household, and without one of their parents is crazy. To say
Yeah, I
like
mean,
you
he
have
was
that
thinking
happen.
those
6
Wait,
hours
That's
that she was
crazy.
harassing the police, she was not thinking
Blah
about her
blah blah blah.
kid
blah.
and what they
I
was
don't
going to
care what
eat.
she was thinking. Who cares whether she was thinking about him? It's about whether you should be thinking about him. She's gone. And you
I
saying
can't
you
think
happy
about.
she's
I can't
gone.
care about her kids
I'm
more than she
always gonna. I'm
can.
always gonna think about.
No. I can't care about her
I'm
kids more than
always.
her.
Hey, was your father in your life?
Yes, he
Was your
was. Was
mother? Was your
yours?
mother? Was your
Was
mother in your
yours?
life?
And my
Yes.
father.
Was
I
your
raised
mother?
my mother and my father. That's here nor
They were
there.
together. They were together.
Yes, together.
Now
Yes.
pretend one of them. Now pretend
Nigga,
one of
what
them was
kind of
gone.
questions are
Now
you asking
pretend
me,
one of
nigga? This
them.
is stupid.
You
You're not about to
slow
join my
fuck.
family,
You are
nigga.
so
But
fucking
anyway,
slow.
the
Now
reality
pretend
of
one
it
of them was
is
gone.
she
Now
was
pretend
not
one of
worried
them
about
was
her
gone.
she wasn't worried
Now
about her kids.
pretend one of
Them
them was
6
gone.
hours
Now
she was
pretend one
chasing
of
the
them was
police.
gone. That's great. I don't want to hear all that shit. Now pretend one
All
of them was
right,
gone while you was
that's
growing
great.
up. Now pretend one of them was gone while you was growing up. How stupid do you fucking sound?
It would have been
Now,
bad.
but
It would have been
Something to be
sad.
happy
answer that
about.
though.
It's
But
My
not
let's
dad
something
was
to
in the
be
answer that
happy about.
military. It
scenario.
could have easily have not made it
I
back,
don't
but
give a
he.
fuck.
But
It's not.
let's answer that
It's not
scenario
something
though,
to be
fam.
happy about.
If my wife
So,
lost her life doing some stupid shit like that, I'm gonna tell my kids, hey, don't do stupid shit like that. Look what
And you can
happened to
say
your
that,
mother.
but you don't have to say I'm happy my wife is dead. You can say she don't do
I
that
wouldn't
dumb
be happy
shit.
if it was
What
my
your
wife.
wife did, what my wife did was bad, and she shouldn't have done that shit. And she put herself in that situation, and it happened how it happened. I'm not happy my wife is dead.
Right.
So
So
you don't have to say I'm happy my wife is dead.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why y'all jumping out the window for it, but listen, fam, this is what I'm telling you about me and propaganda. I'm perfectly fine with giving the same energy and propaganda that was given to George Floyd and many others when they lost their lives. I'm not one of these people who finna sit up here and act brand new. I'm not going to do that.
Do you think the same people? Do you think the same white people that were celebrating George Floyd are the same ones that are saying this woman shouldn't have been killed, or do you think the ones that are saying she shouldn't have been killed were the same ones saying George Floyd shouldn't have been killed?
I think they're all white. I think they're all white.
They all the same ones. So what the hell are you talking about? You give them the same energy?
Because they're all white. I'm not making a separation between good and bad white people. I ain't willing to
So
do
AR,
that.
did you have the same energy when Charlie Kirk got shot?
What energy?
We should feel bad about these kids losing their parents. Is this the same energy you were sharing?
Yeah, I feel like anybody that I feel like people should have their parents when they're growing up. Like I have both my parents, and I'm happy I do. I don't know what I would do if I don't know what I'm going to do when I don't have them. So yeah, like I'm always going to feel that way.
But I'm saying, did you have this same energy in that scenario?
I just said yes.
Okay,
like Charlie Kirk had kids.
That's all I asked.
Yeah, fuck him too.
Let me read some of the super chats. Why it is calm. Oh man, I believe we were somewhere around. No, it was a little further down. I think we were somewhere right here. Nope, it was a little further down. Hold on, let me see where was that. Compassion is where it was at. Compassion. The same people who are grieving her. A mother mocked Charlie Kirk when he got shot in front of his kids. Shiesty Bomb with the 199. You shouldn't be doing the job traumatized. The F. Good point. Dallas 2221 with the $2. I will start it off for you, Sharon. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Otis Who Network with the $5. Brownsville, New York is 100% correct. Don't handle court on the side of the road. Shadow, the Time Watch with $2. Thank you, Brownsville. Sheesh. Shadow, the Time Watch. KT is an anarchist. We got Shadow, the Time Watch with $2. Actually, that is biological weapon legally.
Talking about peeing on people.
It is, yes.
That's assault.
Peeing, spitting. Yeah, that's definitely assault. Detroit College with the $5. DOJ, Title I, organizations and functions 1 through 16,000. Department of Justice policy on use of force. How about you read that?
Definitely did.
Twice.
Shadow, the Time Watch with $2. She legally attempt to harm or to ham or no harm.
Legally attempted.
Yeah, she literally attempted to harm. She intended to harm him.
I was like, what's legally? Okay.
This is a dumbass conversation.
The intent is kind of irrelevant here because if I'm shooting and I'm not, if I'm in
But
a
the
crowded
money
space,
is it. The Chicago Riddle with the $20. One day, black folks gonna learn to stay out of other people's business.
One day.
Too many Perry Masons and not enough Thurgood Marshall. Man clave fun. Hey, go. They trying to send me to the man clave, man. With a body camera so I can report back. The BTS show with the $4.99. Although the agent was with his
BTS side, nigga.
Huh? Oh, the BTSI show. I apologize.
I'm gonna buy you some glasses.
With the $4.99. Although the agent was within his rights to delete her since it was an available option, I believe there were other ways this could have been handled. Jeez. Not Shicey Bum with the double up with the $1.99. And I would be suing immediately. Wrongful death. Oh, that's a good one. That's an interesting one. The Real Prism, hugs and kisses with the $10. Support the channel, please. Great panel and content. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate all the love I can get.
what do you know what Chicago really meant by that? Because I didn't.
I'll bring it right back up to Perry. I can tell you. Welcome into the show, Otis Who Podcast. Good day, sir. How you doing? Welcome to the show.
Thank you, thank you. Peace to you and peace to the panel. Grand rising to everyone.
What's your thoughts on the topic at hand?
The federal officer was totally in his right to do what he did. Let me start off by saying, one, those that know of me, who've been knowing me for a while, been following the show, I do consider myself to be a quote unquote sovereign. So I'm not going to get deep into it. So with that being said, he was within his right to do what he did. Unfortunately, the individuals who don't agree with that, especially the ones on this panel, unfortunately, sound like they don't understand the mandate of the federal officers or a state officer for that matter. They don't understand that that's their job, period. They don't understand that. It's okay to protest, that's legal, all that is fine, but it's done within parameters. Once you go outside that perimeter slightly, and I even know that with all due respect, once you step outside that perimeter, you're done. That should be common sense. So before you go out there, this to all you individuals who like to go protest, know for a fact that the federal officers and state officers have the right to protect themselves, and they're on a whole nother different level. They don't have the morality guideline that you go by. They have no authority to even have morality at that time. They're going by the mandate, and you're going to lose that battle. You handle that situation, here's the trick, here's the key, in court. Don't handle your situation on the side of the road. You get what you get out the situation, let them do what they do, and you know what makes them look uncomfortable? When you see them in court, when they show up, that's when you win. And unfortunately, individuals who feel like that officer was wrong, you don't know your rights and you don't understand what their rights are. You're going to lose that. Read a little bit more, and I promise you're going to understand. You're going to come out victorious in the courtroom. You're going to lose every time on the side of the road. I land my plane.
So just right quick, though, I'd like to touch on that Charlie Kirk reference right quick, right? Because, he's the perfect person to make my point about this bitch being dead, right? So let's be honest here. When these movements with Candace Owens and people from Turning Point USA was sitting around mocking black people who were being murdered, all of that money was funneled into the pockets of Charlie Kirk. That was Turning Point USA who mocked Philando Castile, Walter Scott, Sandra Bland, and tried to shit on black people as they ran up a fucking bag doing it. So it's interesting to mention Charlie Kirk when, in this case right here, if this was a black person, he would have said, stop resisting, don't drive off. Why would you antagonize the police? So be careful bringing him up, right? Because he got a history behind him.
I didn't bring him. That was Shadow that brought him up.
No, I'm just saying he got a history.
It was definitely Shadow.
He got a history of saying, don't resist. Stop doing this to the police. You're making them do this to you, black people. And he paid people like Candace Owens to go out and make a name for themselves doing it. Let's be honest.
Well, that's the problem right now with that whole community. Half of them, the conservatives are saying that was a justified shooting. And of course, the liberal left or the moderates are like, no, it wasn't. So there's a rip even in that. So I get what you're saying, but there's a rip in that ideology of was it justified or not. There's a big rift in that.
So I wanted to respond to one of the super chats, right? I think the super chatter made a great point when he said that although the officer was justified, he should have utilized another alternative measure to, handle the situation, right? And that I agree with. That's why I preface my comments by saying what I would have done if I was in that situation, right? But what we have to understand, and what I think a lot of people misinterpret, is that officers have what's called officer discretion. What that means is they utilize their training and experience and determine how they should apply the law to that specific situation, or policy to that specific situation, right? So with him utilizing his discretion to determine that he was in immediate threat to serious bodily injury or death, he decided to use deadly force.
What would you have done differently, if I may ask? If I may ask.
Right. So I've been in situations to where I chose not to use deadly force, right? I've been in a situation where I had to jump from in front of a vehicle. I've been in a situation to where somebody had a weapon, right? And I was well within my right to use deadly force, but I found an alternative measure to take control of the situation, right? So what
And
I'm
how did
saying,
what was the outcome? If I may ask one more question.
the outcome, it varies, right? One of the outcomes was it turned into a a vehicular chase, right? Pursuit. One of the outcomes was it turned into just a de-escalation and arrest. So the outcomes vary, but officers have discretion. Like, for example, I responded to a situation one time. It was at a club, right? And there were soldiers partying at a club. The club was over. One of the soldiers shot a pistol in the ear, right? And so that was the call. Shots fired at the club. I was the backup officer. An initial officer responded. He identified who he believed was the suspect who had the pistol, right? The guy got into a vehicle. He got into a vehicle as the passenger, right? There was already somebody in there who was in the driver's seat. So he was at the passenger side. I was at the driver's side. And he was trying to get the passenger outside of the vehicle when I walked up, right? As he was trying to get the passenger outside of the vehicle, the passenger was resisting. And at that same time, the driver of the vehicle decided to put the vehicle in drive, right? Now, that officer, he had a choice, right? He could have let the passenger go and just, you know, we already had the license plate. We already knew what we was dealing with, and we could have handled that situation later. What he decided to do was when the guy was driving off, the officer held on to the passenger who was still halfway in the vehicle, and therefore he put himself in a situation where he was getting dragged. So he pulled his service weapon, right, and shot the driver, unalived the driver, right, and he was ultimately cleared. And it was justified use of deadly force. So what I'm saying is officers have discretion on how they, utilize, affecting the law. And what you have to understand as a civilian is you don't have that same authority or power. So as Otis was saying, it's best for you to handle the situation in courts rather than on the street.
And
They have
also
to understand that.
on a far lesser level, because I'm not in law enforcement, but unfortunately I hate that my field we get stuck doing with law enforcement tasks. Probably in the last 7 years that I've been with this particular company, there's been at least 3 times I could have took somebody's life and I would have been in the right. I just elected to go another way about it, because for the simple fact that it don't have to escalate that far. And as the threat started to de-escalate, my I started to put my firearm back in my holster and clear the situation. In the case of the video, like I stated, I'm never, and granted, we're not allowed to detain. So let me make that point loud and clear. we can arrest, but we can't make no detainments. I'm not putting myself in a position to where I'm increasing the chances of me losing my life, like putting myself in front of a vehicle. Ladies and gentlemen, that car that y'all drive is a weapon in itself, in case you forgot. I understand we take it for granted because it gets us to point A and point B, but you wanted to kill you wanted to delete somebody, you can use your car to do it. You don't have to have a gun. With that being stated, I make sure I'm positioning myself in an area or in a safe enough distance to where I'm going home at the end of the day. However, I'm not compromising my integrity in doing my job. In the case
Should
of that officer, did he? And granted, that's a federal agent. I don't know the ins and outs, the training. I'm gonna leave that to Brownsville has more insight on that than I ever will. But had that been me, I probably would have positioned myself another way to where that wouldn't have been a possibility. But like I said, the option was available. He made that choice. That's his right. I have no problem with that.
I think he made the only choice he could have possibly made. I think that black cops, probably, I hate to say this about to sound crazy. Maybe y'all should be more trigger happy to protect yourselves and your constituents, because if he didn't shoot when he shot and maybe shot later, she could have ran somebody over this jogging or walking to one of them innocent bystanders. Y'all got to neutralize these situations, man. That's what we got y'all there for. And I'm not trying to be overcritical of y'all, but sometimes I got to neutralize this stuff.
Damn.
The point is, oh, go ahead, John.
You good? MJ, go.
No, I was just gonna say like the point is that the discernment part, right? There is discernment there, and I'm sorry, the public, you don't get to determine what a police officer or law enforcement or any official, how they supposed to play it out when they have the ability to discern how they're going to handle the situation. You don't get to tell them that, right? It goes back to the example about of a KT talking about peeing on someone's leg, right? So if you pee on someone's leg and they punch you in the face, you can't go like, well, you wasn't supposed to break my jaw because I just peed on your leg. Like, you got to stop trying to position yourself where now you can tell people how they're supposed to respond when you offended them, when you bring an escalation to a situation. You don't have that right, and we got to stop promoting that, because that's poor thinking. That's going to get your ass handed to you more ways than one. And definitely when you're dealing with law enforcement. Like, when I told my story about I might have to use a lethal weapon on an individual who sicked his dog, a pit bull, on an 8-month pregnant woman, I had the option to literally take his life right then and there. I didn't do it. I found another way to de-escalate. But the whole point of the fact is I had the right.
Sheesh. Welcome into the show, the Chicago Real. I think he's here for AR. I'm not sure. Welcome to the show.
I could be, but I'm really here because I'm just kind of listening, right?
Oh,
And
I just had a question. Oh, my bad.
I got you, AR. Just let me, he introduced me. I heard you. I know you got a question around the super chat. I may be able to answer for you right now. I just think as a community, as a people, as a nation, we cooked, because I hear a lot of people articulating that you very well understand what the law is and what's required of you, right? So some of these conversations, it's like, I think KT and Joe Cool, I think they were trying to have a morality conversation. I don't think it was too much disagreement around the legality. And then I think y'all are skipping over what Brownsville said. The video that y'all watching, analyzing, doing these deep dives, and in 24 hours, we didn't solve the case. That's not even the video that's going to be important to decide anything, right? And so I just get concerned when I see us, the way my grandma would say, carrying on in this fashion, right? Like, it's crazy. The lack of humanity. Shout out to Brownsville, comes in first thing. Yo, rest in peace to that lady. And I'm not saying anybody else didn't say it. I don't know. I'm in and out of work, but I'm listening to y'all, and I'm telling you, man, I'm concerned for us, because now we say whatever they say, because I seen how ICE moved through the crib, through Chicago. And I just told my wife, yeah, they not coming to talk pretty. They not saying please and thank you. They not giving deference, none of that. And you may not like it, but you know, I teach my sons 10 and 2. The object is to come home. When I get when if I have an encounter with law enforcement, yes, sir, no, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Yeah, I gotta get home, right? And I'm not talking about this lady. None of that. What happened to her, what happened to her, but the lack of humanity is like, that's wild. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. You know, yo, yeah, he's justified in popping her. We don't know yet. How can we say he's justified when they ain't been through the court of law yet? We don't know. That's why I said too many Perry Masons and not enough Thurgood Marshalls. Who is Perry Mason? A TV attorney. Who is Thurgood Marshall? Real life attorney that made it to the Supreme Court. Hopefully that answers your question, AR. I'm on mute, Sharon.
I guess my question was around, because like at the first you said black folk need to stay out of other people's business, and in the second half, are those separate statements or were they?
Yeah, they definitely they can be. I mean, what did you need clarity on?
Well, Thurgood Marshall was an attorney on the Supreme Court, so his entire career was other people's business. So that's why I was just. I mean, I think I'm splitting hairs, so it's not really a big deal. I just was wondering.
Yeah, you may be splitting hairs. I talk in a lot of so I'm not as educated or articulate as you guys, right? I'm a autodidactic, right? Autodidact, or I don't know how you say it, Sharon, but you know. it's not geopolitical. Right. So self-taught, right?
I hate this guy.
So, but I think you understand. Again, you know, I'm 52 this year, right? So, you know, I'm embracing my pawpaw stage. I'm embracing becoming who my granddad and who my grandma is and who my granddad was, right? So I use a lot of the colloquialism so that stuff don't die off with me. So a lot of the conversation that I use is not direct, literal, so on and so forth. Hopefully that made sense. But I promise y'all, I am genuinely concerned with this conversation that we having.
So let me say this though. Let me tell you why I have an open, proud lack of humanity, right?
Well, we know you, Taz, but go ahead, brother.
Because listen, I feel like we're almost required to respond to what we're seeing, and so I'm just not of the belief that what we're seeing is beneficial. I feel like people are telling black people that you do have the right to pull off. You do have the right to go block the road and protest that wheel, and can't nobody stop you. And you got to learn how to fight back. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm hearing bad advice given with this shit. And so, yeah, I'm gonna send it up. You know, I'm just telling you that I hear black people telling other black people, you don't know your rights, as if you got the right to go and impede traffic. And then when the police come, you just burn out. Like, so I'm hearing bad advice that nobody's going to even take for themselves, but you don't mind giving it because you want to be humane. Nah, I'm cool, nigga. Fuck that bitch.
Yeah, no. I'm with you on that part, Taz. My position actually is part of what we have been seeing from black people for the most part of 2025, right? When they was doing all these protests, and then they're like, where are the black people minding their black-owned business? That's my position, right? So if you're countering the point of people, you know, giving bad advice, yeah, I'm on that type. I'm with you on that. Yeah, you absolutely should comply. Yeah, compliance would have got that lady home to her 3 kids and whoever else she. I think y'all said she had a wife or something like that. But
she had a wife.
Her wife was right there with her. She jumped out the car.
That part. That's not the concerning part for me. I don't disagree with that, Taz. If you saying, hey, somebody giving bad advice, yeah, black people, yeah, but the thing of it is, we know we don't have that luxury. Most of, especially if you're a black man, hopefully you know you don't have that luxury to buck at the law like that. Right? So that's not the challenge that I'm having. But what I am hearing is that, you know, we're expressing that we are very astute and know the law. And so again, we should have no issues and no problems. Right?
Well, actually, people have been trying to talk about the miles per hour, like that matters. Somebody really on Taz channel yesterday really came up and tried to have the miles per hour argument, and I knew it was coming. It don't matter if that car was going 2 miles an hour, 5 miles per hour. The way that car was traveling and it was going towards an officer, he could have got dragged or he could have got ran over. We got to stop lying to ourselves, man.
Yo, Pastor, there's a content creator in this space that we know got dragged. As in his law enforcement duties. Right? Yeah, there's somebody that we know in the space. But my question is this, Pastor. You encounter law enforcement, you in your car on the traffic stop, where are your hands?
Damn.
10 and 2.
10 and 2. Right? And we have these conversations in particular. I'll say for me, I know in particular, I've had it with my boys, right?
Thanks.
Your job is to come home. Right? That's your job. You make it home. I didn't hear what old dog was saying, but if he was saying like, yeah, you don't litigate on the side of the street. But again, as y'all was saying, you know, privilege plays out and all the backing up and all that other stuff. But I think what Brownsville said was key, man. I think we come to conclusions too early and all the facts ain't played out. So I'm not here to weigh in on that. I'm really just pulling up to have a seat at the table, to chime in, get in where I can fit in. But you know, just the way that we're having this conversation is just interesting.
So
well, I want to clear up something that Sharon said that was wrong. When you was reading about the body cams, if you would have kept reading, Taz was actually right. You both of y'all are right. You are right that they're mandatory to wear them. But Taz was also right when he said that as of 2026, they do not have enough cameras for all of these officers.
They just don't have them yet.
And they don't even have to use them at all times specifically. Yeah, I read the same thing you read.
No, that's fair that they don't have the funding in every place for every officer to have it. So that's a fair thing to bring into the conversation, I would say. Let me also welcome Smooth Kenny into the conversation. Good day, Smooth Kenny. What is your thoughts?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
We hear you well.
All right. Yeah, man, I want to say, you know, condolences to her family, everything like that. It's a bad situation. I think that the officer intentionally put himself in that situation, just like Rilla was saying.
Damn.
The other content creator in the space that, you know, had this happen to him, or as far as like getting dragged, that was of his own volition that he chose to do that. And, you know, he sustained injuries and he lives with that trauma to this day. So I understand the sentiment of the officer. I understand what he might have thought could have happened. Like it's a split second decision that he had to make. I understand. That being said, the training for ICE agents went down from 13 weeks to 6 weeks. And so the de-escalation tactics, I think, were negated. And it was open book tests, and some of these ICE agents weren't even passing the open book test. So in my opinion, this was an overzealous officer who knew that with his buddies there, he wasn't gonna get in any trouble. That's why he walked off like, okay, who cares? No, don't. And the people were, someone was saying that there was someone that was in the medical field that could have rendered aid. And he was like, no, stay away. Don't even go over there near her. So for 15 minutes, they didn't even, you know, they were waiting on EMT and they didn't have any type of resuscitation, nothing. So for me, I'm with Rilla. The humanity in this country has gone to the shitter. And I just don't know how we come back. We're living in a fascist.
When did it happen?
When did it happen?
When did it happen?
Honestly, brother, I think the tinderbox was lit afire during George Floyd. And the reason being is the racial tensions, but also the defund the police campaigns were, you know, in full swing at that time as well. I think it's I think it's a disdain for over overstepping of it's like over litigation. If you just make laws for anything, or I'm crossing the street, take me to jail. It's like now what are we doing? This is China. What are we doing? At a certain point, you have to say the American dream is dead because there is nothing to dream for. They're going to tell you what you can and can't have, where you can and can't go. There's SWAT cameras on every corner. It's CCTV all over the country. This is China or the UK, to be honest. And then you can't get the Brady Act, you can't get the evidence to exonerate yourself in court. So ultimately, this is um, a Fourth Amendment problem with
This is not a freedom of travel.
unlawful searches and seizures. When it comes down to it, people are just minding their business. You can't go up to them and ask them, "Hey, let me see your papers. Where are you from?" Don't ask me shit. If I'm not talking to you, don't talk to me. That's the point. If you have any, hey, if you don't think that I am causing a crime, committing a crime, or have just committed a crime or about to commit a crime, you don't talk to me, Mr. Officer. I don't care what your badge says. You don't talk to me unless I'm committing a crime. And I'll land there.
Yeah, I mean,
Can I? Oh
damn,
shit!
I mean,
Okay.
go ahead, Josh. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Josh.
So hold the fuck up. Let me get this straight. What you're saying, and I just want to make sure I caught your last sentence. You're saying, sir, unless you know I'm committing a crime, or I have committed a crime, or I may have committed a crime, you can't fuck with me, right? So we're gonna talk two different situations since you decided to bring up ICE. Number one, legally speaking, if you have come to America by breaking America's laws, you have in fact committed a crime in the past. Whether you want to acknowledge that or not is irrelevant to me. It's literally called illegal immigration for a reason. So just let's go ahead and let's stop playing that game. So let's talk about this lady specifically, since that's this conversation, right? This lady was literally impeding federal law enforcement from performing their duties. Regardless of how you feel about that, that's what she did. She then reversed and pulled. She then reversed and pulled forward on a federal law enforcement officer. She, by definition, was attempting, because remember, attempt is in fact a federal offense, 18 U.S.C. 3, attempt to commit. That means she attempted to either flee or assault an officer. And in fact, she did both. So guess what? She actually did break the law at the time that they were dealing with it.
Hey,
She
brother,
was.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Okay, go for it. Go for it.
She impeded before that by blocking traffic. You can see by how her vehicle was parked initially. Even at the beginning of all the videos, she is cat-a-corner in a two-way street. She is literally impeding traffic intentionally. Her wife admitted to the fact that she did it on purpose. So we're coming in Monday morning being like, hey guys, we need to feel bad about her. We can feel bad about the fact that she lost her life without having to pussyfoot around the fact to say she put her dick in a snake's mouth and wondered why she got bit. Of course she got bit. She knew what the fuck she was doing. She's been watching this shit happen for 15 years to black people, and she's like, but I'm white. Guess what? White people get bullets too. So
all right, let me retort if you don't mind. I agree with you. She was antagonistic. She was in the wrong place. She was putting her nose in business that had nothing to do with her. I understand. I get that. My point, my whole premise to my statement is the Supreme Court, just like in Austin, I was in Austin, Texas when they were chasing him through downtown Austin, and he ran over and killed a whole bunch of people. He's in federal prison right now. So the statute that comes down from the Supreme Court says that unless your life is in danger with a weapon, something like that, then you cannot fire at a fleeing vehicle.
A fleeing
That
vehicle
hold
is
on,
a
hold on, hold
weapon.
on,
A
hold on. I
fleeing
wasn't done,
vehicle
sir.
is
I
a
wasn't done,
weapon.
sir. I wasn't done, sir. I wasn't done.
My bad.
Disobedient,
So
brother.
I
My
wasn't
bad.
done, sir.
My
I
bad.
wasn't
Hey,
done.
let him. My
I'm
bad.
not done. I'm
You are
still okay. Thank you.
boy.
So,
What you
so
said
my
is
point
so
is, so
much
my
to get
point
his
is,
point.
my point is that when you escalate when you escalate the situation from a fleeing driver, which is an illegal crime, obviously, I got that.
It's not a fleeing driver. He's standing in front of the car as she
He
repositions it.
had no business to be standing there. He put himself there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
She put the
If
car
you
in front
said
of
a
him.
baby, brother man,
No,
hold
fam.
on.
No,
If you
no.
said a baby in the middle of the street,
No, fam. Let's not change the scenario. Let's just be honest.
okay, well let's keep it
He
on.
was
Let's keep
not
it a
in
buck.
right. So
He
let
was
me ask
not
you a
standing
question.
in front of her, and
When
she
that
got
when that video
contradicting
started,
orders from different officers.
when that video started, was an officer in front of the car?
Yes.
You're lying.
You're lying. He was on the right fender.
You're
Well,
lying.
it depends on what video. It depends on what video.
No, I don't care what.
There's
I
no
don't care
video of
what you
him being in.
watch.
Yes,
Look,
There's no
I'm not
video.
going to. I'm not going to just.
If
I'm
you
not.
watch the
Look, check
clip
this out.
video of the shooting, just specifically like 3 seconds around the shooting, then yes, at the beginning of the video, the officer was in front of the vehicle. If you didn't watch the whole video, so we don't know what video he watched.
But if you watch the video from the time ICE pull up, there's nobody in front of the car.
Yeah, but we don't know if he watched. You got to ask him if he watched that video because we don't know what he's talking about. He could just be talking out the side of his neck. He didn't watch the video.
So check this out, man. Ultimately, I'm not going to decipher the video because I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how to decipher things like that.
Now you
So
don't know how to decipher a
I'm just
video.
going.
Lord
Check
have
this
mercy.
out. I'm going based upon statute. The statute says that a fleeing person in a vehicle cannot be shot at.
You're not a
That's what the
fleeing person if
Supreme
you're
Court
driving at a
said.
law enforcement officer. You're lying.
She was not driving towards him. She was driving away.
You
You
just said.
saw the
You
turn
just said.
of the.
You just said you're not going to
As
decipher.
a matter
You
of
just
fact,
said.
as a matter of fact,
Just
as a
said-
matter of fact,
Sir,
hold
you just
on.
said
This
you're
is
not
my
gonna
point.
decipher.
This is my point. This is my point. After he shot, he should have been up underneath the vehicle if he was in front. She drove off and died in the car a couple of feet away. He should have been underneath the car if he was literally in front. He shot from the side.
I'm gonna look. I'm
He
gonna
was
look out for
already
you.
not in danger at that point.
Smooth. I'm gonna look out for you.
You have to
Smooth,
get
Go for it.
ran
Go
over.
for it.
Smooth. I'm gonna look out for you. Don't ever say that publicly again. What you just said.
Hey,
Don't
brother,
ever
I'm
say
gonna
that.
look out for
Don't
you.
ever
Don't tell
say
me what
that
the
again.
fuck to say, my
Because
nigga.
that was
You don't tell me
because
shit.
because
Do you
because
He
see
don't
this is
understand?
sound
why.
shit, dog.
No, you
Because
don't
that
tell
was
me
the
shit. I'm a
because
grown man
see
just
why
like you. You
because
don't
that
tell
was
me
the most
shit.
He said
because
he don't
that
give a
was
fuck
the
what you
most
say. He
Hey,
said you
brother
because
man,
agree.
that
you
was the
don't
most
tell me
stupidest
shit.
I
That's
just
crazy.
did. You
Bro,
will
you
think I
don't
said
tell me shit.
and
Don't
I
tell
That's
him
just
what you
nothing.
don't
did.
do. You
Don't
And
can
I
tell him
state
just
your
nothing.
did.
opinion, but you don't tell me what the fuck to say. Do you
And I
understand?
Hey,
and I
smooth.
just
Hey,
did.
Kenny.
And
Chris
I
said you
And
a
just
I
did.
and
bitch.
I land.
He said
And I
you a
just
bitch.
did.
Smooth. That's what he just said.
So back to what so back to what I'm saying. What you
You
said
can
was
say whatever you want, but
asinine.
you don't tell me what to say, bitch nigga.
What you just said was asinine. Number
Damn, he
one.
took it up
Number
top.
two,
Spell
5085
asinine,
West
bitch
Time
nigga.
5085 West Time Road, Houston, Texas. That's how you spell. So
ASI 9.
That's a
back to the
bet. I'm
third
on my way.
Y'all
back to the
niggas
third
crazy.
back to the third thing I'll say. What you say is irrelevant because he was in front of that vehicle. You as a driver, you see that there's an agent in front of in that vehicle because you have to be aware of your surroundings when you're driving the car. If not, you need to turn over your license. So the fact that you have a bullet in your head is because you was driving towards that agent, regardless whether you're backing out or not. The option
She
was
was in the wrong. She didn't deserve to die. That's it.
Man, you are wild, dog. Don't you
So
try
you
it.
finna just
Don't
stand
you
on that?
try it.
Wait. So
Don't
you
you,
finna just
hey
stand on that
brother,
now?
don't you try it. Just don't try it. That's all I'm gonna say. Just
Right.
don't try it. Cause she clearly lined that officer up. He was started out on the right fender. She put him mid windshield, and then he let off a shot and was able to get to the driver's door. He went completely around the front of that car, and she started by putting him in the middle of the car. He made the other step around, but man, y'all got to stop saying
I did
that.
see that. You're right about that though. Because
Y'all
at
got to
first I
stop
didn't see
saying
it now.
that. Y'all got to stop saying that, man.
Hey, Pastor, I'm curious. I'm like, this is what I'm talking about. You just skipped over what Brownsville said. I don't know how we have these strong opinions looking at a bystander camera.
There's
People
no
have
because
no
that's
official.
probably. I mean, but like I said, there's no guarantee that there's a body camera in Minneapolis.
No, I get that too, Taz, right? And so again, my position is I don't have a definitive position. I'm just monitoring this conversation. I'm more curious to know what this means for Black people as a result, right? Because it's a lot of lawyer articulation on the panel right now. So I'm just curious what this means for Black people.
Just on December 31st, a Black man got shot by an off-duty officer. Nobody spoke about it.
Off-duty ICE, yeah. Off-duty ICE.
And he had 3 kids as well.
Nobody's talking about him though.
He fired a rifle on New Year's, and the ICE
Was that
officer
one in
ran
LA?
down on him.
That's the LA one, Taz?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the officer lived in the same building. He came down and they got into an argument, and the guy ended up getting shot.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they've been and also what you was reading, they've been letting off these pepper balls indiscriminately. Nigga, they've been firing everybody up with these pepper balls.
Bruh, they lit up with them pepper balls.
And also, I believe in
they haven't.
I believe in Portland, two more people got shot in these ICE protests as well.
Yeah, last night in Portland. Portland got wild last night. Yeah, they doing George Floyd 2.0. But yeah, Taz, them pepper balls are being shot indiscriminately. And they say within 5 years of getting hit by a pepper ball, you could potentially lose your life because of the internal damage that them pepper balls cause. People been having asthma attacks, seizures, all kinds of crazy stuff.
But look, it's stories of them running up in people's houses and holding people hostage and all type of wild shit. And this is what goes viral. This is what y'all try to send it up.
Right. That's okay. Go ahead, Taz.
Did y'all see that JD Vance comment he made about if not, hey, Sean, is your number still the same? Because I can send you that video right now.
JD Vance is irrelevant. He ain't.
Well, we're talking about that
He's not gonna get
or
in.
something like that.
He ain't gonna get in. We ain't worried about him. He ain't getting
JD
in.
not irrelevant. Isn't he leading the polls show that he's leading?
He ain't getting in. He's not.
Okay, that's what they
getting
said
in.
about Trump in 2016, and guess where we at?
Okay, I saw. Okay, I'll give you that. I saw the Trump move, but I do not. JD ain't getting in, so we ain't even gonna switch it on his punk ass.
Oh, but the point is that we can't say, oh, they're not going to get in just because they're not going to get in. Like, you got to take this serious. Like, the left don't have nobody to run. Who the left going to run with?
Yeah, he's more viable than I thought. Just listening to him, like he talked that shit.
Really? During the vice president debates, he was very good at portraying himself as a moderate. You saw he was walking back literally every single thing that Trump said. They asked him a certain thing, walk it back to make it more moderate. Oh, let's not talk about the 11 million. Let's only talk about the 1 million violent criminals that are illegal immigrants. Let's talk about them. Every single time they asked him to, elaborate on or stand on what the extreme rhetoric that Trump said, he walked it back. And we see that was a bullshit lie. But he did a good job of selling it to the people. And so to say that he's a politician.
Yeah, he's a politician.
Yeah, like to say like he's not someone to
he's
look
Mike
out for.
Pence with a setup with a pair. He's Mike Pence with a pair.
Well, Mike Pence said no to. Mike Pence had a pair too. I mean, he said no to Trump during the most.
Well, I'm saying for the agenda that
Mike Pence stood up when it was time though. So I gotta agree.
Principle.
Yeah,
Pence and Gio.
When I say that one moment, let me just clarify. When I say with a pair, I'm talking about in terms of their agenda, right? I'm not talking about in terms of integrity and principle and man stuff and all that stuff we talk about. I'm saying on their agenda, that's the next.
He won't fight back against it.
No, absolutely not. He's gonna play his part, and Stephen Miller will probably be part of his cabinet. So he's definitely the viable option for the Republicans for sure.
And the left has nobody. Who are they gonna run? AOC?
Nah, I think they still looking at
they're gonna run Newsom.
Yeah, I think they run. I think they still looking at Newsom.
Newsom. There's stuff. They just said they're gonna. They turned their sights on. Like they turned their sights on Minnesota. They just said they're gonna turn on California, and there's gonna be a lot of information that comes out, whether true or not, that's gonna damage Gavin Newsom. And there's a lot of Californians that don't even rock with Newsom as it is.
Yeah,
Newsom doesn't even want to run for president like that because he's gonna. No, hell no, that ain't gonna happen.
The best people that Democrats have don't even have like that national like support. So like I just don't see who is as strong as JD Vance on the left. Like that's insane to just say just write him off and say he's not going to win.
Short
but
answer is no one, but however, I think Harris gonna run one more time, and I don't know.
with this
Kamala Harris.
George Floyd
This time
2.0
she'll have a
going
fair shot
on.
to win, but
But what I'm saying with this George Floyd 2.0 going on in this country, it's going to escalate to the point where you're going to have to calm the other side down somehow. And you can't push the rhetoric. You can keep pushing this rhetoric that JD Vance and all these other right wingers are pushing. I get why the woman got shot. They don't, and that side is growing and growing and growing and becoming more and more violent. You're going to have to neutralize them somehow. So that's the reason why I say they're going to something's going to have to change because you got to neutralize it. That's a large base. That's a large part of this country.
Hey, Rilla, back to your question, what do black people do? Like, I'm seriously curious about that as well. Because this isn't our business. This has nothing to do with us. So
I mean, no, I wouldn't
what's
say
next?
that. I mean, because anywhere I see is there's some black people there. Whether it's a lot of black people is another question. But I mean, ICE affects black people too. You know what I'm saying? So that, I mean, there's cases where in fact, there was a black man who got shot by ICE Christmas, New Year's Eve. You know what I'm saying? That's a black man right there. So that's affecting black people just with that story alone. I think.
Well, I'm just saying, what do we do? That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying I think we need to look at them like law enforcement. I think we need to stop acting like we don't know what their job is, and technically they don't apply to us. So if ICE run down on you, look at it as a potential lawsuit.
Hey, I got
Yeah,
sorry to
so
be that
Taz,
guy.
the only reason.
ICE
Go
was who
ahead.
arrested me. ICE was who arrested me in 16. Yeah, that was ICE. Homeland Security, Department of Immigration, Customs and Exports.
Wait, are you a
got
citizen?
arrested?
Yes.
Are you a citizen?
Yes. I'm telling you, I got booked by ICE.
Born and raised here?
Yes.
Or you,
Hold on,
What did you
Hold on,
get booked?
Nigga, what did you do, nigga?
I need some more context. I need some more context.
Were the prostitutes
Hold on, did they
citizens?
believe that you was Nigerian? What happened?
That ICE even
Hey,
investigated.
forget you, Sharon.
I thought he was Trinidadian.
So, in that story, ICE is also part of the North Texas Trafficking Task Force.
Right.
ICE is this main component. When they came after me, it was the ATF and ICE. The main agent on my case was Allison Schaefer. She was an ICE agent. I'm telling you.
Just dropping names is cool.
Dang, now you done doxed the
Nigga, what would
agent.
you? But so
Man,
for
fuck her.
for you to be on their radar,
Hey, wait.
and that operation,
Second one
nigga.
this week. Shit,
Was you on
I never
Harry?
go on to North Texas.
Was you
Nigga,
on
what was
Harry?
you doing,
Was you
nigga?
on Harry Hines? What you doing?
Yeah, what was you really
about
doing,
to
nigga?
pimp it?
Hey, why were y'all asking a whole bunch of questions?
Nah, dog, you
You
kind of
got
fishy
it.
right now, my G. Hold up.
I mean, if you know what ICE do, you can easily
No,
surmise.
Taz,
I'm just saying.
man.
I forgot. Yeah,
We
you got
read
the pimp
Josh's
Y'all
charges on
don't.
here.
Yeah, you holding some information close to the chest, bro.
No, he was
No, I'm
pimping.
telling y'all.
Listen,
You was
without
pimping
making
young
it personal
women.
with him, but just right quick, without making it personal with him, I think what needs to be understood is ICE investigates more than just illegals. And we don't, for some reason, we saying they don't have no jurisdiction in every conversation.
That's correct.
And they literally investigate more than illegals.
Yeah, we talked about that. They do a lot of
Absolutely.
sex crimes and trafficking of children. What the fuck?
Yeah, I wasn't trying to make it
That
about
is
him.
not what ICE literally does everything. Right now,
Yeah,
if you go down Northwest,
guns too. I give you guns and money.
yes,
I give you
ICE
that.
does
Too. I
it
give you
all.
that too.
ICE, if you go down Northwest in Dallas right now, there's a sign right by Waffle House that says, if you are caught engaging with a prostitute at all, and this is real shit, I'll send the picture later. The sign says you will be charged state and federally. You will fall under 2 different statutes. Dead ass.
There's no such thing
And what happens to the prostitutes, though?
There's no such thing as pimps
Yeah.
and johns no more, though. I told niggas that year there's no such thing as pimps and johns no more. All that shit is human trafficking. Be careful, nigga.
All of it falls under 1952 and 1591. Every bit.
All right, yo, dog, stop talking about it. Let it go. We're gonna let this shit go.
All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Shout out to Kudu Live Streaming with the $10. She shouldn't have did what she did, but a person is dead. It's just weird seeing pro-life people happy she's gone, and children are being raised without a mother. Not any on the panel, but on social media. Fair enough. Also, it's me, Rosie. Just block me, aka Miss J with the $5. Awesome conversation from the famous groupie. Lord. So we did not reach the goal today. So I'm assuming that people don't want to have this conversation anymore. They're not appreciating the multiple layers of different conversations. I guess that's what I could assume. We only needed $40 more to continue the show to extend it past, but we did not get $40 or 100 likes, even though we got over 100 people that voted in the chat, but they did not want to hit the like button. That's strange. We got almost 200 people that voted in the poll, but we do not even have 80 likes. Crazy. I don't get it. We stayed on topic the whole time. I don't get it. We got our both sides of the point of view. Hey, people.
Nah, that shit went a little left towards the end, dog.
People support what you mean. You got to support whatever you are interested in, right? So clearly, maybe they're not interested in this topic for real. I guess.
Nah, this is a bad topic to have though. It's really bad because too much reality to it. You gotta go more pseudo. You gotta make it more fantasy.
That's interesting though to see a poll with so many votes come down the middle like that though. You know what I'm saying? On a trending topic. That ain't typical. Usually it's 70, 30, 80, 20.
A lot of the people don't feel like that white woman should have got shot.
52. The percentage is 52%. Yes, the ICE agent was justified. Ooh, that's a tight margin.
It is tight.
It's a tight margin for that many votes. Yeah.
Bruh, he was definitely justified. It's just unfortunate.
A white woman got shot. Of course, it's going to be that close, dog. That's not how indiscriminately he did it. He just did it, right? The society ain't used to seeing no shit like that.
They do it to black people all the time.
Oh, they just saw it with
They just saw it with Ashley Babbitt. White women.
They just saw it with
gunned
Ashley Babbitt.
down like that. No, they're not.
They just saw it with Ashley Babbitt. But for me, the question becomes when we have the legal argument. And Taz, the historian, I know you could go through a plethora of things that was at once legal, right? It could be argued. That's why I was kind of trying to. I really wish KT and Joe would have unpacked that a little bit more when you have the morality conversation. Because it's not. I don't think you need to have the conversation in terms of who's superior, who inferior, who right, wrong, bad, good, like that type of way. But your laws are actually informed by morality. Right? That's what your laws are based on. So if we say something is, legal and justified, like there was a ton of things that were legal and justified that as a result of evolution or, more information or, maybe we're more rigorous with our morality. We no longer look at that stuff the same. Like for instance, lynching was legal. What they do, the 10-step pace, turnabout, shoot. That was legal, right? So
it's like dueling.
Yeah, but you understand? Yeah, dueling. Yeah, there you go.
But dueling was legal though.
Right. And so I don't know. I think I heard concession around the legality argument. What I'm not hearing is what's right and what's wrong. Right. Because I would agree with y'all. Like but I'm also more inclined to just wait till more information comes out. I'm with Brownsville on that. Like I just want to see the video. If there's another video that's definitively saying what happened, then cool. But my question becomes, what does this mean for black people?
And also, let me just also say this. That's a great question. Hopefully they can answer it. On the other stream, we had 163 votes. Same question. Was ICE agent justified? 56% said no. And we still didn't get to 100 likes on that channel.
Shoot.
We didn't get to 100. So we had over damn near 200 people voting?
Almost 300.
That's kind of crazy.
Hey, cuz,
and I still didn't get to 100 likes. That's even crazier.
Can you hear me, cuz? Am I coming through?
Yes.
Yeah, so I got two things. One, if the officer did not have a body cam, that's going to be very problematic for the Department of Homeland Security. I think they're going to have issues there if he did not have a body camera, or if none of the officers had a body camera. That's going to be problematic. Not saying that he's not going to still be justified, but I'm just saying that it's going to cause them problems in the future. That's the first thing. The second thing, I wanted to respond to Kenny, because I heard him say it and I heard other people say it as well, that about them not allowing the doctor to enter the scene to treat the young lady. The first thing that they have to do is secure the scene, right? And what that means is no unauthorized people are allowed in or out of the scene, right? After they secure the scene, then they do have an affirmative duty to render aid. I don't know if they rendered aid or not, but whether they chose not to allow the physician to examine her is irrelevant, because he wasn't authorized to enter the scene. Only authorized personnel are authorized to enter the scene. That's EMS, first responders, other law enforcement agencies, et cetera, et cetera. So that was part of them securing the scene. They wasn't letting anybody out, in and out. Whether you say you're a doctor or not, that's irrelevant. So those on
Hey, I
those.
appreciate that context.
Hey, Brown, sir, I got a real quick question on that aspect alone. If they had already determined that she'd been neutralized, is the aid still required if it's confirmed that she's already deceased? Just curiosity.
Well, that's a part of it. I mean, if they didn't find a pulse, if they took a pulse and they determined there was no pulse and her heart wasn't beating, she was, already incapacitated, then yeah, they did their job. I don't know if they did it or not.
All right, thank you. I just didn't know, so I wanted to know.
I think the bigger issue right now is the ambiguity in humanity. It's like some people are cold-hearted now. Some people to just basic humanity. I think life is precious, all life, but people shouldn't. She shouldn't have been there. We can all say that she should not have been there, antagonizing in the situation. Go home with your or whatever. But yeah, just the ambiguity of humanity, I think, is the real issue here.
What situation did she antagonize? That's the question.
No, I'm just saying, just being there. What was she gonna do?
On the side,
Literally stop the ICE agents from taking somebody? What was she going to do for real?
Because it just seemed like they were just chilling. I don't know what they was doing though, but it seemed like her and some people was over there on the side chilling. The person, she was in the car, and somebody was standing outside the car. So as soon as the gunshot went off, you seen that person run across the street because they actually knew her or something like that. But they had space. It's not like her thing was in the middle of the road. Her car was to the side a little bit. They was there. I don't know what happened before that though. That's why we don't see video of what was going on before that. All we do, we see the agents pull up, and then they run towards her car, and that's all we see. So we don't really know.
Yeah, man,
I'm trying to figure out why we so there's no lack of reporting that says she was there to interfere. She's one of these people who goes around fucking with ICE. Why are we acting like there's a shortage of reporting on that?
As far as that went,
I'll holler at y'all later, man.
Like, didn't her actual wife say that? Like, her wife said that.
His wife said that, so I'm confused on why people are taking this defense.
Okay, kid. Welcome back to the show. MJ, close us out, MJ.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna say this is a PSA for Black Americans. Mind your goddamn business and do not take no fucking poor advice from people who want you to be out there and committing crimes and thinking that somebody's supposed to be feeling sorry for you when you be given given a consequence. Okay, like we have the arbiters of people who always talk about accountability, and this is the one fucking situation where you can clearly see that accountability was supposed to be taken, and we have people making fucking excuses about it. We see every day and for years that Black or brown or other people have gotten worse fucking treatment, and it was everything. Well, A, B, and C. You could have did this. You could have did that. Now this situation is, oh, well, I don't think she was doing this. I don't think she was doing that. I don't, no. We got to stop this, all right? Mind your damn business. Do not take poor advice from people out there to get yourself hurt, all right? And then on top of that, it's a new day age, folks. If that can happen to a white woman who thought that privilege or whatever privilege that she thought that she had was going to save her, then y'all know what time it is. Nobody is playing with you. This government is not playing with you right now. So just choose wisely. That's it.
Hold on, we got a late comer. Since this person's always here, I'm gonna respect that he came late. We gonna see what he got to say. Welcome to the show, Detroit Coalition.
It feels like I was a part of the show. I hear my name brought up and stuff during the show, but it's okay. Here's my thing. I'll just ask a simple question. Everybody has talked about that first shot and the justification for the first shot through the windshield. And I kept bringing up in the chat to look at the DOJ policy on interactions that police have with the community and stuff like that. So my point is, explain shot 2 and 3 being a threat to the officer's life when the vehicle was when he's on the side of the vehicle. Those shots were in the driver's side. So all this time, these 3.5 hours, y'all been talking about it, right? Y'all talked about the one shot to the windshield and everything like that. Each bullet that an officer fires, there has to be a reasonable suspicion of the threat of their life for each bullet that they're fired. Not just because I fired this first one, I can go ahead and fire 2 more. So I'm just trying to see the justification before y'all start making it a political thing. And yeah, I can't stand Trump ugly ass. You know what I'm saying? Before y'all make it a political thing, what's the justification for shot 2 and 3 beyond fuck around and find out legally?
Double tapping. The practice of double tapping. That's how they're trained. Somebody made the comment, the practice of double tapping initially. Typically when you fire.
Where is that in the DOJ policy?
It's not policy, it's training.
Where is that in training protocols?
When he took his second step, he had took a second step and a second shot at the same moment while the vehicle was still actually moving at him. So though his body was turning, he was still in the process of avoiding a dangerous weapon, i.e. the vehicle at the time.
And the third shot is what?
A third shot I can't really justify, but that's first and second shot I can.
Then stop justifying the whole thing.
Isn't there a 21 foot rule? Does that apply when it comes to a car coming towards you? Because
the suggestion for officers, just so y'all understand, the recommendation that they have for officers is, first off, don't put yourself in front of a vehicle, because even with gunshots, you still can lose the fight. That is the way officers are trained, right? And the fear of life thing that you guys are talking about is if somebody was actually running down on them. So let's say the way you guys have explained, I'm not gonna keep you all day, Sharon, I'm sorry. The way we are explaining it, the way that video started with her parked perpendicular. Now, if she was facing them and coming at them, that means that they're an imminent threat. They weren't an imminent threat until they all walked up to her vehicle, right? Because she hadn't drove at them before that in the video, right? Like I said, the first shot is going to be the one where I think that like the DOJ is probably going to like rely on as far as the claim of self-defense and everything like that. But shot 2 and 3, like I said, every bullet that an officer fires has to be rectified. That's going to be hard for them to rectify. And, you know, whatever people want to say about her being out there and everything like that, whatever. You know what I'm saying? The main thing is that officer has to be accountable for what he did with his gun and his bullet.
Is one bullet going to stop that situation? Or is one bullet?
No, it's not. And that's why the training that they have, that's why the training that they have, like, tells them don't even like. You're not going to win a battle.
Hold on, Detroit. So what is your position on it? That the officer should have done what? What's your position?
I do not think that his life was in danger, you know, when he fired them shots. That's my position.
Okay, so you don't think his life was, even though he got hit by a moving vehicle, life's not danger. So what would be considered life in danger?
So I don't believe that he actually got hit by it. I know that second video shows that somebody got, like, I don't know. I need to see more and everything like that. Maybe we need more investigation, see what injuries he might have been able to he attained or something like that. But from what I can see in the video, the first video, what I can see in that was that, you know, she was in her car. They came up to the car. The one guy put his hand on the door. She put her car in reverse. When she put her car in drive, she turned her wheels all the way to the right. That first shot hit when she hit on the gas, and shot 2 and 3 happened when she passed by the officer. Going back to the first shot, though, right? If she was really intending on hitting the officer, why didn't that car roll the fuck over her? Because if she was trying to run over them, imminent danger, then it wouldn't have sped past him. It would have ran over him.
Okay,
so let's have that.
That was my point.
I'm sorry.
No. Y'all really got to stop saying that out loud.
Hold on. So, do you believe it was a officer in front of the car? That's the first question.
There was an officer in front of the car.
Okay. Number two, and so you don't believe when we say that he actually got hit and moved by the car?
I don't, because of the videos, and one shows one that nobody got contacted except for the guy who grabbed the handle, and that other video shows something different. I'm gonna hold on from judgment of that. Okay, because even if it touched him or not, hold on. Because even if it didn't touch him,
okay,
if it didn't touch him,
that was my next move.
If it didn't touch him,
if it did actually hit him, do you change your position? Is my next question.
If the car hit him and then he shot her, is that what you're asking?
No, if he physically got hit by the car, does that change your position?
If he physically got hit by the car, is he gonna still be able to even fire off shots anyway? So that's a bad hypothetical.
Yes. No.
Okay.
Yes, he could.
Under the vehicle?
I just want to understand.
Oh my Lord, y'all gotta stop this.
If the officer got hit by the actual car, do you change your position? Yes or no? That's up to you.
I can't say that I would change my position because that changes the whole scenario altogether. In that case, if he got hit by that car, I would think that other officers probably would have discharged their weapons too, right? Right?
Hold on.
I'm just saying.
Hold on.
Because that's not what happened. I can't go off of that hypothetical.
Slow down. So we're not assuming that we're not adding any source to it.
You are, but you are if you adding in the hit by car.
Right, because you just didn't see that. Maybe you just didn't see that video, right? But I seen the video. I have the video of
I got you. Did you also see the video with her wheels turned all the way to the right, away from the officer?
How can you say it was turning away from the officer if you didn't see?
Because did he actually get run? Once again, if somebody was trying to use a car as a weapon, they're probably not going to try and nick you. They're probably going to try and hit you. So the way that her car was able to pull on,
I don't want to hold on.
There's a lot of grace
hold
here.
on. What the? Because you're doing a lot of probablys, right? So let's start off with: do you believe the officer was on the right side of the car, on the passenger side of the car?
No.
Okay, so that's what. Okay, so you just need to see more of the video and different angles.
When was he on the passenger side of the car? When her car was perpendicular and you were on the other side.
So yeah, he started off on the passenger side of the car. She turned her wheel to the right, which is where his direction is, and then he tried to jump out of the way. Is what we can see all together now. So I'm just telling you that's the facts of what happened. So now
that's the facts of that video that we saw with the shooting.
Say what?
What I'm saying, that's the facts of what you see in that 1 minute clip of the shooting. But before that, where was actual ICE in that neighborhood? Were they all in one condensed unit actually moving or were they scattered around this whole neighborhood? Because after that shooting, there were other officers that you could see that were further around the neighborhood. They weren't just there. That's what I'm saying.
They was out there trying to issue some warrants. They was in the street and she blocked off the street so other cars could go by, but she was actually blocking the ICE agents. And the ICE agents told her to stop and they pulling her over and she is obstructing justice. They was trying to pull her out of the vehicle, and we know the rest of what happened.
And that's what I'm saying. All the gray areas of this conversation, I understand, and it's probably gonna always be there even after the trial. When we get down to just point blank, you are the officer. You are responsible for every bullet that you discharge. Where's the justification for bullet 2 and 3? And bullet 1 doesn't justify bullet 2 and bullet 3. It doesn't.
Bullet one absolutely justified bullet 2.
Hold on.
Look at the DOJ
So,
and you'll see that you're wrong.
So I could have an understanding. So in 2 or 3 seconds, you're saying that officer should have said, "Hey, I shot my gun, got hit by the car, and then not shot anymore," and then that would have been the justifiable. That would have been a justifiable deletion of that lady.
I'm saying that as soon as shot 2 and 3 rang out, it wasn't about like trying to protect his life. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so all right, so
you can't substantiate that.
Yeah, like how can you? Right, so that's what I
Because
want to
shots to the side of the car. You're telling me that. You're telling me that.
Hold on.
Go
So I
ahead.
want to make sure I understand your argument. Because how are you substantiating that 2 and 3 is excessive force? Because that's what you're pretty much saying, right?
Because the shot 1 was in the windshield, right? We know that for sure. Everybody agrees on that, right? Shot 1 was in the windshield and hit her in the head, right? Okay. Shot 2 and shot 3, where were they?
But hold on. But you got to make sure you are putting it. You Monday quarterbacking it, or are you saying in real time he knew that he shot her in the head, or like what is it that you're saying? Your argument. Because
I'm saying regardless,
our
I don't
position is
believe
different from looking at it from his position. Because you just say he have excessive force, you got to prove that he purposely did X, Y, Z. Is what I'm saying.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. Well, we know for sure he purposely discharged his weapon, right? There's no doubt about that, right? He did it on purpose. He discharged his weapon, right?
Okay.
I know that the
all right, so let's walk it down. So he purposely discharged his weapon. Do you think he was in danger? Do you think the officer believed he was in danger?
That part I'm not going to. That's the part that I think you guys are putting in place here. I'm not going to put that in there. I'm not putting a judgment in there. Just like we can't tell what was in his heart and his mind. Why would I do that? Because if I did, then I might rule on the side of any kind of thing that I think he was on, and I'm not going to do that. I'm trying to be as fair to the actual situation. Okay?
Do you believe she?
So I don't know.
Do you think she? Do you think she believed that she was being detained?
No, I don't think she thought she was being detained.
Wow.
Because she did get orders to move, right? Did she not get orders to move?
So when, all right, but the officers gave her commands to stop the car, get out the car, and that she is being arrested.
What was her first command that they gave her? Wasn't it to move?
It was stop the car. That's what her wife said, who was in the vehicle.
She was parked. How are they going to tell her to stop her vehicle? She was parked perpendicular in the street.
Because she went in reverse.
Her first order was to move.
Then they act right. She didn't want
to move.
And then they say,
get out. And then they came and grabbed her car.
Okay, then they say, get out the car. You're being detained. And then she went in reverse. And then she went forward. Okay. So.
Okay.
All right. So now, even with that information now, do you still believe that she did not believe she was being detained?
No, I do not think that she felt like she was being detained. No.
Okay.
Just like you believe that the officer didn't believe that his life was in danger, how can you justify that?
I didn't hear you being.
I didn't say that. I didn't remember. I just made a clarification with Tyrone.
I just want to get his point of view because I'm not, I just want to hear what his thought is.
Because usually I come in here, I have center points of view. Any topic that we talk about, if I'm wrong, please let me know because I'm sure Sharon wouldn't let me up if I did. But I have a center point of view on a lot of things that go on in here, right? So I'm coming from that same centered view. Okay. What I know is when you get down to the law, okay, if he felt like his life was in imminent danger, that does explain, let's say that does explain maybe the first shot that any officer might shoot. That first shot, let's say that explains it, right? If that took her out and she was dead because of that one shot, then I can't sit here and say that it wasn't justified because, he felt like he was in imminent danger. As soon as that car is going past him, this double tap shit, I don't know where that is a law or a policy or triple tap in this case, That is a sign of fear and as an officer, it doesn't matter about your fear and where you were in your state of mind. It has to be it has to be an actual threat. And shooting at somebody in the side of their car as they're speeding past you, even if you got the first shot off, is not that.
Okay, so you watched the video, right?
Hold on. He didn't see all the angles. So we
I did see all the angles. Huh? I seen both angles. I haven't seen a third. I just seen the two angles. I think
hold on. So you seen when he actually got hit by the vehicle?
No, I did that part. That part isn't clear to me that he got hit by the vehicle in that second video. That's not clear to me.
Oh, it is absolutely 100% clear that the vehicle moved that man's body.
Why isn't it clear in the first one?
Huh?
We can clearly see him discharge his weapon in the first one.
No, that's fine. So the reason why it's not clear is because the officer and the vehicle is in the way. So you can't see because there's a physical body there. And
but we can clearly see him discharge his weapon.
On the angle that we mainly see, you only see the officer's foot. You barely even see. Most people thought it was the officer on the side that actually pulled the trigger, but it was most people didn't even recognize that it was an officer in front of the vehicle in the first place. So that angle that most people are judging on is not showing you clearly the full picture of what actually happened.
Who is that background? It sounds like somebody's background. Just let me know, Sharon, and I can get in.
All right. Well, I shouldn't. I really need to blame Detroit since he's always be supporting. That's the only reason why I let his ass up because I was supposed to in the goddamn show because I ain't getting no damn support for good content, or at least in my idea what good content is. But
how much more support you need?
Sharon, just to let you know,
I said, "Yeah, I want to cook this up."
I said, Sharon, just to let you know, when I tried to send you a super chat, it wouldn't allow me to send it for some reason.
Okay, maybe somebody blocked you in the chat. I'm not sure. That happens, I guess. I don't know. People be getting blocked. I don't know. Everybody, when you do, if somebody says something crazy to you, if you have a wrench, don't block for more than 10 to 30 seconds unless it's like really offensive. People can have their own opinions. Okay, my train of thought, where I was at. My train of thought, no, it was people here before you either, man. So you wait your line, all right? Willie came before you, Otis came before, all right? And so
did anybody read the court documents?
My bad.
Anybody read the court documents? Nope. Okay. All right.
So this is okay, because now we're gonna have a disruptive. Okay, go ahead. So Detroit, if you
Don't call me disruptive. I actually came to follow the rules, and you making me want to be disruptive.
So the issue that I'm having is that do you believe that she was trying to cause harm to the officer that was in front of her vehicle?
No.
So you think she was trying to swerve away from the officer?
I think she was trying to flee. Yes.
And do you think she cared if she was going to hit the officer or not?
I mean, I'm not here to rule intent. That's not our job. That's not our jobs.
But the issue is that you. But the problem is that you rule intent on the officer.
No, I'm not. I'm saying he has to show his intent. That's the law, and he has to be accountable for those bullets.
Okay,
That's
so all right, so if he
what
has
you all are doing.
All right, so what I'm saying is this. So I just want to hear the logic. I'm not even making judgment either way.
Okay.
The logic is that if somebody has a car and they are driving it towards you, why do you believe that person they do not care about your well-being?
Right, which is what the officer is probably going to say when he gets to court, right? But I guess
I'm asking you, though, like not whatever the officer. I'm saying, I'm asking you. If you was in front of my car and you tell me stop, Sharon, get out the car, and I drive toward you, are you going to tell me, well, I don't think Sharon really was trying to hit me. He was just trying to flee.
Okay, so for bullet 2 and bullet 3.
But
right?
answer my question before you go to bullet 2 and bullet 3.
So I'll answer for each bullet then. How about that? Okay. Bullet 1, maybe. You're right. Yeah, if somebody was driving at me, in your scenario, driving at me. Now keep in mind, the way you just described this,
It's not exactly how this video played out, but driving towards me, the vehicle as an imminent threat to my safety or the other officer's safety. Yes, I have, by law, I have the right to do whatever I need to do to protect myself. But
okay,
before
so my
you
next
go,
question,
wait.
I got one more question. So when an
Am I
officer
gonna be able to
decides,
respond to that first part first?
I think you did. I got one more question. So when an officer feel like his life is in danger, is it most likely his training to put that situation down or to just injure the person? Which one is it?
When it comes to a vehicle, no officer is trained to sit there and shoot at a vehicle. That's not what
I
they're
understand.
trained on.
No. So we going past that. So if the
Why we going past that?
if the officer feel like they are in danger of losing their life, is the officer trained to get rid of that danger or just to injure that danger?
A vehicular threat. They are not trained to sit there and try and take it on. No.
Okay, so again, I'm gonna ask you a question again. If the cop believes that you're trying to take their life
with a vehicle,
if that no, so that's why I'm asking you so this way I want to hear the logic. If the officer believes that you is attempting to take their life, are they trained to injure or they are trained to take you out?
It depends on the weapon that's the threat. It does. So if it's a knife, right?
Yeah.
It might be the response is a gun. If it's a gun, the right response might be a gun. If you're in this house and if you're raiding a house and this is the situation you come into, that's different than out on the street, right? And somebody's in a car. So to try and like blanket all of this as well, police are protecting themselves. Once again, especially as black folks, when you don't hold people accountable to shit, then anything gonna fucking happen. And that's what in this point,
I understand your no, but what I'm saying, like you adding your overarching point to the conversation. That's why
I've been trying not to add that in here. I've been sticking to
that's what make the conversation difficult, is because you adding your overarching point and putting your morality
and thoughts about threats and stuff like that without, let's pinpoint on vehicular threat. The training that officers have when it's a vehicular threat is to not try to take on a vehicle, right? That's what it is. And anything else you can try and find me something else that states that's different, and I'll whatever. But in the case of a vehicle, no. Now you're talking about a vehicle that you're not going to be able to stop. Did that car stop immediately when he shot her? Absolutely not. And they know that because they know when people get shot by cars, that car is going to keep on rolling and become a danger for everybody else around them. So you just
justify the 3 shots, though.
Stop it, man. I'm not done. Okay.
But you did but like even he has a point. You did just justify the extra 2 shots because the vehicle is going to keep moving. So
that's why you are told not to stop the vehicle anyway. Those 3 shots didn't stop her. Right?
It did stop her.
It did not. That car kept rolling, brother. Don't act like you didn't see that car roll down the street and crash into other stuff.
So hold on. The problem is that she was the threat, and she was
according to this officer.
She was
right.
So nobody. She was the threat,
according to the officer. And that's
what I'm saying is that. So if the officer is fighting with somebody physically and he has a knife or a gun and he knocks the knife and gun out of that person's hands, that person could still attempt to kill you.
Brother, you making these that don't make no sense as far as the analogy, man.
But so what I'm saying is that I want you to just answer the question so we can follow the logic.
Let's do it like this. She's on boots on the ground, not even in a car. Okay, y'all get into this whatever tussle. He shoots her one time in the head. She's still alive, but her body is sideways and moving away from him. You didn't justify shot number 2 and number 3?
No, so what I'm saying is that like you keep adding these.
I'm not adding. I know I'm not adding anything. It's the same scenario with the car. I'm just taking the car away.
All right. So ask the question again without adding it. I'm trying to understand because you are going around just answering questions for whatever reason. I guess you might think that my question is going to harm your argument, maybe.
No.
I'm just trying to follow your logic on what is acceptable as being in danger and what's not acceptable as being in danger. That's all I'm trying to figure out.
I understand this, but you're taking away the vehicular part of it
And then anything else that you asking me is just subjective to a different scenario. Let's talk about this scenario. When he shot her twice in the side of the vehicle, meaning that he wasn't in the front and that vehicle wasn't headed towards him. Those 2 bullets were justified?
Yes, because you are putting that what you're not understanding, he took 3 shots. But you also put in the fact that he knew exactly when it hit, where it hit, and all that. While within
you're an officer, why wouldn't you know where you're shooting?
Because the vehicle is a 2,000-pound vehicle hit you, so you got hit by the vehicle.
Okay,
that's the part
that.
Right.
So I got you. Okay.
Yeah, so you got to put that part in there. So you
Okay.
can't say that.
No. It's not. No, it's not. You're not making sense. I'm just understanding what you're not making sense on. I understand why you're not making sense.
Okay,
hey, is that Detroit?
Yeah, that's Detroit.
Hey, Sharon, what Brownsville said earlier was about the continuum, right? So whatever you come at me with, the police have that discretion
to go up
one level. Yeah, so that's why legally, I guess on black and white, that would be justified because he has the discretion to go up one level.
Right. And people like Detroit.
I think hello, but
people like Detroit. No, I was here before you either, man. Stop it. No, I was here before you. Relax.
Came back.
My bad, sorry.
The reason in Detroit know what he's doing. He's having selective hearing and he's picking what he wants to choose. He heard clearly what Brownsville said. Clearly. And we all understand this. So people with your train of thought, your mind frame, you all playing the victim. Brownsville say it, and we already know this. The cops, whether you are federal or state, always have the opportunity and the right to go a step above. That's common sense. We all should know that. That's common sense. Stop it. No, stop it. Don't ask me no questions. Your questions are asinine. You're playing the victim. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Would you agree that you would not have your sons, your daughters, whatever you have, and I'm not trying to bring them up, and I'm not saying they wouldn't be out there. I don't think they would be. But let's do this hypothetical. If your children was out there of age in that same situation, what would you have told them to do? Period. When the officer clearly told them to stop or get out. They gave them an order. Granted, we don't know what they said, but an order was given. That's obvious. What would you tell your offspring? I'm listening right now.
Yeah. First off, okay. First off, I have told all black people don't go out here in these streets and be protesting this shit.
Please don't give no long sequence. Just answer the question, please. What would you tell your kids?
Because if that lady had been black, I mean, she'd have been popped a lot sooner than that. Just be honest with you.
Oh my God, man! See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all playing victim. Y'all play the race card. Play the card that do what the officer tells you to do. Period. Play that card.
Even though she called the police. So you want to talk about like that this won't happen or whatever? I've seen plenty of this happening or whatever, where black people are considered more violent and a bigger threat. So,
sir,
no, I told my
you talking to someone who has interaction with the cop, not on a regular basis like that, but I have had interactions with them, especially with my background being hear me out, especially being a sovereign. I know how to interact with these cops. You are not to be, but it's the truth though. Hear me out. You are not, you let them do what they do. You let them do what they do.
Older man be interacting with them cops all the time.
If you're sovereign, you should really feel like she was disenfranchised because she had the right
to. You know why? You know why I don't? You know why I don't? You know why I don't? And I win most of my cases, and I already proved it with Sharon with my paperwork. I take them to court. I don't argue, and I don't not answer what they ask me to do on the side of the road. I abide by what they tell me to do, and I ask for their name and their badge number, and I go home and I do my paperwork, and I salivate to meet them in court. And when they see me in court, hear me out, stop it. And when they see me in court, they upset, they nervous, because I win majority of my cases. I don't do what you do. I'm gonna pull off because I think the cops were the people that think like you. And let me say this, and let me say this, and I'll land my plane. Do your research on this young lady. Let me do this. I'm gonna say this one last thing, and I'm done. The
talk about
lady
ICE that
did
don't even
not
wear
have
badge
custody
numbers.
of her kids. And I don't know if that even matters, but she did not have custody of her kids. That's why she wasn't with her kids. The father who lost his life, however, her first husband, her brother, his brother, her brother-in-law has custody of the kids. She
It's
does
so
not have the
funny.
right
You have
to
found
her
more
kids.
information out about this lady and her death than y'all have about the officer, and he's still dead.
Well, I know about the officer, so can I state my opinion on it yet, Sharon? You want me to wait a little bit longer? Yeah. Okay. So first of all, I said let me go research the
Wait a
officer
little bit
because.
longer.
So I said first, let me go research the officer and because this case is a year ago, right? So they actually
What
have
case
been in
was a
court
year
already.
ago?
The Minnesota,
No,
the lady.
This is happening 2 days ago.
You talking about in Minnesota, the lady who got shot?
Yeah,
Yeah, this
but
happened like 2
you
days
Two
kind
ago.
of
days ago.
confusing the two cases
Okay.
that in June the officer had an issue, a situation that happened with him. He got dragged supposedly by a vehicle, and they tying the two together. Maybe that's what
I got you. Hello. So when I did the research on the officer a year ago, he did a traffic stop. He tried to go into the car. His arm got stuck in the window. I think they dragged him 100 yards and he tased the person or whatever, right? And now fast forward to this case, right? You're right, I misspoke. Fast forward to this case, I think that we don't we like your experience doesn't matter when we start having these conversations, right? If I have interact with someone and almost lost my life by a vehicle, I am cautious on how this vehicle is moving and how this vehicle is interacting with me. I think that's the first thing, right? I think anybody will. And then people don't understand in any gun school that you go to, they don't never teach you to shoot one time. They teach you this thing called 3-round burst, right?
Thank
What a
you.
three
Thank
what a 3-round burst is that first of all, you want to see your shot group, but the goal is that if you shoot somebody one time, it typically doesn't eliminate the threat. That's why they teach you to shoot in 3-round bursts, right? So if you notice in most shootings, you'll never see somebody shoot one time because you're not taught to do that in any gun handling course, right? And then the first thing is too, I don't think people understand how quick 3 rounds is. We talked in a second, right? So like this idea that people think that I had enough time to make a rational decision if this person was still a threat or not a threat within 1 second is asinine, to be
Sharon,
honest, right?
you talked to me
Okay, hold
about
on.
adding in layers to this
Hold
shit, and
on.
you telling me that all this shit this man
Okay,
just added
hold
in
on.
ain't layers
I
that have
thought we
nothing
was
to
letting
do.
people finish their thoughts. And
You have
I came up here to be
brother.
respectful. Hold on.
You were wrong
Sharon,
about the case
I
anyway to
came.
begin with. We
Hold
let you
on,
ride,
Sharon,
right?
I literally let
But
people.
then
Hold on,
you
I'm just trying
adding
to
shit
understand.
into it the
And
same way
now,
Sharon told me not to add in.
when
So
I
if you
get
can
to
stick to the
doing those
case,
things, no, when
if
I
you can
get to
stick to
cutting
the
people
case,
off, don't stop me,
if you
Sharon.
can
I'm
stick
just
to the
saying because
case,
you always be like, he come in to create chaos. They like the chaotic.
if you could,
They like the. They like the
if you could
chaotic.
stick to
Yeah,
the
I'm just
case,
showing you. See what I'm saying, Sharon?
if
They
you can
always
stick to the
justify
case,
my actions, right?
if you can
So
stick to the case.
in this case that we're talking about, right? This woman, this woman typically was a threat. Not only she was a threat to the officer, she was a threat to everybody on that road. Like,
Fucking thank you. Finally, somebody said it.
so some people just look at it like, hey, check this out. This person is fleeing. And then the next thing that we don't know is I have walked up to a vehicle. I understand how to be in this position. And you don't know what's in that car. Her driving off, I'm telling you, her driving off in that way, you don't know if she got weapons. This car have not been searched. This car you have not even took this to talk about that the car is the only weapon. And so I think people just don't know how to rationalize this. But I'm telling you, I've been in the same situation, approaching the vehicle, and I'm telling you, them driving off is a danger not only to the officer but also to everybody that's involved in the situation on that trip.
And
All right,
Sharon, I'm
y'all.
gonna ask you,
And
just like you asked
let
me.
hey everybody, let Detroit. He gonna answer Otis and Edelman. Please don't interrupt him. No matter what he says, let him
It's
finish
okay.
his full
I
thought.
don't mind being interrupted if I'm not like presenting a proper point. But I just want to make sure if we can, let's just do this rationally. We got 3 bullets here, right? I think everybody is in agreement. If an officer, if if officer says his intent was to save his life and the first bullet he shoots goes through the windshield, I think we all could assume that the car was, or he was in front of the car was potentially coming at him. We can all agree on that, right? Shot one, right? Okay, I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Yes, continue.
What then same threat if shot 2 and 3 were in the side of the vehicle?
Yeah, so that's what I'm telling you. You're talking about a 1 second, like, so we're taught to shoot 3 rounds at a time, right? So what you're asking is, did I make a rational decision in 1 second? I don't know, like, if you shot a gun, right, Detroit?
Yes.
Shooting in 3 rounds is a second. You can't make a rational decision. Is this person dead?
Say that
Is
again?
this person? You
Can't
cannot
make a rational decision.
You cannot make a rational decision in 1 second to separate these rounds. You acting like he had 5 minutes in between each one of these rounds. That's the point that I'm telling you.
Do you believe that officers are responsible for each bullet that they discharge?
Yeah, and I think he hit the target that he was trying to hit.
Dude. Oh, that's Detroit.
I'm sounding like
Detroit.
dog. I know that's
Detroit.
I know the law been against you a lot here, Bo.
No, it's not
right?
the law. No, Detroit, hear me out.
Like
I'm going to lower my voice. Detroit, I'm going to lower my voice. Hear me out, please. Did you not? What part of the argument or the statement that either man perfectly articulated? And I know you can do your research that officers are trained to shoot in 3-round bursts, but yet and still you are up here trying to justify shot 2 and 3. Do you know how asinine you sound?
You're taking what Edelman said as the gospel, and I haven't done no
gospel.
research on
Do
that.
your own
But I
research.
sat here, listen to
Do
me.
your
I
own
sat here
research.
and
No,
given
you're not
y'all-
listening. Do
I've
your own
chatted it.
research. You don't.
Listen to me.
I'll be done.
I've chatted it.
Dude,
I have super chatted it, and I've come into this live and said, read the DOJ policy on it. Nobody wants to do that. You still want to sit in here and ride on what you
What
believe
you're
and
saying
believe.
is irrelevant, sir. Every
believe.
point that you brought
Read the
up
law.
will not be held up in court. It will not even be brought up in a court of law. Let's be
then
real
read the
about
law
that.
and see if it is.
The hell with what you talking about. Bring up points that's going to be held up or brought up in court.
Okay.
Now look,
Department
so
of
look,
Justice
second bullet,
use of force,
that second bullet and
section
third
1
bullet
through
bullshit
16.
ain't going to be brought up. It's irrelevant, sir.
I brought up
I
shit
know
that you
it's
got to
okay.
read. I know that's above some of y'all, man. I get it.
And there you go with the unsubstantiated insults.
Yeah.
Bring up something that's going to be brought up in
You want
court.
a nigga? You want a nigga here now. Shit, nigga. Yeah. Read.
Answer the question, though.
Just read.
Answer the question. What point are you bringing up that's going to be brought up in court?
Because that triple tap thing is not something as a policy. You can say you're trained in that, but you know what the policy is?
It's never been a policy. It's training, and it's going to hold up. It's training.
That's a policy. That is an actual policy. Do not try and fight a vehicle with your gun.
First, how about respond and respect what the officer tell you to do when a gun in front of your damn face? How about that? Oh, crickets. You an idiot.
Yeah, so
I appreciate you too, brother.
So, like, yeah, that's the only point that I'm telling people is, and most people ain't never fired a firearm. They don't have no idea that shooting 1 shot to the 3rd shot, we talking seconds, if not 8 seconds, maybe really half a second if you really if you know it. And so us asking a officer, like we're literally trying to be inhuman by asking the
No, you're
officer
not. Officers
make
have a higher
decision.
standard than
Hold on.
civilians protecting themselves.
Hold on, listen. We asking an officer to make a decision in a second. Did I hit my target? Is the target neutralized? Is my life still in danger? I have to answer all these questions in 1 second. The 3 shots are justified, without a doubt.
We're not even, y'all are even ignoring even more important parts.
First shot.
He was
Hold
not
on,
the
y'all.
only person on that street.
I know, cause I know we have a lot of people against him, but I want them to get a full thought out. I also want to get Uncle Tom in there as well. So go ahead, Detroit. I'm gonna read some of the super chat. I got you, Verb.
No, I think are you putting it on me? I was gonna say Josh was. I want people to get their points out. I have no problem with that. So Josh was about to say something.
Yeah, but the
Detroit.
problem is everybody's
Oh,
getting
sorry.
their point out, and we not really they not understanding your argument. So I want you to be able to get your argument so people can have what
Mine is just cut and dry. It's got to do with just DOJ policies when it comes to police interaction
with vehicles. That's it. That's all I'm going off of. That's why I keep saying for people to go and read it, because if I'm discerning it differently, guess what? We can talk about that. But everybody's coming in with their thoughts and their feelings and everything like that about what it actually is. I'm trying to remove my thoughts and feelings about what I feel about ICE from it. Okay, that's why I actually did concede the first shot, right? But there was more than one shot. And then people are layering that with this whole, where they're trained to do this. Well, show me the policy where they're trained to do that. Well, you know, if you get pulled over by these people, this is what it will. Show me the policy on that, because we want
to. So you saying that the policy doesn't say shoot in 3-round bursts? That's
what I'm saying is, I'm not going to sit here and say because either man said that that's what was told to him, or that's what they're trained to do at you know, I don't know about your law enforcement background, but you're talking about like self-defense, more shooting. That's what they talk about, that three shot burst. Officers have a higher standard that they abide by. They do.
Let me tell you what I'm talking from. When I was in the United States military, I worked something called gate guard with vehicles approaching the gates. The military police took us through a class and simulations so that we can be prepared. And so what you're talking about, I have actually been in a situation with thousands of vehicles coming onto a military base. So I'm not talking about a theory. I'm talking about what we're taught. And so you're talking about something you read in the book versus I'm telling you we're taught.
No.
Hello, sir. I didn't interrupt you. We're taught 3-round bursts. Nobody's taught to shoot one time, then assess if you need to shoot another shot. That's not what we're taught.
All right, hold on. So
I think
Uda's gonna school us on what he actually read real quick, so we can have an understanding of what we are talking about.
Exactly what he was kind of saying was that they said why 3-round burst comes up. They said 3-round burst is mostly a military firearm feature concept. You know what I'm saying? And they said, but even, like you said, right? But then they said, like, even the police officers, they're not trained to like shoot just once. They're really trained to neutralize the target and then reassess. So that could be multiple shots, basically.
Okay.
They said.
So all 3 shots need to be justified, right? Or not?
No, they say no. That's just
no, man. That's why you an idiot.
Teach you to neutralize the target. They're saying they teach you 3-round bursts in the military as a concept, like E's saying. But then, as far as like regular officers, they're saying they're not even taught to shoot once. They're really taught to probably maybe a couple of rounds, maybe to neutralize the target, and then you stop to reassess. But one shot, like E's saying, it's all happening so fast. I don't think that's maybe enough time to probably reassess that. You're doing it probably same way.
Can I make one point real quick, please?
No, stop for a second. Stop for a second. Now, Detroit, address that.
We're gonna get into addressing. So we're gonna get Josh in. We're gonna get Uncle Tom, and this way Detroit can answer everything at once. And make sure you address what Uda just brought up with the 3-round burst.
I am. Trust me. So here's the issue that we're having right now, and Detroit's ignoring a lot of other factors that are going down in this specific scenario. One, those 3 officers that were around that vehicle were not the only people on that road. So let's stop this. Oh, we don't know what was going on. One, he was an imminent threat. I'll even consider the first 2 shots. I'll even take the first one. But even after the first shot, the vehicle was still moving. If there was anyone who was still in the presence of that vehicle, guess what? They were then in imminent danger, and he still had the right to protect them. So even if we want to justify every shot, he could have shot her into that vehicle, stopped and hit something. Realistically speaking, because his first duty is to protect the public. So if we want to justify everything.
Okay, go ahead, Uncle Tom. Welcome to the show, Uncle Tom. Good day. How you doing? And what's your thoughts?
What's up, my brother?
What up? Been a long time. It doesn't really matter if it was justified or not, because you are not allowed to. Well, you're not going to be able to sue the federal government. So no matter if it was justified or unjustified, it does not matter. There's not one person in this United States that will beat the federal government in suing. So, and it's been proven over and over again where someone almost got deleted, but 2 weeks ago, and not 2 weeks ago, 2 years ago, and literally the bullet flew by his face, and unjustified at all way. Nothing happened to the cop. Nothing happened to the federal officer. And guess what? It happens all the time. They're allowed to kill without having a reason, and they will not face any type of judgment or any type of scrutiny or any type of discipline. And
That's a
you're
good
not gonna.
take, but what you think about this? That was a great take, but what you think
Well,
about this?
well, I'm gonna be honest with you. It was justified, so it doesn't really matter. It literally was justified, and you won't find any cop out there to say it wasn't justified. Sorry, it's a done deal. She shouldn't have been where she was. She shouldn't have tried to hit the cop. Should have got. I'm gonna do what they do. You should have just complied. Ain't that what y'all always say?
Damn.
So it is what it is. I ain't giving these white people no passes.
Hey, side
She
note.
should have just
Side note. What's
complied.
up, Tom?
What's up?
All right, so Detroit, go ahead. You'll be able to answer everybody at once. So it is a 3-burst rule.
No, there isn't. So police officers aren't trained on that. You're talking about SWAT and military are the only ones who are trained on that.
We talking about
SWAT
ISIS,
and
right?
military. What is ICE?
It's not the police officer.
Then they don't. Okay, so then why are they using police officer rules as a justification for why he shot that lady?
No, hold on.
Hold on. Which one is it? All right, so hold on. So which one you argued towards, Detroit? That
ICE is not the military. ICE is a police force. It is not a military.
ICE is SWAT trained specifically.
SWAT trained or not, they're not SWAT. They are a police.
Actually, they literally move with the SWAT teams.
Hold on. If they, regardless if they are SWAT or not, we talking about they training. So
right.
if they are military trained or if they SWAT trained, regardless, the training is still the training.
But if they're not military or SWAT trained or not military or SWAT authorized, they are police officers.
Yeah, but hold on, no. But you can't conflate the two.
I'm not conflating the two. I'm telling you what they are. Now, if they are police officers,
hold on, but they are talking about but either man and Uda brought up what they are trained to do. So are you saying they're not? You understand what they are not, but you saying they're not trained in that sense, that they're not trained to do the 3-shot round? That's what I'm asking.
What I'm saying is because the police aren't trained on 3-shot. That's not what police are. That's SWAT and that's military. And because ICE isn't SWAT or military, then they should be adhering to the laws of police. So there is no 3-shot thought or whatever y'all talking about for police. There isn't.
ICE is SWAT trained.
Oh my God.
They literally, is AR still here?
Listen, on local levels, even if it's not a 3-shot burst, there's something equivalent to it. You have to acknowledge that and stop nitpicking, man. It might not say 3 seconds on the local level, but hear me out. They're trained. Ask any officer, and I hope Brownsville call in. Any police officer or any municipal and above level are trained to neutralize the situation. Period. Whether it's a 3-second rule, 3-second round, or what? Come on, bro.
There was just a case like this.
ICE can go past state lines. They're not police officers.
Okay, but my point is, when people like him, and I can say that I'm not coming at you, but your whole thought process and your frame of thinking is just crazy to me. You want to be nitpicky. That's what I dislike about your argument and KT argument. Y'all so nitpicky. Y'all pick one thing and it has to be exact. That is crazy. Come on now. You like Sharon said on several occasions, you have to have a nuance and be educated and astute enough to know that the baseline is set. There's a certain baseline, and you like to nitpick and shit. It might not be a 3-second shot, but it is still some type of something on the books that tell the officers to neutralize the situation. And Brownsville clearly said that any officer has the right to go a step above. And you still sitting here trying to justify it. That is crazy.
I'm not justifying.
No
You
shit.
sitting
That
here
is what
trying
you're
to
doing.
justify all of it.
I mean, at the end of the day, they're federal agents.
Super chat so we can get a little bit of calmness, but they are considered. They're not considered military, but they are considered Homeland Security.
They're literally SWAT trained, bro.
It's okay.
I got raided by ICE SWAT. What the fuck are y'all talking about? I'm speaking from fucking experience.
You got raided by ICE.
No, but a fucking Wichita Falls SWAT team.
They had on SWAT. They had on these SWAT.
Absolutely.
They're like the
Calm
FBI.
down, pimp. Calm down, pimp. Man down. Calm down, pimp.
This just making me mad because y'all talking about shit that ain't real. Nigga, I've been through this.
Crazy. That pimp comment was crazy.
Like, I've been through this shit. Y'all sit there talking shit y'all don't understand.
We got you. Hold on. The man actually been through it.
Don't backhand us, pimp. We good. Don't backhand us. Calm
This is
down, pimp.
crazy, man.
Yeah,
Y'all yelling and
y'all
shit.
giving PTSD. God damn it. Chris Reed with the $2. If people won't change, just shut the Super Bowl down. Jeez.
That
Shout
might be
out
the only
to
time
the
they
one her HQ level of threat. What was it? Great question. Also, we have Chris Reed with $2. And her Honor Rosa Parks did it. Karen Mackey with the $1.99. I got $2. What you got? Verbal said, I got 5 on it. The verbal assassin, F around and find out. That's what this conversation is kind of about. If he can't be rational, then he shouldn't be doing the freaking job. He should be under psych care. Thank y'all so much. I really appreciate for all that y'all do. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Hey, look at that. I extended the show without y'all actually showing that y'all.
Hey, Sean, what are we short?
Sean.
What are we short right now?
We are short $37.
I'll send it in a minute. I'm gonna send it right now. Hold on.
Sharon, I'm just glad to see that BLM and all the black liberal women are out there supporting their liberal white woman like they always do, because you know black liberal women have to come to the aid of a white woman. It's just amazing, isn't it? It's just amazing.
What you mean? You saying a bunch of well, I didn't get that deep into the story yet. I didn't see what that show crazy ass about. But
I just want to say I love the unity in the white and black community, especially when it comes to liberalism. But I'm gonna tell you one thing. It's not funny when someone else gets shot in the face, huh? It's not funny no more when people see that shit. You know what I'm saying? But it's tit for tat shit is kind of crazy, right? But hey, it is what it is.
I think
everyone die every day, B.
We definitely need a little bit more empathy for sure. Welcome back to the show. Brownsville, New York. I'm pretty sure he's probably going to talk towards, or maybe he can talk towards this 3 burst rule that either man was talking about. But before he goes, the verbal assassin, F around and find out with the $2. Who is you calling a liberal? Who's you talking to, sir? All right, go ahead, Brownsville.
Are you talking to me? I'm calling all liberal black women. The aid and the superwoman of the white liberal woman. It's amazing.
Ahead,
I knew y'all like them white women. It's okay.
Go ahead, cuz.
So, what officers are trained to do is stop the threat. When lethal force is authorized, you're trained to stop the threat. Period. So that's, there's no rounds or anything. Is stop the threat. That's the training. Now, as far as what Detroit was asking about the second round and the third round, that's a good question, right? The problem is that's a good question for the subsequent civil litigation that's going to happen, right? Because what the FBI is going to attempt to determine is whether lethal force was authorized. Once they determine that lethal force was authorized, right, and justified, then that officer is going to be clear, right? Now, when it gets to civil litigation, then yes, they'll go with, well, what about bullet 2 and bullet 3? And did he have his body cam on? Did he say this? Did he say that? That's when they get into the minutia of was everything done right and exact. But as far as your argument to determine justification, they're not going to pay attention to rounds 2 and 3. What they're going to do is say, was lethal force justified in this situation? And once they determine that it was, then he's going to be cleared.
I think
he's going to be cleared no matter what, because they're going to take the totality of the situation. So they're not going to break it down bullet by bullet. It's going to be the totality of the situation. So
and before
I agree with him that way.
The verbal assassin, Efron, find out with the $2. Put an address on it, Sambo.
I sent the money. Let's go. Let's get this shit.
Does
I
she
was
want
thinking
she
that
want
that
my
name needs to be
address?
Uncle Sambo instead of Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom was actually a hero. Uncle Sambo, yeah, that
I
might
ain't
be
worried about it.
more likely.
Hey,
Hey, she said.
hey, Detroit, real quick. Man to man, I got it excited. I know you're not tripping off of it, but man to man is not sitting well with me. I'm serious. I didn't mean to call you out of your name. I didn't mean to call you an idiot. So I do apologize, man.
Brother,
I'm being
hey,
real.
bro,
I'm being real,
you
bro. I'm
listen.
serious.
People don't know
I'm
my
serious.
background, dog. I'm a debate champ. I'm a high school city champ in debate. So like, you can't offend me. Don't worry
Hey,
about it,
you
brother.
lucky
You
I
I
ain't
okay?
got
go
you,
to
but
your.
me
Hey,
being
look.
the man,
Hey,
I just wanted to just let you know I apologize.
hold
That's
on. I'm
all.
just saying,
You
you
cool,
lucky I
bro.
ain't go.
Anything I said the same way too.
Hey, Detroit, you lucky I ain't go to your school because I'd have cooked your ass up. You better hope I was on your
Bro,
team.
I was cooking up all around town, bro. Hey, that shit was so fun. I can't explain to y'all how much fun it was when you got
Your
your
arguments are insane, though. Your arguments are insane. I still stand on that. Your arguments are insane.
All right,
my
so now,
arguments are all based off of
I
law.
said Detroit
Sharon,
used
is the
to
goal
rap.
met?
Hey, Sharon, Detroit used to argue with white people, not black people, based
I
off
love
his
arguing with
arguments.
everybody, bro.
I can
Exactly.
tell by his argument.
Hold on.
Hey,
Hey,
man,
let
we
me
were
let me
telling you
Right.
straight
let
up,
me tell you
Exactly.
dog.
this.
You ain't used to. You keep repeating yourself
Sharon,
like black people. We
I
got
can.
comprehension. We know that you full of
Hold on.
crap the second time you said it.
Sharon, I care about that number. Did we hit it? Or did you get the super chat?
no, I didn't get the super chat. Hold on, let me
All right,
say hello.
check it.
Hey, here's a question. So the feds basically took over the investigation. They said the state police can't charge a federal officer. So what happens next? Like they're going to do the investigation, and is there a type of diplomatic immunity for federal agents as well?
There's still a federal IAB.
Okay. Okay.
I just came back because I gotta say I've been listening, and I think y'all, not even I think, I know what y'all doing on purpose is skipping what even Rilla brought it up earlier. I was trying to get into the fact that I'm not arguing the legality. My thing is, y'all know how stupid we sound if we say this is correct. Now, when Charlie Kirk and all these people we disagree with said the same thing to our people, we're saying, well, should have just followed the law. It's not about even you know what, it is about our being white. Because if that's how they doing white, well, you know it's gonna get worse for us. And here I ain't even gonna call names, but it seems very dumb to go against our own interests. Like this, that's what I've been trying to point out. Y'all, we don't got no legal court, nothing. Y'all niggas is just all saying in agreement just because it's the law. Well, yeah, let's side with it. Ain't no court
KT,
happening or nothing.
But
That's
bro,
why
you're
y'all
coming in
get
as
Well,
an
it's
I
anarchist.
to
think that's it.
side
Hold
with
on.
it.
KT, you're talking
I
as an
think there's a
I'm
anarchist.
difference.
not an
That
We don't
doesn't
anarchist.
align
make
with
any
black
I'm not
people
an
sense.
just because they wrong.
anarchist, nigga. I'm not
By
an
definition,
anarchist.
yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Every
Hold
argument
No, I'm not.
every
on one
argument
second.
I've heard you make over the last week has been anarchical. Every single one of them. I can go back day by day and show you why you would qualify as a fucking anarchist. You literally
Hold
said
on.
this
Let's not
shit's
get to the
broken.
personal. Hold
Hold
on.
up.
Let's not get
No,
personal. I want to
I'm not
respond
being
to what he said.
personal. I'm not being
You
personal. I'm
are. You
being
talking about
literal.
what you think he is. I know, but listen, let's not go there. I don't know why we got to go to the personal attack. But what I want
No,
to say
I'm not
is,
doing.
hold
God
on.
damn it.
The difference between me and UKT, I don't align with black people when they're wrong. That's what we telling you. Like, if a black person's wrong, just because they the same color of skin as you, doesn't mean that you should align with them. I
Nobody's
understand
even
that even in
pointing that if they wrong when they not wrong. This is my point. When our
she
black
was
people are
wrong.
not in the wrong. No, listen. When our black people
No,
not
no,
in the
no. I'm not
wrong,
talking about
they
black
still
people.
say,
Was she wrong? Was she wrong in this situation?
That's another thing we don't know. Even
No,
regardless of
listen.
our
Okay,
opinion, the court will say
based
whether or
on how
not she
long
was
you've
right or
been on the
wrong, right?
earth,
that's the
Nah,
conversation.
based
listen
on
to me. We not lawyers. We not lawyers. That's what Willa pointed out
we shouldn't have
earlier.
no
Like a lot of
opinion.
you niggas Perry Masons and not Thurgood Marshals. Like y'all niggas is
Be the man.
internet lawyers,
That's
like
why we need to stop
entertainment.
That's
talking.
a weak
That's
ass
why we need to
We
stop
can
counterpoint.
have
talking to
our
him right now.
opinion, but
That's why
we
we need to
just
stop
sign.
talking to him right now because first of all, if you don't know or can't take a stance and get off the fence that whether you feel that she's right or wrong, you should not be qualified to have this conversation.
No, I've already
There's
said that
no
and
way.
said my opinions earlier before you ever came up here.
I heard
But
you,
that's what I'm saying.
but you
We can
just said
argue
you
our
don't know.
opinion, but that's our opinion. So let's not. No, I'm saying let's not argue our opinion. Let's stick to what like actually go down. Cause it's some shit that can federally they can say this nigga ain't wrong. But my point is y'all by default are just saying no, he's in the right. Which is
We're
what
not
these
You know
saying
why
it
we
by
people are
saying
doing
that?
default.
to us.
That's a
KT,
bullshit ass statement. That's
Look
what I'm
at
saying.
these
Either
people,
stop me mid
Ron. They
fucking way
love the
sentence.
whites. They love the
KT,
No,
whites.
bro.
can I?
Either you
I didn't
stop
know
me
you
mid
sent your super
sentence.
chat. I'm sorry. Listen, you sent your super chat. I should have let you stop it. I apologize. Go start back over, Shadow.
What
Hey,
I'm saying, you think I'm attacking him when my point is the fact that he literally said not 24 fucking hours ago that this shit's not working. We need to burn it down and start over. That's literally a fucking premise of anarchy. Quit playing with me, bro. You know better.
well, I just want to talk to the realness of it. You
I was
can't.
saying the personal attack,
They
right?
can't.
When you
You
start
can't
attacking
civilly
people
sue.
personally, it muddies the conversation because now it's
I'm not
about him
attacking
and
him
not about the
personally.
conversation that we having. That's all
I'm
I was
not
saying,
attacking
Shadow.
him
I
personally.
apologize, Shadow, if I offended you with what I said.
Everyone's trying to say there's going to be a recourse, like Brownsville said there's going to be recourse civilly, but you can't. Federal agents are immune from civil actions because the Supreme Court killed the Bivens Act. So now there's no.
He knows what he's talking about.
Huh?
Yeah, Bivens. Yeah, Bivens.
Yeah.
That's exactly
Yeah.
what it is.
That was killed. So right now,
Qualified immunity.
they are immune from it. Ain't even qualified. They have ultimate immunity. You cannot sue civilly a federal agent.
Wait, there's a specificity. Wait, the specificity to that you cannot sue a federal agent who while in the process of doing their federal duty. There is a specificity to that.
And again, and that's why I said you're not going to be able to sue that. Was he not working right then?
He was definitely working.
No, you
I
can
agree.
sue that branch.
No, you
can
cannot.
sue a federal. Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
But
You
how
can
much
sue
money
the
you want to
federal
bet?
government.
How much money you want to bet?
You can't sue the federal government.
How much money do you want to put on it that you will not be
a
able
man
to
win a
sue
case. Then when a man win a
federal
case to
agent?
prove that the
I mean, you can say
FBI.
what you want. I'm just asking how much money you want to put on it.
Saying
I can give you a lawyer right now to tell you the same exact thing.
And plus, you
sue the federal government.
Oh my God.
State
Would
the
you have to
act
go
on
through
the
an
law.
attorney general or something?
Federal agency.
State the act on the law, because he stated his. Whatever act he said, which I'm gonna look it up, but I do believe him. State yours instead of saying you can't do it. State your source. I'm asking KT to state his source because
Give me 1 second.
That's what I'm saying, because I don't profess to be a statistician and know all the laws and all that. But I will say this: I'm not going to sit here and sit up here and say. But you made a very strong statement, and you don't have nothing to back it up.
Yes,
and
I
that's
do.
crazy.
Cases of people literally suing the government. Like, it's not like you can't sue the government. You
Ain't
can
no
literally sue the federal government.
So wait, no. So here's the answer. You're talking about the FTCA, and here's the thing that again, y'all talking to somebody who's in fucking federal prison. I know this game. Like, I know this game specifically. Y'all are talking bullshit. You can sue a federal agency based on a federal tort claim. But again, you cannot sue that agency. You cannot sue that agency while actively and literally agent or agency while in the conduct of their federal duties, as long as their federal duties are not violating constitutional rights. There are very specific things that sit under the federal tort claim. Hold on,
since
but this is not it.
And since 2010, not one person was able to sue the federal agent that killed someone, because there's been 361 people that has been deleted since 2010 that has not had any recourse for them wrongfully or justifiably being killed by goddamn federal agents.
Yeah, nah. So now y'all arguing.
Right, every tort claim has failed.
It's there for us to do it. No, it hasn't failed since 2010. It's failed. Like, that's why I was pointing out earlier. There are cases people have literally won against the federal government. Now we can debate on if they're actually upholding the what should be there, and that's all I'm pointing out. We know this is a corrupt system. When y'all saying this shit, y'all saying when a man like JD Vance is saying that, and y'all saying we agree with this, and y'all debating on if this nigga gonna be the next president. No, he is. And he hates you niggas, And I want y'all to understand this shit is going in alignment with what's going to help them get to the point where they can do anything the fuck they want. That's what they're doing.
Again.
And every time we get up here every day, you saying I'm an anarchist. No, I'm saying we're pushing ourselves into anarchy. Why the fuck are we agreeing?
That's not how
with this
anarchy
shit?
works. That's literally not how anarchy works. So
we
no,
are
here's the
watching what
thing.
we call our democracy be destroyed, and we're in agreement with it.
How in this case is our democracy?
We're doing things we should not be doing as a democracy.
Okay,
Like,
okay. In this case, how? In this case, how?
This is funny. I missed this show. This is
we're
funny
arguing for ICE agents, bro.
No,
KT, no.
Like we're arguing for ICE agents.
I absolutely am.
We're arguing for. No, we're arguing.
That's Americans.
KT, we're
Even
arguing
points about
for.
immigration. It's really wild because that's not who commit majority of the crime in America. It's black.
That's not the fucking
Americans.
point of the conversation.
No, so
literally you're making something
no,
else.
because now y'all make it. No, I'm saying because y'all point where ICE be. Well, ICE should be there because it's all these immigrants that's doing fucked up shit. They not doing majority of the fucked up shit. We're doing. I'm not worried about ICE.
Listen,
but the lady who got shot was doing something fucked up. That's the argument.
Hold on, let me get KT. Let me get you this real quick. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I'm not like the rest of them, right? I hold police accountable. ICE agents gets passes from me because we need to deport all illegal immigrants in this motherfucker out of this piece. I'm being 100% honest with you. I don't care about no one else. The police, I will hold accountable. ICE agents, get them out of here because I'm trying to get that Somali money that these motherfuckers been getting at the 9 and 10 and 15 bill, and we over here struggling and striving. And these motherfuckers get it off.
But that's my point. Y'all doing this in agreement with that white ideology, but you're not going to get any better from it, my nigga.
For a white woman
right no, hell no, I'm not taking up for no white woman. Y'all
like
taking up for a white ass government. Right. It's really
no, you're taking up for the white woman.
No, I'm not taking. How you gonna
pocket.
say I've been up here every day against what y'all talking about, but now I'm taking up for a white woman? No,
because
I'm against the government overstepping their bounds because once they start doing that shit, and dumb niggas like us get up here and say, "Nah, that's what they need to do because we want that Somali money." That's what those racist motherfuckers is saying against you. They're not saying they want this. Listen, they're not saying they want the Somali money just because they want Somalis out this bitch. They don't like you. They don't like you.
No. I think there should be a 100-year ban on immigration, period, whether legal or illegal. I don't want nobody over here.
I'm not gonna have that conversation. That's not how countries work. But my question to you, KT,
it happens in Portland,
is how is this
Poland and happens in a lot.
Specific.
It happens in Mexico like that. What are we talking about? Are y'all just talking to talk, or do y'all actually know?
No, Japan.
Japan
does the same thing. No, I understand.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't know why we're saying that's not how countries work.
Also, Japan is in decline because of it.
Yeah, for sure.
So let's be real.
They're keeping their culture,
Americans,
and there's nothing wrong with that. Care. Nah, I don't. Y'all care. That's why I said I'm extreme right.
I mean, shit, now Americans don't have any.
But again, none of that has to
ideals.
do with what's happening now.
Yes, it does. And this one pointed out the federal, like y'all said, it is a lot of shit to stop federal agents from getting any kind of charges, and they're trying to place ICE there as basically regular police.
ICE is already
so listen, no, but I'm saying now they trying to put them in regular streets that really ain't like I'm not everywhere got immigrants. Okay,
well, I'm gonna tell you why they are.
No, but listen, Stop. No, it's not. It's really not. Because now they're overstepping their bounds because we're not talking about nobody.
No, they're not.
Yes, we're not talking about nobody who should be under ICE. This is an American citizen.
They are not overstepping their boundaries is because the same cities called goddamn sanctuary cities are not letting them motherfucking ICE agents where they're supposed to be to get these people. Like in the jail places. Pull them out the jail and give them the ICE and they won't have this problem. But like they said, if you want
the Canadian border or the Mexico border. That door-to-door shit, and that's what I'm saying. That's door-to-door like the Gestapo.
Well,
you niggas is so. I swear to God, niggas is so stupid.
Or out of
KT, hurtful.
J.O.
KT, you don't know what
the future of this shit lead to. If we're already understanding that this a nigga that's leading some shit that's like a Nazi regime.
You don't understand what.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I want to know. I just got one question. Do y'all want to actually people to hear both sides of the argument, or y'all just want to talk?
Both sides of the argument, obviously.
Okay. All right. So let's try to do it one at a time so we can actually hear y'all. Go ahead, Uncle Tom. Finish up. We got KT, then Joshua.
All right. So sanctuary cities are keeping ICE from getting where they were, whether it's in the courtroom or in the jail or wherever else. If you have sanctuary cities, it's not allowing the damn ICE agent to get them where they normally get them, which is in the jail system. They give them the jail system, then they deport them there. If you like this administration, like y'all keep saying, you don't want them in the streets, give them to them where they supposed to be at, which is jail. But until then, it's on y'all.
So we get up here, and I know that ain't been the topic typically, but our thing is taking responsibility. The problem with America is not immigrants; it's Americans. We're doing the crime. We're committing the problems here in our country. So I'm not going to sit there and blame it on anything about immigrants. Second thing is, once they start being door to door, because now we see that they're doing things to regular American citizens, right? So now if they're in every city and they're even overpowering the regular police, now they're just going to get out here and do what they want, which sets up the doorway for, as I'm saying earlier, this is a Nazi regime. This is how you set up the
Does that sound
Gestapo.
better?
The federal agents are above the law, and we're backing them, placing them in our regular cities. Is now let's just do what they say, because that's y'all. It just hurts my feelings. Niggas really get mad and talk shit, then really say let's look deeper. Cause this shit ain't just about what's happening right now. This shit's meaning something for tomorrow. It's a reason they're setting this up now. I've been saying this from the beginning. JD Vance
Just
is
like the
going.
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
But I think that's the fear. Yeah, he in like
Shout out to Jabba. Jabba is so petty. Jabba with the $32.05 so we can reach the goal.
so.
Stop
Thank you,
KT,
Jabba.
I can.
But
Thank you, Jabba. Appreciate it.
But Sharon, you see how it is.
America first. Fuck the rest of them.
Hello, but Sharon, you see how we can't look at certain situations because he's worried about the future. Even into his own admission, he says, I can't isolate this situation, rather say this person wrong or not, because I believe they got an agenda. And I'm not arguing that people don't have an agenda, but when we look at this thing, we ask the question, was this lady right or wrong? I think it's crazy when people try to say, yeah, she was right to drive off and almost hit an officer and do all this kind of stuff. It's like an unrealistic expectation.
And here's the thing, KT has two major points wrong.
She hit the woman. I mean, she hit him, so
man.
She
hit him,
not.
right?
Yeah.
So
but
no,
I'm with you on that shit, and it's cool. But again, if they allow them to pick these people up where they're supposed to, they wouldn't have these problems. They said they don't want to go. Listen, Tom Holm said they don't want to go door to door to do this shit, but y'all making them do it by not releasing them to where they need to be released to.
Yeah, I definitely think that, especially these people that's being incarcerated, why wouldn't you not release them to the ISIS agents? Like, a lot of these sanctioned cities does not have American best intentions. That's all I'm saying. Like, because I get, like, don't go to the random person, stalk the random person. But if I actively catch you doing a crime, why do you think it's better for a person who's actively doing crimes to go back into society and versus going to ISIS, because that's our policy? So
The answer is on the state level, and it's obvious for real. The state and the county level, the municipality is trying to keep that money. They get paid to house those immigrants and the U.S. citizens, period. So they don't want to lose that.
All the time, Otis. Y'all are forgetting it. These sanctuary cities still release these motherfuckers at random for nothing. We just had another one released 2 days ago after murdering somebody.
Well, check this out, Tom. Why did Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, send all those immigrants or illegals to Chicago? It's like where they at. You put them on a bus and you send them there. So just go get them from there. And honestly, like why not even hold them? Why send them anywhere?
Let me read the super chat real quick, Tom, before you answer. Kulu live streaming with the $2. They will do house checks for illegals eventually. Go ahead, Uncle Tom.
Listen, I mean, y'all should know my stance. I want a 100-year ban on legal and illegal immigration. I think till we get our, because we won't have the same argument. Well, the Americans doing the crime. No shit. Americans will always do crimes because they're in America. You tell me one motherfucking country that ain't got no crime, and I tell you a goddamn lie. But anyway, when it comes to that, yeah, wherever they send them, they should know where they're at. They're in these major metropolis cities, even though it'll be smarter to go to smaller states and then get those states blue. But who wants to be in, because there's not a lot of money there. But as you see in Minnesota and other places like that, there is a way to get rich off our system, and it's being exploited to the max. And what Americans ain't doing is doing what these other motherfuckers doing, except for better. These motherfuckers know how to run our system and ruin it at the same goddamn time. But hey, they gave us the blueprint. If y'all was some smart Americans, y'all would use the blueprint, do a little bit better, and collecting all this money and still not go to jail, because you're doing just that much better than they was doing.
So here's the issue. People keep conflating what ICE's duties are. ICE is much more than just immigration.
Yeah,
They don't just go after illegal immigrants. They go, I think conversations with MJ put it in the chat earlier, because she's the resident fact checker. They go after cyber crimes. They go after all forms of trafficking, sex, drugs, and firearms. They do all of that. So yes, they have the right to literally go into any city in any place in America. Literally, an agent from Texas can go to New York to pick somebody up if they have to. Like, I don't know why we're pretending, oh, well, they shouldn't have been in the street. Yeah, they should have, because they were literally enforcing the law. They were enforcing federal law specifically. Like, you can find every statute this lady violated. And guess what? The one she actually violated, since we're all going to just ignore crimes, she violated 18 USC 1952. Whatever the state penal code for obstruction of justice or impeding traffic would go right after that offense. I'm telling you, because I know it. That's why they had the right to arrest her. Sorry.
No, I agree with that. I ain't gonna say you're wrong on that, because I mean, these laws are laws, whatever it is. She committed a lot of state laws, not just her, but her, she thing, it that she called partner was doing the same goddamn thing. So shit, there's no difference in that. So I'm agreeing with you on that. She did break state law statutes, and hey, whatever. She obstructed federal agents. She committed a federal crime, just like that judge that literally obstructed was about to be sentenced to jail time. I don't think it should be any different than the rest of these motherfuckers. So hey,
she snuck him out the back.
That's why she got shot.
Hey, Uncle Tom.
They were coming in position to arrest her. She said, "Fuck y'all," and decided to dip out. Again, any other race of people, we'd be like, well, they attack black people. Nah, fuck that dumb shit. Let's be real about it. Let's be real about this shit.
Look at this white
this
black
nigga right
love
here
going on.
This dumb bitch right here tried to run some cops over, and they were like, "Bet, use the N2." So and they shot her. They shot her dumb ass dead. I'm sorry that happened. I can grieve her loss of life.
Same thing happened to Ashley Babbitt. You don't see people crying about
I'm just
that
saying.
now.
Shit, we just mentioned the dude who died on New Year's Eve. So everybody's playing this dumbass game like, oh no, we need to be outraged. No, we don't. Because get this, and I'm talking to everybody in the chat right now. If you did the same dumbass thing, you'd be dead too. Sorry.
Hey, Uncle Tom, can I ask you a question? I saw your show last night. Great show, by the way. Would you mind going, even though I don't know how relevant it is, but I want the audience to know, even though I don't know how relevant it is, I'm not a lawyer. Can you go a little bit into her background, as far as her not really having custody of her own kids and all that type of stuff? Because the media and these people who put these so-called these heartstrings are trying to make it seem like that she was this great mother and now she's not going to have her kids around, all that type of BS. And I hate when they do that, not knowing the whole story.
Well, I mean, it's just plain simple. Her ex-husband that's dead right now. He had custody of 2 of her kids, and then the baby father of the other one now has the baby. The youngest one, I think it's the youngest one, had custody of the child too. So it wasn't like she had any custody of any child. So to say, yeah, she was a mother of children, but she wasn't actually a mother when the father of the first 2 kids is dead right now. But she still didn't have custody of those kids because the custody went to his brother. So if she was such a great mother and all this other shit, why would the state give custody to the brother and not her, as she's being the mother of the children. And he's been dead since 2023. That shows you the bullshit that's going on with the mental stability of this woman. Hey, she didn't have neither one of her kids. And I'm glad that y'all feel sorry for this white woman. Like I said, black women, black liberal women are the women who hold up these liberal white women. And I'm glad to see the unity is there. And I'm glad to see that y'all love all white people. So when we come up here, stop blaming white people for everything. Just say you love them. That's it.
Yo, I got a question, a real question, as far as like a practical solution. People don't want ICE. I mean, Tom, you feel how you feel, but some people don't want ICE in their cities, snatching up people, whatever. What are the legal frameworks to get them out of there? I mean, is it the attorney general suing the federal government? Because
Yeah.
I'm like, you can't just have people out here doing nothing, just creating ruckus.
Yeah, so the legal thing is that how it's supposed to work. The police officer and the state government supposed to work with the federal government. And when they actually make these arrests and they find out these people are undocumented, they supposed to reach out to an ICE agent, and the ICE agent supposed to transfer them over because they are here illegally. The problem is the local government to rebel against Donald Trump. What they're saying is, hey, we're not gonna, we even though we know they're legal, we know that these are people who's qualified to literally be out of the country. Like, we're just not gonna cooperate. So what ICE agents are literally saying is they saying smooth. They saying we have to go and do the 3 times the work because the local state government is trying to rebel on how the system is designed.
So
Amen.
you're basically saying like this, the state police, there's a dereliction of duty as far as what
But
their oath
but
is
they're
to
doing
uphold the law.
they're doing it because the governors and mayors are telling them to do it. They're not taking it upon themselves and doing it. The governor and mayor says, "Hey, we know you arrest that guy. We know that he's known on the ISIS want him." And it's almost like if you was to break the law here and go to a company that we do business with, it's not called a treaty, they would export you back because we have the agreement. It's the disconnect is the federal and state level, because the federal and state level is like, hey, now we're gonna make you do work harder for your paycheck. And then now they said, and then the crazy part about it, the state level don't want to work with them, but then they want to put a camera and say, look what they're doing. They're out here working twice as hard when the state level is the corporate in the situation.
The funny thing is, he said he's gonna mobilize the National Guard to
The
go against
National
federal
Guard.
agents. I said, "Oh, okay, that's gonna work well." It's the stupidest shit ever. Oh
So
my god.
ultimately, who's in the right? Obviously, illegal. Immigrants are illegal,
Mhm.
but humanity is, we're human beings. There's no borders except the ones that we put here. So, like,
Absolutely.
who's in the right? Ultimately, who's in the right?
So hold on, you try to say just because we humans, they got the right to be here?
And hold on, before
Everybody
you
has
answer
the right
that,
to be anywhere.
and before
That's
you do that,
crazy.
let me just say
That's
my
crazy. So
condolences to the rebel assassin. That's kind of crazy. It's such a small world. Also, welcome back into the show, Kulu. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts?
Good day. Sharon, I dropped the link in the back chat. And if I'm not mistaken, ICE is considered part of the DOJ, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, so I just found this and I was reading it, and I would like for us to discuss it to try to put to bed this um, this conversation. You know what I mean? Because I don't know if I'm reading it correctly, but based on what I read, that I completely agree with what you're saying, Sharon, what the others were saying, MJ. If this pertains to ICE, the link I sent.
yeah, that's right. You agree with us. It sounds like you came over. Somebody talking? Every time I
Yeah,
be talking.
yeah. Now I was trying to read it.
Oh yeah, no. Why he reading it? No, but yeah, that's the thing is that, like, I'm just saying, I'm for us holding police accountable. But can we at least choose a situation that they're wrong? That because this idea that we gonna hold every police accountable for every interaction that ends with death, you got to really think about what they're saying. They're saying that they always guilty. Are we saying that police are guilty to proven innocent, or they're innocent to proven guilty in America?
It depends on if you're talking about a regular police officer or ICE. You asking me? Okay, I give
All right,
Ice a
so
pass.
Well, the reason I wanted
hold on,
to
let me read it. It says law enforcement and correctional officers of the Department of Justice may use deadly force only when necessary. That is when the officer has a reasonable belief that the subject of such force possesses an immediate
Immediate
Imminent or immediate?
immediate danger of death or
Wow.
serious physical
Body
injury
harm.
to the officer or to another person. So death or serious physical injury.
You think getting hit by cars is a is a deadly force?
Or serious
I'm just saying.
or serious physical injury where he did already have what 38 stitches because he got ran over by a car.
That was what 6 months earlier. So I'm gonna be honest with you. He had PTSD like a motherfucker.
Absolutely.
He probably
So he was
wouldn't.
trigger happy.
Yeah, well, he probably wouldn't have did it if that first incident didn't happen. And you
You
know what?
agree.
They released that motherfucker after it happened. The city released him right after he just drug a cop down the street or drug an ICE agent down the street. He got released. So what? So in my mind, if that ICE agent did that, hey, he got PTSD. She should have motherfucking stopped. She should have complied and got out the car.
Not only that, also we don't know when after he got through all the stitches and all those things, we don't know what they trained him or what they tell him. Hey, they could have told him next time.
And he got lucky that time. How many people get dragged down the street missing a lot of skin? Come on, man. No one likes that shit. Have you ever been dragged down the street?
I have been hit by a car on purpose, so I know what it looks and feels like personally. So, and I done hit somebody with a car. I know what it looks like and feel like personally too.
Jesus Christ!
And
Is that new
want to make a
video
point.
on X?
Y'all do understand that Homeland Security investigations, which is also part of ICE, is not just picking up illegal immigrants right now. They were also specifically there to investigate the Somali Pride, i.e. Homeland Security. ICE and HSI are not two different departments. They're actually special agents of the same. HSI is literally SWAT trained specifically for certain situations. So everybody saying that they're not trained to triple tap is bullshit. So I'm saying literally y'all aren't using realistic logic. These people work with literal state SWAT teams in order to execute literal federal raids on individuals, businesses, and otherwise. They were doing the very same thing when they got her, when the chick tried to fuck around and find out.
Damn.
Again, stop trying to equate morality with legality. She fucked up. If we did the same thing, we'd be dead. Sorry.
Damn. Hey.
It is what they say. It is what it is.
That's it. That's it. Hey, Sharon, I got to head out, bro. But it was good being on here, man. E-Man, Uncle Tom, everybody else. Good to see y'all. Y'all have a good day, man.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I just look at it, man. I just kind of process it is that how long in the black community we gonna like keep trying to say everybody's wrong?
And I think the problem is that they are conflating the people that was innocently wrong by police versus this situation here. And I think that's another thing. I think us
You said what did you say about the situation? You said it was wrong. She was wrong or what?
No, he justified. If he was the police, he would do the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand why the officer did it 100%. Can he have did something different and be like Bruce Willis? Okay. It's all right. You know what I'm saying? Like, but to if I was there and I was right next to one of my officers and he did that, I wouldn't be like, yo, you tripping. I like, I feel bad for the loss of life. But she incited that situation. She incited that type of reaction. She did not. Hey, she put her life in danger. Even if he didn't do it, If he didn't do it, we would have all said she crazy because she put her life in danger. That's what we would have said if if he would have just got hit and he would have been the one injured very badly, and this would have hit news headlines. We would have said she lucky that man did not kill her. That's what we'd have been saying.
Yeah.
So,
But why does the damage done have to equate to what his response was? Regardless of the fact, she still hit this man, and she did it. She did it trying to flee.
Is that they understand it when it's them, because ain't nobody gonna if I was to slap somebody and they fall on the floor and they have a gun on them, they're probably most likely gonna pull and shoot it, even though I'm not hitting them anymore.
All right, so to everybody who disagrees with this, I'm gonna ask y'all something super simple. And I want to put a real scenario. You're at you're facing a car that's facing you right now. You have a gun in your hand, and that car is one on a slick road and two now in motion towards you. If you are already armed, what are you going to do? Most people who are rational, who see that they could be in trouble, is going to lift that gun and pull the trigger. Anybody who's actually not afraid to pull that trigger will, because at that point it's you versus me, and I'm gonna take you down.
To be honest, in that situation where like it's a vehicle coming at you, and I got room on my right or left, I might try to run first and get out the way. You know what I mean? Versus shoot first, because even if you shoot, the car is like it's still moving forward and still might hit you. So, like low key, man, I might did what the officer did. You know, shoot while jumping out the way. You know what I mean? Or
Right.
like try to move out the way then shoot.
Two of his shots were during steps. He took his
so
last two steps were while stepping. He did sidestep shots.
And it depends on how athletic you are as a human being too. Is going to make a decision as well. You know what I'm saying? Like most people, it's a lot of nuances to why or how it could have went in different ways, and I get that part of it, and it's the loss of life. However, we seen people get deleted by officers for less, and everybody's like, "Hey, it was justifiable."
She should have complied. She should have complied.
See, my last question will be because context matters, and like I said, if we've only seen the videos of the car, backing up and then going forward, so I agree with y'all all the way up until that point. My only question is for me to fully make my judgment is were the officers when she parked in the road and the officers got out their vehicle and then try to stop her. So for example, the officer that shot at her, did he step in front of the vehicle, to try to stop her from moving? And then the officers on the side, came on the side, or did he try to go on the side first? How did he get in front of the vehicle?
So they
that was my last question.
Okay, I was going to be able to explain
it was a car in the pickup truck. They had some officers in there, so she was blocking them from driving through. They got out their vehicle. The other officer was already outside of his vehicle. He was on the passenger side of the vehicle. So those two officers that got out the pickup truck, they was trying to tell her to move out the way. Then when she didn't want to, they was like, "Okay, you're being detained because you obstructed justice." Blah blah blah. They was telling her to get the F out the car, cursing her and everything, and trying to be very aggressive at this point. The officer that was in front, she backed up, and it looks as if she aimed her car towards the direction of the road, but also in the direction of the officer. And he was moving sideways like this to position yourself to he was gonna have to jump out the way. And she hit the accelerator. 1, 2, 3.
So my last question, and this is not kind of pertaining to it, but because we know cars, when you make a far right turn, it's still gonna go straight, for a little bit as it's turning. You know what I mean? So if she had let's say a motorcycle or a vehicle that could just completely make a right angle at that moment, in which she pressed the gas, do you think he's still justified into firing it if there was, let's say, 3 or 4 feet of space in between him and her, like him and the vehicle?
I think
that makes sense.
I think she really aimed the car at him. When he left that shot, then she turned the car hard right, in my opinion. That's what it looked like to me. She aimed the car at him. She straightened her wheels right at him. And then when that first shot hit, that's when the wheel turned. In my opinion, that's what it seems like to me.
Well, I put some body cam in the back.
I
put some body cam in the back.
Oh shit. The verbal side said F round of fun of the five eyes. The bloodlust on this panel is sickening, especially Josh glee at the loss of life. Gross, disgusting, despicable.
Yeah, the officer was.
I added some extra verb,
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely is on y'all side now after seeing and reading the like the little rules that they have to follow and whatnot, and after hearing people discuss it and whatnot, I agree with y'all on a legal standpoint. He is justified. He's probably not going to see any jail time. She shouldn't have done what she did. She should have been at home with her children, or don't fuck around with these people, man, because they're serious. Like protesting is one thing, but like Goat said and MJ said, trying to obstruct like traffic and all that, you're putting yourself in a position to be hurt or unalived or arrested or things like that. So yes, and I see the other point too, like on a moral level, it sucks. Like the life a lot, like the life of or the lost life of somebody is tough. Children are not going to have a mother now, whether she had custody or not. Her death will be felt, and it just sucks that we have to view it like that. But in this day and age, everything is political.
Yeah,
everything is. So
Well, like here in Florida, if you protested in the middle of the street, in the middle of a road, you can be hit by literally goddamn civilians. Civilians can run your ass over, not just the cops. Civilian. If you in there in the middle of the road,
just like the Florida's just like the Bronx.
stopping traffic, and if you feel your life is in danger, you become a speed bump. It's on you. Don't do it.
Yeah, Florida and the Bronx is an interesting place. It's the same people. Shout out the time in the Titan Watch. You got any final thoughts?
No,
I'm gonna let the bloodluster finish it off.
Hey, thanks for letting me up, man. I'll be out there.
Hey, no doubt, Uncle Tom.
For
Appreciate
sure.
you. I guess the
All
bloodlust.
right, so here's the thing. Let's talk about bloodlust, because y'all are mistaken. Y'all are complaining two completely different things. I'm not happy that she died. I just don't care that she did. Because I won't, again, I'm not going to put my hand in a bin of spiders knowing that they're going to bite. Like, everybody's pretending she didn't literally ask for this to happen. And everybody's just thinking the fact that she got shot. Keep in mind, 2 other officers had their guns drawn on her. We're ignoring that fact completely. Despite her situational awareness, where she knew she was, again, in imminent harm, in imminent danger. Hey, I'm gonna fuck with ISIS, because here's what's real. She clearly didn't care about ICE. Okay, it is what it is. But get this. Then she started taking actions based on those feelings. She didn't care that they gave her a direct order. She then intentionally defied that direct order. And that defying that direct order got her killed. So look, VA, I get it. I don't care if you agree with me or not, but let's talk about the actual facts. Fact, she ignored when they told her to stop. Fact, she ignored her when they said get out the vehicle. Facts, she literally went out of her way to aim her vehicle towards, not at, an officer. She went in reverse. Keep in mind, she could have kept going in reverse. We're gonna keep ignoring that too. Like, if we're gonna really quarterback this, there was no officers behind her. She could have kept going backwards, right? Could have kept going. She wouldn't have been aimed at a single officer, but she didn't. ICE agent was in front of her. She decided to pull up. At that point,
Josh,
boom.
My bad interrupt, but do you think that they would have shot her still through the vehicle with the reverse?
So I don't know. I don't know, honestly. Now that I can't answer, and I'm okay with not being able to say, hey, I think they would have, or I think they wouldn't have. I honestly just don't know, because maybe they would have, maybe they wouldn't have. They did give her a direct order. They did intentionally, and she did ignore it. But if she kept backing up, maybe they wouldn't have shot her. But we can't talk about the what-ifism, because she did pull forward. She pulled forward as a human body was in front of her. I'm sorry. That's a goddamn SUV. That shit, nah, bro. You're not gonna tell me I have to be okay with somebody hitting me.
All right. Thank y'all so much. We're gonna continue these dope. Hey, we made it through the whole week without a relationship conversation. That's pretty dope. And we was able to maintain really strong. Man, it was good. Everybody was getting some good thoughts out this whole week, man. Really dope. I appreciate that. It's not easy. But this is where I made it a little bit easy with all the headlines too. At the same time, Kulu, it was wild this week. I ain't gonna lie. This was one wild ass week. Sheesh.
Yeah, man, it's been a good week of conversations. I still can't believe the book situation, but today's conversation, I made it for, man. I learned a lot about a situation, and if I just went on Twitter or X, who knows, man? Like maybe I would have, be thinking like KT, but like getting both sides of the argument, and then going back and reading what I read, man, I think I got a pretty good feel for what's going on. But I definitely still need to wait till the court information, and like Brownsville said, like body cam. And just hear the full judgment before we make a full decisive decision on whether I believe it was wrong or whatnot. But based on everything so far, he wasn't feared for his life. It seems like it. A vehicle coming at you, like they said, is either you're gonna jump or you're gonna shoot. And those are the only two things you can do. So I understand it, and I'm a Democrat, you know what I mean? I'm more center left, but I do lean left like a lot of things, so I can at least admit that.
I agree. And until later, we'll scream at y'all later. Thank y'all so much for all that y'all do. We're going to keep on grinding, getting these difficult discussions out there, getting our thoughts out. I appreciate every last one of you. I think everybody got their good points out too, so shout out to y'all. We'll see y'all soon.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me